Well, it's been a mammoth of a FIFA season. We've had the best players from every inch of the world competing to be the very best, competing to be the FIFAe World Cup champion. Over the next 2 days, you'll be joined by myself and this beautiful crew behind me as we bring you the FGS playoffs live in London.
Welcome to the FIFA Global Series playoffs. The top 64 players battle it out in 4 groups. This is season defining. Each group features a 16-player bracket. Showcase your dominance on the biggest of stages and claim victory. 2 losses and your FIFA season is over. Avoid defeat and qualification is secure. When it's all said and done, the best 24 players advance to the FIFAe World Cup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the biggest tournament of the season, the one where it all matters the most, the FGS playoffs. I will be your host. I'll be your so-called Jeff Stelling for the next 2 days of FIFA esports action. The name's Richard Buckley, and look, this is the season-defining moment. Mike LaBelle said it best. This is it. Speaking of Mike LaBelle, I have assembled not only Mike LaBelle, Samantha Miller, Ryan Pessoa, Brandon Smith, the dream team. We are here to cover every blade of artificial grass on that FIFA pitch on the road to the FIFAe World Cup. Tell you what, fellas, and females, this is going to be electric. Brandon, I'll start with you. We've got ex-world champions, we've got global superstars all taking to the stage. What are you expecting from the playoffs?
Fireworks, number one. I mean, this is one of my favourite tournaments of the year because, as you said, it's make or break time, isn't it, for a lot of these players? 64 have battled it out all season long through virtual leagues, online qualifiers. Only 24 of them make it to the World Cup.
Only 24. 24 out of 64. Mike, talk to me about the field that we're seeing because, I mean, this is it. This is the biggest stage for FIFA.
And as Brandon was saying, this is the make or break for every single competitor here. This is going to be the decider. Is your season continuing? Are you going home early? Did you have a good season? Do you have negotiation room? Your partnerships, your brand deals, your own personal branding. You see where I'm going here. I'm making it extra businessy. I'm just adding to it a little bit.
Sam, I mean, look, you've played football at the best level. When you see FIFA from all over the globe coming to a stage like this, what are you expecting from maybe a player that's off the beaten track? Maybe someone from not one of those European staple FIFA nations?
I think you just have to have that mentality that you can beat anyone. They've not got many lives, we know that, and they need to maintain that composure. You've got to have nerves of steel, and I think you've just got to bring your aim game and just do everything you can to make sure you get through.
Well, you can't miss him on the desk. Ryan Pessoa, he's in a lovely mustard.
What can I say?
Ryan, you played at the playoffs a long time ago.
A very long time ago.
you competed at this stage. You made it to a World Cup.
Yeah.
What's it take to get over the line?
It's tough. I've also been on the other side of the spectrum where you kind of lose out on the game before, so it's a tough to sort of bounce back from that. But I feel like all the players here, well, most of them anyway, have had the experience of actually reaching the World Cup, so that might fall into place as well for some of them.
Yeah, speaking of reaching the World Cup, Brandon, you've got a few facts and figures. What you can't see, he's got about 16 sheets of paper.
I'm here all day.
How many, you did the maths, how many have made a World Cup before?
I mean, look, there are only 26 players here out the 64 that have made a World Cup. That is just going to show how the competition has evolved and how Ryan Pessoa is sitting here now and maybe not playing as he was in the plus. I've got to ask, Ryan, where are you going on holiday after this?
I'm joining you, mate.
You joining me, are you?
Yeah.
We'll see, Ryan, coming up very shortly indeed. There's so many FIFA players on stage, and one of those players, he's already booked 2 out of the 3 FIFA majors for later in the summer. He's the Swede. He's the superstar from Scandinavia. It's Ollelito. He's had the season of his life, and Mike LaBelle delved a little bit deeper to see what Ollelito has done so right this year.
Ollelito, the man from Sweden, goes about the business, no fuss, no excuses, demonstrates ability, demolishes opponents. The question I want to ask, has 2023 been Ollelito's best ever season? I'm not sure if it's controversial, but I'm gonna go on record and say no. At least not yet. But it still has the chance to be. Now hear me out. Back in 2020, we see him burst onto the scene. Foot Champions Cup, Summer Series. Brand spanking new. This season, EA Sports Cup 2v2. Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pajamas, Levy, and Ollelito. That partnership, unstoppable. E-Prem teamed up with Stokes.
Ollelito could be on for a second! And it's that man again! No damage and no, Ollelito! 3-0!
And they're hoisting trophies. But I think he needs a little bit more. We need those 1v1 credentials if we're gonna crown this his best season ever. And if he manages to lift another trophy, or perhaps has a top 8 in the FIFAe World Cup, has that major 1v1 result, it's hard to argue. This could be the year of Ollelito.
Could be the year of Ollelito, in fact. He'll be one of our 32 players competing today. Look, he's got a lot in his path if he wants to go all the way to the FIFAe World Cup. What I can show you to get your head around this playoffs is this. It was hand-created by myself and the team backstage. You've got 32 players. Every single player has a foot item on the screen. The top row, all from Group A, and as you can see, Group B throughout the rest. What that means, as you can see, the 2 orange icons just underneath the player silhouette, that is how many lives you have left. When you lose, an orange icon disappears. If you lose both, unfortunately, you'll be on the first flight out of London, and the FIFAe World Cup and the FGS playoffs will be over for yourself. Plenty of games already starting to kick off behind the scenes. Here on the main stage, we have 4 matches that we're going to be keeping you up to date with. And where better to start than with a man who just spoke, Mike LaBelle. You've got a cracking first game, it has to be said. Eze Correa and the world champ Umut.
And let's start with Umut. We talk about world champion. He just came top 3 in ECL. He wasn't happy about that. Multi-German champion. And then Correa. We now have back-to-back playoffs. He's set, he's poised. If you talk to South America, you talk to the Argentinians, they back him. They say that he's next up, that he's ready to compete. And we're going to find out with this opener.
Yeah, we certainly are. Sam, coming down to you next. What a game you have got. Oberon versus Tuga, 2 household names. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting a lot from this game. They're both very similar in style. I'm expecting them to line up in a similar manner. We know they like to go 5 at the back. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to be able to break through each other's defense. It's going to be an exciting lineup. I know you don't think there's going to be too many goals, but I'm hoping there will be.
the back wheels of the bus are already rolling me over. Right, coming on to you next.
Yep.
What a game.
Yep.
What a game you have got. Handpicked, you got to say, by yourself that you wanted this one. You looked at him all and said, I want this one. I want Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like Emre Yilmaz, in my opinion, right now, is probably the best player in the world. Coming off of the E-Champions League, winning that as well. But his opposition in Capaldi, we saw him last year with the celebrations, the sunglasses, the dance moves. He's going to be confident, and I feel like it's going to be a tough game.
I mean, with an outfit like that, I think you'll join in with the dance moves as well. He's got the sunglasses in the back pocket. Brandon, what a game. I've said that a lot, but this trumps it all.
This is a Foot Champions Cup final.
An E-World Cup final, maybe.
Potentially so. Msdossary against Ollelito. How about that one for a first round of action here? I'll tell you one thing, Rich. The last time Msdossary played in a 1v1 tournament in Europe, it was here at the playoffs last year. And what happened?
Didn't go through.
Didn't go through. Could happen again.
Do you think it will happen again? That's the question. Ollelito, great player. Mike spoke so much about him. I can't wait to see how this game does unfold. The matches have started behind the scenes. The main stage is ready. The FGS playoffs right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We're keeping you up to date with every single kick and goal as they happen. And we're going to start where we just finished. Msdossary, the world champion, arguably one of the best to ever do it against Ollelito. Brandon Smith. What a game you have picked, and you're going to get us underway with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, 2 players that have had very different seasons. Mike LaBelle said a great piece there about Ollelito. You could argue what season he's had. Premier League win, one in the 2v2 EA Sports Cup, and he loves playing FIFA this year in London. All his successes come here.
Yeah, I think when you look at Ollelito, the performance level that he's had, especially online, is just so good. Let's get into the games. I'm hearing that the admins are ready. We're ready as well to get these games underway. Brandon, I'll hand it back over to yourself. Msdossary versus Ollelito.
It is. First leg, as we said, Msdossary against Ollelito here. This is the FGS playoffs officially underway. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us. Strap yourselves in. As we said, 2 wins and you're on the plane, wherever that will be, to the FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals. 2 defeats, and it will be truly the end of your season. Ollelito kicking from right to left to Msdossary from left to right. I think the question mark I've got, Rich, is we just haven't seen much of Msdossary.
We've not, and I think motivation maybe a question mark as well. We've got lots of time to talk about Msdossary throughout the rest of the day. Ollelito just always seems to do it online. Everyone has question marks of him, but he just seems to perform time and time again.
Absolutely, what a season he's having. Here comes Ollelito right now on the first chance of the game. Keep in mind that these FUT squads are full of all the recent promo items, including Team of the Season, maybe a few shapeshifters sprinkled into those teams. I mean, if you haven't seen that promo, where have you been? Some of those icon upgrades that have been made this year on FIFA 23 are going to be jumping into those teams. There's one man on your screen there, Pele, as a right midfielder. Big switch of play, finds Alphonso Davies. Pele, Ollelito still building his first chance. Here's R9, couple of step overs, looking for the first breakthrough. So one more pass, defended well by Msdossary. Just about gets his first real foothold on the ball. Quite interesting, Msdossary. About an hour ago, everyone was having lunch in the players area. Bear in mind, there's 64 players here. In a room, he was the only player there sitting down with his coach Enzo and just getting the games in, getting those extra matches in. I think he arrived quite late yesterday. So he's just been getting himself in the perfect mindset for this one. Is he offside, R9? No, he's not! And that's your first goal in the FGS playoffs. And it's gone the way of the Swedes. We said, watch out for the new shapeshifter promos. There's the first one we're going to see scoring just before the 20th minute mark. Pele, Ollelito leads by a goal to 0. I'm sure that won't be the only goal you can see or hear going in. Loads of matches taking place on the main stage and also backstage right now as we speak. Pele getting Ollelito off the mark here. You can't really say you're too surprised. Ollelito's just had so many more reps this year.
Speaking of huge players in the FIFA scene, got a few scores to keep you up to date with. Tex leading 1-0. Levy Finn 3-0 up against SR7. Berkey Lion 3-0 up as well. Fuma leading Montaxa 2-0 in an all-European affair. And Kalen from South Africa beating Antonio Radea as it currently stands, 2-1. Plenty of games ready to go. Sam Miller, we heard a shout from yourself. What is happening between Tuga and Oberon?
Yes, incredible start to the game from Tuga. Takes an early lead, 1-0. It's a first-time finish from Bellingham into the box. A clinical finish. He was slow with the build-up play, but he has managed to start on top in this game. It's 1-0 to Tuga.
Great finish as well with that green timing. Smashing it past the goalkeeper. Back into live action here. Ollelito leading 1-0, Brandon.
Yeah, Ollelito still so far in this one. 21 minutes played. Did make a FIFAe World Cup final last year, did Ollelito. Looking to make it back-to-back years for the Swede. 1 or 2 Swedes here at the Global Series playoffs. The other one plays tomorrow in Ollie Bolly. Building up nicely for another chance. Punch into the feet. There's the step over exit. Referee waves that one away. No chance for penalty shout there. Msdossary, on another day, may have found himself 2-0 down if that was given as a penalty there. Quite a strong tackle from De Ligt. I'm quite surprised, in fact. Quite a lot of Bundesliga top players in Msdossary's team, especially that back line.
Shouts all over the place. I heard one from Mike LaBelle. I heard one from Sam Miller. We'll get down the line. Right now, we're heading over to Mike.
And we've got just coast-to-coast goodness here. Ball roll, the classics. You reach, I teach, Umit with lots of space to work with. You think one and done? Not today. Definitely not. Goalkeeper out of position. There you go. You tap it home. And it's just beautiful work there. Maybe Correa showing a little bit of nerves, being a little too aggressive in that moment.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the slide tackle. I think Mike did him a little bit kind there. It's the first game of the day. Give it 4 more rounds. You're getting called out.
I mean, half-field slide tackle, we don't always see that. It's not that common in the competitive scene.
Ollelito still leading 1-0.
Yeah, back to this chance now. Could find a second, Ollelito. It's another strong tackle from Virgil van Dijk. That'll be that brand new shapeshifter. Only came out into the game not that long ago.
We did have a second goal, Sam. Which way did it go?
Oberon with the all-important equaliser. Moments after Tuga scored, it was Neymar with a lovely outside of the boot finish. He was playing around with it outside the box. He's managed managed to get that equaliser. Game on here, 1-0.
I think Ryan's going to be watching over.
Finish that is actually just on cue. Just on cue.
I'm about to say Ryan's not seen anything. He's watching the other games. We'll get to that goal very shortly indeed. Doss with a little chance there, Brandon.
Yeah, it's the best he's created so far. Msdossary went for that German cross into the box with Hullet just off target. Just a word on Samantha's game a second. That's a rematch of a quarter-final of the FIFAe World Cup last year.
Yep.
Tuga against Obrun. Obviously, it was Obrun that won that one last time out. No surprise, that's
Richard,
an action-packed game.
Richard, didn't you say that you didn't expect many goals in my game?
Like a full moon, I can be wrong once every 28 days. I'll tell you who's not wrong right now. That is Berkey Lion, 5-0 up.
5-0 after losing the virtual Bundesliga, what, a week ago?
5-0 up as it currently stands. Levy Finn 4-0 up.
Here's Msdossary, power shot with Hullet from distance in our featured matchup. Still 1-0 down. 4 minutes away from half-time.
We did have a goal, Ryan. Which way did it go?
Yep, came with Emre Yilmaz, again, symbolic of that corner technique with the Team Hullet boys there. Just played in straight in, and it's a simple finish across goal to give him the lead.
He scored so many corners as well in the E-Champions League, do you remember?
Exactly. I think it's something that they work on definitely behind the scenes with Renzo and everyone. They've got that unit to keep practicing those with.
Just seeing a few scores coming in. For anyone who's a Tex fan, 3-0 up as it currently stands against OS from Saudi Arabia. Stingray versus Kun, 1-1 as it currently stands. And Kun, believe it or not, he spent the last 4 or 5 days, I've not said this yet in rehearsals or anything. Mike, he were at a training camp. Where was he? In Europe. He flew over early to get some reps in. Where would you go?
I'm going to Team Hullet and
Correct. That's where he was. And it's 1-1 at the minute.
There's only one place to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few quick VOD replays here in this game. 1-0 as it currently stands. Brandon, you seen too much?
I mean, I've seen Ollelito having a lot of the ball, to be brutally honest. There hasn't been much from Msdossary. Had a power shot from the edge of the box. He attempted a German cross that didn't really trouble Van der Sar at all. So far, as expected, for being brutally honest, Ollelito, it's been all him so far.
If you are wondering at home, where's some of my favourites? Where's Danny Pitbull? Where's Ethan? Where are these players? They'll be coming in action tomorrow in the FGS playoffs, day 2. We've got Group C and D. Ryan, I heard a moan from down the desk.
I'm just going to wait, right?
Okay.
I'm going to give you a tease here. A Team Hullet goal.
Yeah.
What would you assume happened for it to go in?
The ball went in the back of the net.
The build-up play.
One touch. A German. Am I getting close?
Yo, you've got it. You
okay, I'm bang on.
It seems to be a goal that they always score. Of course, we'll see the replays of it, but every single time you see the triggered run, it's always going to lead to that ball in the box.
Mike, down the desk, how's the world champ getting on?
He's looking like himself. There haven't been that many opportunities. It's kind of a half where they're feeling it out a little bit. And then as we're getting into the second half here, it's going to be a matter of those adjustment period. But Omid defensively has been sound. No big errors, no big mistakes. Omid being Omid.
We're back underway. Msdossary trailing 1-0. 2 legs of FIFA, so plenty of time for the former world #1 to get back into the game. But Ollelito's relatively comfortable, would you say, Brandon?
So far, I mean, look, the stats at half-time may have argued that, but from what I've seen, Ollelito seems like he's been in the driving seat, long ball over the top, defended well by Hakimi. I think that the storyline with Msdossary that we're talking about here is he's been in Saudi for this whole FIFA season. Yes, he's had success out in Saudi in the Middle East, and he was the #1 ranked player. But how many reps has he had in Europe? It's a different play style here. You said, how many players from Europe are in the playoffs?
36, I believe.
More than half.
He, I can tell you actually, because I caught up with Msdossary.
Don't say he's been here for 2 weeks.
He flew in on the 15th.
More or less 2 weeks.
All right, okay. Maybe I'll be backing my point down then.
Sorry, Brandon.
Well, maybe he has been practicing against European players. Just forget I even said that one. Nearly 60 minutes played here. Ollelito still in the lead.
Few scores coming in at the bottom of the screen there. Antonio Redea leading 3-2 against Kalen. That's a cracking game. Berkey Lions 6-2 up. Kun versus Stingray 2-2. Between
it's a horrible mistake.
Those two players, Emre Yilmaz. I heard there's a horrible mistake. We'll get to it very shortly indeed. Which way's it gone? Has the Brazilian Capaldi got back in the game?
I don't think he'll be getting his sunglasses out anytime soon, will he?
Johnny from Germany, 2-2 against Paulo Neto.
There's a big chance here for Msdossary, defended again by Hakimi. Keep in mind, as we said, 2 losses and you are out. It's the end of your FIFA season. 2 wins, you're on the plane to the FIFAe World Cup. Msdossary, building again.
He's starting to play a bit better here, Msdossary, second half. I'll say that, gives the ball away. I'll keep out of it, Brandon. I'll let you, you take this game. We've heard a few shouts from down the desk.
Oh, Emre's too good, I will be honest.
Emre's too good is what we're hearing. Just watch this chance come in. Doesn't fall for Ollelito. Ryan, what's happening? We'll save that.
Yeah.
You can be quiet for now.
Bring him my way.
What's happening with Umit?
We got Umit with a release. You see a lot of these runs that he triggers kind of from the midfield. A little bit of a delayed run. Pele into space. Going to be able to work with that green time finish. Top corner, best corner, 2-0. You do not want to be going up against the champ as he's building in confidence and building on that lead.
Ryan, let's head on over to you. I mean, it was a very good performance so far. Talk me through it. Emre Yilmaz, is it 2-1? Is it 2-1 to Crepaldi? What's the score?
It's 4-0.
Oh, wow.
It's 4-0, and I'll be honest, Emre Yilmaz has been dominant. But to be fair, it's been compounded by a lot of mistakes from Crepaldi. I feel like maybe there's a slight element of nerves, but every time he tends to give the ball away in dangerous areas, so it's not looking good.
Sam, I'm not wrong all the time. We had a few early goals, but
I've been a bit quiet over here, I have to admit it. Okay, I was actually right in terms of these two very similar. They keep breaking each other out and cancelling each other out, sorry. One's going down one end, then the other, and they just can't manage to get many shots off on goal. So currently, as it stands, it is still 1-0, neither being able to really break the deadlock and get that lead. But it's been an entertaining end-to-end game, I have to say, but a bit of a slower build-up, which I alluded to earlier.
We've got 20 minutes left to play here. Back underway. Msdossary and Ollelito. Only the first leg of action, Brandon. Anything you've seen so far to give you hope about Msdossary?
I think he's building into the game, Richard. There's a chance for him now. Bellingham back to Mbappe. Msdossary's back. In control, he's back in London. And it took him a little bit of time to get going. No surprise you scored team of the season, Kylian Mbappe. What a baller that man is. 17 minutes left to be played here. There was a couple of tactical changes that were made before that goal, and it seems that they've made all the difference.
Speaking of Mbappe, someone on this desk packed him quite recently, didn't they?
Bring it my way. Best pack of the year. Maybe the best pack of my FIFA career.
It's been a long career as well, I can tell you that.
I don't think Mbappe was born when he started.
Oh, you've just been waiting to go at someone. Okay, we'll put you on a beach in Hawaii. Leave me alone.
I was about to see the fifth there for me.
Michael played the 2006 World Championships.
That's a fact. I was there. FIFA Interactive World Cup. We're throwing it back some years.
Msdossary, 15 minutes left to go here, Brandon. Ollelito, has he just took the foot off the gas a little bit?
Yeah, he's struggled to find his feet since Msdossary's changed a thing or two. He has got a chance now. And Ollelito is Hullet. Maybe for that German cross that was teased. Bellingham is in there, number 6 shirt. Back to Theo Hernandez. Wins a corner. Final 10 minutes to be played here of leg 1. Keep in mind, 2 legs of FIFA to be played in every game here at the Global Series playoffs. Bellingham back to Neymar. This is nice from Ollelito. Eventually, possession comes to nothing in the end, and Msdossary could just take his time.
Into the final few minutes of all our featured matches here. Nothing too much to report. Tex versus OS, that's a 3-0 after the first leg has finished. Nisat losing 3-1 against Daniel Zin. Chance here, Brandon.
Here we go, cut back. Or not. Needed Bruno Fernandes back of all people to defend it. Surely he came just off the bench for Ollelito.
Biggest scorer so far, Berkey Lion, 7-2 up versus DMS10. It's a very, very dominant performance, it has to be said.
I think he's just looking to build on the playoffs from last year, Berkey Lion. Wasn't the best performance. And he's 17 as well, Rich, and he's coming into a playoff and absolutely putting a few past his opponent.
The Peruvian struggling at the moment, it's got to be said. In DMS10, representing Inter de Lima. Final couple of minutes here.
Building for the last chance by the looks of it. And it looks like Ollelito.
Oh,
he's waiting for that final moment.
We'll get that from Mike very shortly indeed. Few gasps as we're heading to injury time. This final chance could be with Msdossary.
It's Marcus Rashford now. Msdossary looking for the last chance of the game, and he smashed a goal.
Wow.
It's a smash and grab from Msdossary.
Ryan's watching the other game.
That game's over.
Ryan's watching Msdossary. I mean, it's the last kick of the game. Is it a little bit poor from Ollelito to lose possession?
Absolutely. We all know from watching a lot of FIFA, when you build that last chance of the game, you've got to look after possession, don't you? You can't make one bad pass because a player like Msdossary will punish you, and he just has. Ollelito 2-1 down, but it's not done yet. Still a second leg to be played.
Still a second leg up for grabs. All our matches here on the main stage currently at half-time. As it currently stands, there's so many games taking place. We'll have the opportunity to speak to Mike, to Sam, to Ryan, and to Brandon about their respective games very, very shortly indeed. However, one man that we've not introduced as of yet is Kyle Walker. He's backstage, and look, I told you about a few of the names. Tex, we got Nicholas back there. There's players who I know you want to see. Kyle Walker, what's been happening behind the scenes?
Well, Richard, I mean, there's been plenty of goals and an incredible late finish there for you. But let me tell you here backstage, there's also been so many goals flying in left, right and centre. Update, you said it before, Tex, well, he has been scoring those goals. I'm going to let you in a little bit of a secret. It's nice being backstage here because we get to see a little bit of something that you guys won't get to see. And the viewers at home, Tex, he walked out of the room just behind me after that first leg. A sigh of relief right there. Maybe he's back. Is this his day? Can he progress through to that FIFAe World Cup? Well, he looks certainly on the road to be doing that. Let's go through some of the scores. Johnny against Paolo Neto. We know Paolo Neto's managed to achieve some incredible things over the years. 2-2 in that first leg. Emre Yilmaz continuing that winning form from the E-Champions League. That first leg, 4-0 right here. And then we'll move across, okay? We'll go into Group B. As I mentioned, Tex, he won his game. That first leg, 3-0. We've also got Tuga against Oberon. You guys were watching that one. Well, for me, I was keeping an eye on it as well. 1-1, as you saw. I'm not going to lie. Don't want to say it too loud because the players can hear me. I think one of those are going to go very, very far in this competition, okay? And we're looking at this. I need to give a bit of information because I didn't know, but one of the consoles, it wasn't on. I was confused. I was thinking, well, why is that? And where is Nicholas 99FC? Everyone's been asking. People want to be updated on what is happening with him. Well, he's got a bye through this first round. Unfortunately, his opponent couldn't make it through and be here at the playoffs in London. So Nicholas 99FC goes through with that bye. So if you're at home and you're wondering, where is he? We will see him in that upper bracket in the next round, okay? Come back to me a little bit later on. I know those second legs will be starting very, very soon. I'll keep you all updated. But for now, guys, stop it with Ryan's shirt. I quite like it, all right? It's very bright, and he doesn't usually wear those things, but look at his arms in it. He's looking big, all right? So, Ryan, I'm with you. Don't worry.
We've got somebody here.
Someone's got to like it, haven't they?
I'll send the bank transfer over later.
He's got sunscreen in his back pocket. I saw it.
Kyle Walker with all the updates. I mean, Kyle, great stuff as always. Tuga or Oberon are going to go find the competition. Great stuff. Great stuff. Guys, quick one. Mike, heading over to your game, the world champion. He's making it look pretty comfortable.
Structured, methodical, clinical, analytical. I could just continue the O's on the end of this apparently, but he's been what we expected him to be, and 3-0 going into the second leg looks more comfortable than ever.
Sam, do you see a winner in your game? It's tight, it's cagey at the minute.
Definitely hard to call, but I have to say, I feel like I was sold a dream. The first 2 goals went, and I thought, oh, the floodgates might open here. No goals since, but I'm seeing a defensive masterclass from both these players. So very defensively organised. I'm just hoping I see a winner.
Right, you may as well be on the beach with Emre Yilmaz at the minute in your game.
Just about to say that. To be honest,
looks so
switched off. I was paying attention to Brandon's game. Done and dusted. Emre's, he's on a different level right now. I'll be honest. We saw it in the E-Champions League. There's a reason why he won that. Coming through the loser bracket as well to reset the bracket. He's just on a rich vein of form and is going to me, I think he's a cert to qualify for the World Cup.
It might be a question that you've never had before, so it might be hard to answer. Emre is the best player in the world at the minute.
Yeah.
What sort of pressure would you be going in with, knowing that you're expected to qualify?
For him, I don't think there's tons of pressure. Weirdly enough, it's weird because when you're playing that well, of course, as you mentioned, there'll be a lot of pressure on your shoulders from outside sources thinking that you're expected to do well. But for him, he knows how good he is. If he performs his best, he seems calm and composed. We saw it in the E-Champions League. And even last year in the World Cup, top 4, I know it wasn't the trophy lifting that he would have liked to get, but in my opinion, that showed how good he is.
in a rookie season.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Incredible.
It's ridiculous. I just want to before you talk to me about my game, Nicholas is 1 win away from a FIFAe World Cup. He hasn't even picked up the controller yet. He got a buy in his first game. One win away.
I know you've said that because you want me to set you up for the stat. What would that mean if he was to
I wasn't
qualify?
actually going to say that. It basically would mean, Rich, that he's qualified for FIFA 17, 18, 19, 6 World Cups.
6 World Cups, never missed a beat.
You called that. He wanted the setup.
Yeah,
I see what you're doing there. He's like, hold on a minute. Before we talk about my game, give me some stat room stuff and capability.
Your game, Brandon. Obviously, we've been watching it. We've been keeping an eye with it. Just the rest of the panel, Msdossary versus Ollelito. Which way do you think this one's going to go? Mike, I'll start with you.
I don't want to be harsh on Ollelito. I believe in him getting a spot at the FIFAe World Cup. We talked about it before the show, but I think Msdossary has a statement he needs to make. I've heard questions, I've heard rumblings around the competition and the competitors saying, I don't know if he still got the juice. I heard that. That's not my opinion. I just hear them talking. This is a good way to say, hey, let me reintroduce myself.
Sam, what about yourself? Where do you see this game potentially being won?
I'll go opposite to you. I'm going to be a bit
We're sitting
controversial
close.
here.
I just want you, we're in range.
I am going with Ollelito. Listen, I saw what he did at the E-Premier League. The fact that he was runner-up the year before, then he had it in his mind, I need to go on and win this. He did exactly that. That says to me, nerves of steel. Ollelito comeback coming up.
Ryan, I'm not going to ask you that question.
Good.
Because you'd be sat right on the fence. What I am going to do is tell you a few scores that are coming in right now because there's some unbelievable score lines. And I'm going to get Ryan's opinion on it. Antonio Redea, 5-2 up on aggregate. Levy Finn, 4-1 leading. Berkey Lion is 8-2 up on aggregate. I mean, he's a player that... How important is momentum? He just finished runner-up at the Virtual Bundesliga, the last tournament that we had before the playoffs. Is that a credible asset to have, that momentum?
100%. I said it's a LAN event, so you've got that experience as well, playing in person against other players vying for the same goals as you. And to come out on top, or nearly come out on top, I should say, would give him a huge boost of confidence coming into it. And as you say, the momentum in his gameplay and his confidence is clearly being shown. Yeah,
we've just seen a few of these games. We're a couple of seconds from getting underway. The admins are telling me in my ear. Brandon, I'll finish with you. Msdossary versus Ollelito. I didn't ask a prediction. Is this going all the way, do you think? Extra time and penalties?
I think it could be. I mean, look, I came into this and I was just expecting Ollelito to really dominate because I didn't think Msdossary was here since the 15th of the month, but he is, and he has been. What a turnaround. But I still feel like Ollelito could take this.
Wow. After that late goal as well?
Yes.
Well, there you have it. That's Brandon Smith's opinion.
That's my predictions done for the weekend.
It got in early. I'm still waiting for you, Ryan. That fence is looking nice.
Ryan's got splinters at the moment. He's loving it so much.
Ask me on the 88th minute or so, then I'll give my input.
Yeah. You know what? I think Emre Yilmaz might win. I think Emre Yilmaz might qualify. Speaking of Emre Yilmaz, Ryan, this is his game right here. Crapaldi versus Emre. Talk me through what we're seeing here.
To be honest, obviously coming into the second leg, there hasn't been much. It's only been 7 minutes played. But in terms of the first leg performance from Emre, it's just completely dominant. As he builds up again, good save there from Crapaldi, but it's just been one-way fashion. And I feel as if Crapaldi needs to come back into this game, he needs to maybe change something in terms of tactical perspective.
And let's not take anything away from Crapaldi. To give you an idea, he's a
so
current
good.
world
He's so
champion
good.
right now with E-Nations. He looked amazing with E-Club, top 4 last year. This guy is coming off his best year easily in the competitive ecosystem of events and landscaping and qualification and result-driven. You name so many superlatives. I just want to do that to give you an idea of how good Yilmaz is right now.
Genuinely, as I said, I think he is the best player in the world right now, and I feel as if, I know, in my opinion, he's in the toughest group, in my opinion, to qualify for the World Cup directly through the winners bracket. Of course, he still would line up against the winner of Ollelito or Msdossary, but I genuinely believe, for me, he's a certainty to qualify.
Few scorelines just coming in at the bottom of your screen there. I'll keep you up to date with them. Johnny against Paulo Neto. That's a 4-3 win as it currently stands for Johnny. Montaxa and Fuma. That's a great game. 2 European giants, the Frenchman and the Italian. 4-2. Montaxa is leading. We're going to head on over to the world champion, Umut, in action. And Mike LaBelle, I believe you're going to keep us up to date with that. Just before we get there, I'll give you one for free. Tex 4-0 up.
Oh my God, hold on a minute. What is going on?
Yeah, we watch. This is a joke.
Game over.
Power shot that.
It's been done. It's been done, Brandon.
But I think it's game over now.
The power shot, the
Game
green
over.
time across the face of goal, of course, into the bottom corner from Emre Yilmaz, and it's
Not a lot of loft on that.
No, barely. And I feel as if it's a
like me at
mountain.
six
It was
aside.
a mountain to climb already, but I feel as if for me that cemented it. I'd be shocked if he concedes 5. I just don't see it. I don't see a turnaround happening.
Jude Bellingham looks nice in the Real Madrid. We'll get to see that a bit next year. 5-0 for the man representing Team Hull, the current E-Champions League
We're loaded in. We're loaded in for the big one.
champion. We'll be getting back to Msdossary very shortly indeed. Just a quick one from a number of the other games. Mike, how's Umit getting on?
Or just getting kick-started into the second leg. You've got Umit, of course, in the dark kits. You've got the white kits from Korea. In the first leg, I know it's 3-0. It wasn't full of a lot of chances. It was all about efficiency.
Oh, go!
As you see Umit
Go!
working here. Pele outside of the box, cutting inside, not quite Varane with the interception.
So we jump back to our featured matchup here. There's been a goal between Tuga and Obram. We'll get Sam's reaction from it very, very shortly indeed, and we'll see that goal as it went in. But we are underway in the second leg in our featured game here, Brandon.
Yeah, here's Ollelito with one of his first chances of the game. Keep in mind, he went 1-0 up in 20 minutes in that first leg, and then Msdossary, 2 goals in 15 minutes was enough to put former FIFAe World Cup champion in front.
Which way has it gone, Sam?
It's gone Tuga's way once again. He gets the opening goal in this game, 1-0. And who else but Mbappe, 5-star rated. Again, it was a first-time finish into the box. Clinical, a lovely finish from Tuga. And he once again takes a lead, 1-0 in this second leg.
Right, are you watching other games again?
Great goal there from Tuga. That's a great goal.
As we jump back on board with Ollelito and Msdossary. It's the tightest of the game so far, it's got to be said. I mean, we've got 2-2-1s currently.
Here comes Msdossary now. Hullits, Van der Sar, you be careful. Bonzo Davies just about takes the pressure off Ollelito playing in no man's land there. Gets himself out of that spot of bother. Another day, Msdossary could find himself 3-1 up.
There was a 4th goal between Umit and Eze Correa. We'll get which way it's going to go very, very shortly indeed. Was it Umit going 4-0 up? Was it Eze Correa getting one back? Mike, which way did it go?
Umit, and it's going to be done and dusted. I tried to get a handshake from Ryan Pessoa, but he wasn't going to give me the handshake.
He doesn't want your pen,
Both of our
Ryan.
games are done and dusted. He's trying to give me the pen. I don't want the pen. Goalkeeper movement gone wrong. Umit's added to it. He's moving on to the next round. He's keeping his lives. What else is new?
Yeah, what a player. Just having a look at some of the scores coming in right now.
The pen for? I can see one in front of me.
It's carnage on the desk right now, what you can't see. What I can tell you, one player who is causing carnage to DMS 10 is Berkey Lyon, because he's just hit double figures. He's
Stop it! Stop it! We got to have a talk with him. I hope Kyle gets an interview.
11. Just say
It's
he's just scored an 11.
unnecessary. It's unnecessary at this point.
Yeah, it's a masterclass from Berkey Lyon. He'll be one player that the rest of the competition is fearful of. Ollelito, Msdossary, 20 minutes gone here, Brandon. Anything really that you've seen?
I mean, Msdossary looking to build up against his back 5. You can see Ollelito that is very much structured. Still no goals or really any chances to talk about so far in this game. Massive switch of play. We'll find one of Alfonso Davies. Does get round his man. Here's Ollelito now looking to build. Pele. Back to Mbappe. Pele again. That shapeshifter boost. That was a right midfielder who's already proven what he can do in these teams. Back 2 goals in that first leg as the possession changed. Msdossary looking to squeeze the one through, defended well by Ollelito.
We have got another goal here in the Umit Eze Correa matchup. It went to Eze Correa, Mike.
He's got himself a lifeline. He needs to add at least another before halftime, just so you don't have to push
Does he have
all
a
the
chance?
bodies forward. Anything's possible. I just can't see Umit blowing this type of lead. I just can't.
Talking about blowing leads, we've just got a goal back in this game.
Hello, come back.
Comeback's on.
Ryan's just picked his pen up and gone, oh! My game's still up.
I need to look at it now.
Well, we can see that goal. It came from the penalty spot, Ryan.
Yeah, it was a late tackle there from Emre Yilmaz, giving away the penalty down the middle from Crepaldi. Still a little way to go into this, but again, he needs 4 goals relatively quickly.
We just saw on the left-hand side there, Brandon. Huge
Unbelievable
chance.
goalkeeper movement from Msdossary. It was a clean chance for him to find an equaliser for Ollelito. Incredible goalkeeper movement from Msdossary, keeping him in this game, still at 0-0.
Some big, big results scrolling through the bottom of the screen. That ball's always going to fall through to Van der Sar. Johnny, 6-3 up against Paulo Neto. That's Paulo Neto down in a loser's bracket as it currently stands with only 1 life remaining. That is a real tough matchup for anyone who goes up against him.
Especially for Johnny, Rich, came through the play-ins. The last chance saloon to get to the playoffs. There was only 4 spots for that. And he's just showing exactly what he can do.
That's going to be XR7 against Paolo Neto, as it currently stands, if that matchup does go the way that we think it might. Heard a shout from down the desk. Mike LaBelle is making noises.
Oh, it's so tasty. It is a beautiful thing.
We'll get your thoughts on it. Was it an Eze Correa comeback? Are we looking at a 4-2 scoreline, or is it 5-1? I'll get that down to you just as Msdossary builds up.
Bellingham, Mbappe. What a tackle that is from Virgil van Dijk.
Oh, that's beautiful. Now you're making noises too. It's pure filth. You look at the build-up play. You got an elastico on the outside of the box. I might do some foreshadowing. I don't mind. Just wait for it. A nutmeg of all nutmegs, and then the finish.
Oh,
That's beautiful.
Roasted, toasted. It's done. It's remixed and moving on.
job done
Job done.
for it has to be said. Such a consistent performer has once again, just making things look pretty comfortable for him. As we approach half-time in all our featured games here on the main stage.
Minimal chances, Rich, but just 2 clutch moments. A massive tackle from Van Dijk, as you saw on the stream, and then off-stream, you didn't see it. Goalkeeper move from Msdossary. Look, you're looking at 2 players at the top of their game right now. Nothing to separate them, really, still.
Let's head down. Sam, I've not come to you in a little while.
I know.
Still 2-1?
I've been very quiet. My second half has already kicked off. Tuga's still winning 1-0. He has been the player on top. And Tuga's just taking his time with it. He's just passing the ball around nicely. He's got a chance here. Kimi out wide. And he's really taking his time. He's almost tried to pass it into the net. It's not paid off. And now he's with a corner. But Oprah needs to get himself back in the game. He needs to find that equaliser.
What's so important about that match that Sammy is watching, it's in the same 4 bracket as Stingray as well, who great performance last year. Stingray has only just taken the lead against Kun, 3-2, potentially looking at a huge matchup down in a loser's bracket if Kun can upset the odds and beat Stingray, right?
Yeah, and even if Stingray wins his game and ends up matching against Tuga, they have a lot of history.
Oh.
Tuga comes out on top genuinely every single time.
Yeah.
And I know Stingray won't be happy to play that, but maybe it's his day today to overcome Tuga. But again, every game in this competition is tough.
Well, it's a Club World Cup rematch,
Yeah,
as well from the final last year. Sam, what happened?
I've just seen the equaliser. I think Oprah must have heard me. I said he needs to get an equaliser soon. He's just got it. Neymar with a lovely finesse. Lovely stuff. That was beautiful. And there it is, that all-important equaliser. Game on. Let's take another look at it. It was an immaculate finish. And what a game we have here. It has been close. It's had twists and turns. And it is a very tight matchup between these 2 players.
Give me a hand clap on that one. Good work there.
I love the player lock as well.
It's the setup that starts that with the player lock movement, the extra pass, the overlapping run, hitting the near post.
We are back underway. Second half of action. Ollelito and Msdossary back into the hands of Brandon Smith.
Yeah, if Msdossary could hold this one out for another 45 minutes. He'll be 1 win away from a FIFAe World Cup. Cannot forget back when he won it. The following year, he made the grand final. Consistency like no other. Here's Pele. Defended well again by Virgil van Dijk and Msdossary. Just all in order. You saw at half-time, maybe, Richard, 68% possession to Msdossary. You can understand how he's trying to see this game out.
Oh, absolutely. Just keeping it calm, keeping it under control. He's managed games in the past, and that's what he's looking to do right here.
Would you, gentlemen, consider this an upset? I know we never say that, but Msdossary beating Ollelito is an upset.
No, too much disrespect on Doss, man. Too much. I think
Not me over here. I didn't sit on the fence.
A lot of games that I'm seeing right here, you can see the results and the fixtures coming in at the bottom of the screen. Huge margins separating them. On the desk, we've got 2 games that are really tight. Tuga and Oberon, and also this match that you're seeing on the screen right here, Ollelito and Msdossary. We do have another match, Brzeziec versus Juval. Juval, the #1 seed in Europe, 3-3 as it currently stands. That will be a huge shock. I'll keep you up to date with that one because I know there'll be a lot of people wanting to see how Juval does proceed in this tournament.
Here's Msdossary. Looking for a third. It will certainly give him some breathing space. Alphonso Davies trying to get this attack moving. Mbappe will turn and unfortunately turn into traffic of Virgil van Dijk. That brand new shapeshifter outfit. I think we always say this about Msdossary. We always sit here around this time of the year. We don't hear from him, we don't see him, and then come this time of the year, he pops up at the playoffs.
Eze Correa versus Umut, another goal, Mike.
And you see the running offensive player into the middle of the pitch, gives you more options. It's still a lot to do. It's still a 3-goal spread, and the clock's starting to become your biggest enemy.
There's one, game on.
Here's a chance. Back to this featured matchup now, Musiala. Just can't get that one under control. Ollelito's trying his best to break down this defensive line of Msdossary, but still just edging closer and closer towards his first win here.
Speaking of edging towards a win, few full times to keep you up to date with. Berkey 11-2 win, full time. Montaxa 5, Fuma 2. Antonio Adea 9-3 win against Kalen. Levy Finn 6-1 victory. Stingray 4-2 full time against Kun. And Damien beating Blastic 4-1. All the other matches still in play. Our 4 featured games. Mike, Sam, Ryan and Brandon will be keeping you up to date with the late drama, if there is any, on the main stage.
I have to say, there's not too much going on in my game, but some of the passing and the switching of play is just spectacular to watch. It's just that extra pass going on, and neither are able to get that winner yet. I'm hoping to see one soon.
If not, we're going to extra time.
Very true. I mean, Tuga is edging it. I feel a goal coming.
This one, Ollelito has got a pause cued. He's not happy about something. Looking for some sort of tactical change. Time's not on his side now. Final 20 minutes of this one. As it stands, Msdossary is going to be one win away from another FIFAe World Cup outing.
Goal!
Big moments between Tuga and Oberon. We can bring you that goal very, very shortly indeed. Ollelito coming forward.
We might have an equaliser before that, though. Here's Pele now for Ollelito. Oh, it's a terrible touch.
Pause cued. Someone sound a klaxon because we've got an upset already. This is Umut versus Eze Correa here. This isn't the upset I was talking about. Ryan's jaw is about to hit the floor. Brešek's 4, Yuval 3. Yuval, the #1 seed from Europe. Not dropped a game in Swiss. He went 6-0 every single qualifier. He is now down in the losers bracket in a massive game. 4-3. Brešek's win.
Confirm? You sure? I'm stunned with that, I'll be honest. I genuinely had Juvabeli as the guaranteed player to make the World Cup, and that's a massive upset.
And this was that shout here, Sam, between Oberon and Tuga.
Well, I did say a goal was coming. I thought it was going to be Tuga's way, but it is actually Oberon, and it's R9 powered it into the back of the net, into the corner. It was a lovely, splendid finish we're seeing, and it is Oberon that now has the edge. 2-1 to Oberon here.
And you're not happy if you're Tuga there. You stood him up. You're in the right place at the right time. Maybe a little unfortunate
of course, yes,
on recovery.
Yeah. I wonder who celebrated more there, Stingray or Oberon for that one. I'm sure Stingray's the most happy on.
I think Stingray cued a pause. He took a moment.
This is live action, if you are wondering, here between Eze Correa and Umut. The Argentine just not really being able to get things moving against the world champion in Umut. No player has ever gone back-to-back at the FIFAe World Cup. Umut looking to break the curse. As we do go into another pause here between Ollelito and Msdossary. 15 minutes left to play. Ryan, your game's pretty much over. I can see you glancing over.
Yeah, I'm sort of just taking a scan around the room, see what the other games are out there unfolding. This one, again, we saw 2 goals from Grapau. There's currently 6 goals to 2, 2-2 in this game. But in my opinion, it's just been one-way fashion, and Grapau left it a little bit too late to try and get back into this game.
And an update in this match, I think Correa's just going to run out of time. He looked a lot better in the second leg. This far as I can hear something's coming from Sam. But I'd wrap this up. Umut's moving forward, as we said earlier.
Sam. Goals galore. This game's burst into life. The last time we saw, it was Oberon with the chance. Is it the Italian or is it the Portuguese? We'll get the confirmation in a few moments' time as we jump into the final 10 minutes. Ollelito chasing a goal.
Yeah, they paused the game enough times between the two of them to make Any final few changes? Ollelito chasing for a goal here and away back into the tie. Could this be his chance now? Again, it's Virgil van Dijk here, there and everywhere at the back for both of these two. Can Msdossary, though, pinch a goal on the break? Ollelito playing such a highlight naturally as he's trying to go for this game, and Cuckoo comes onto the pitch just to add a little bit more energy. Here's Mbappe now. This is Msdossary still just trying to suck more and more time out the game. Last 7 minutes in.
Just as we have a quick glance across, is that full time, Ryan, in Emre Yilmaz?
Yep, game done. Emre Yilmaz advances to the next stage of the winners bracket. That puts him 1 win away from qualifying for the World Cup, and of course, it means that Capaldi drops into the loser bracket, so he loses one of his lives.
I do have to apologise as well.
Wait a minute. Or not.
I'll go. Yuval versus Brzezic wasn't full time.
I see. Are you sure?
4-4.
Yeah, of course.
I read the graphic wrong. I don't need to have a trip to the spectacle shop. I don't think I've ever called it that in my life.
Well,
Brandon,
let's
which
close
way
this
do you
one
see
out
it
for
going?
a minute. I think Msdossary has got this one wrapped up. A 0-0 second leg, but a clutch ending to his first leg. We may not see much of him in Europe since last year's playoffs, where it was heartbreak against Lamps. This time out, he is back in London. He was 1-0 down, and he's 1 win away from getting back to FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals, like we know he has done in past times. Ollelito, though, we can say he's had a great season. He's an elimination FIFA now. 1 game away, 1 defeat away from his FIFA season being over.
Well, we've got full times across the board here on the main stage. We'll give you all the results and all the updates as it currently stands. However, as the right-hand side of your screen, players have been losing lives. I'm very, very fascinated to see what's been happening behind the scenes as well. We'll be joining up with Kyle very shortly indeed. Mike, just a quick one. Dominant performance.
Omid got the job done. Yilmaz got the job done. But the other 4 competitors, Msdossary, we just saw Ollelito, Oberyn, and also Tuga. I expect them all to go through, and 2 of them, they've already lost a life. 1 step, foot out the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Walker is back behind the scenes. Kyle, what's been happening?
Well, guys, plenty of action still happening here backstage. You might be able to hear some of the players. They've exited the room and they're actually out here now all trying to figure out their next plans, whether they're in the losers bracket, whether they're in the winners bracket, who they'll face next and what they will have to change if they want to remain in the competition or if they can get that second win and make their way to the FIFAe World Cup. Let's have a look through at some of those results right here. Tex, a man that I said after that first leg, after he won 3-1, came out here with a sigh of relief. He has breezed through after winning that second leg on aggregate 5-2. Another one, we talked about Nicholas before. Brilliant stat, by the way, all right. I don't like the way that, Richard, you're throwing shade on everyone, okay. Brandon, great stats, okay. Nicholas was out here. He joined me. He looked super calm, collected, because obviously he had that bye in that first leg. 1 more win can get him through to that FIFAe World Cup. Paulo Neto, 2-2 against Johnny in that first leg. Paulo Neto drops down into that losers bracket after losing to Johnny 7-4. Who would have expected it? All right, and we had plenty of goals. Antonio Radea, 9-3, that one ended, and the goals didn't stop there. You hinted at it before, Richard. Berke Lion, well, he managed to get 11 in the end. He won 11-2 in that one. Goals, goals, goals back here. I'm enjoying it. I'm not going to lie. I've got more pieces of paper, I think, than Brandon has. My desk is set up. Come back to me later on. I'm getting the inside scoop. I'll be telling you what's happening, who's happy, who's sad, who's scoring all the goals, and I'll see you later on.
Thank you very much for that, Kyle.
He doesn't have a desk.
He doesn't know that.
0% chance that he has a desk.
What I can tell you on the desk is Brzezic versus Yuval went to penalties. Brzezic won on penalties, so I was correct all along. I just read ahead. That's all. Yuval goes down to the losers bracket. He's got 1 life remaining. We've got a bit of time, guys. Let's have a debrief of what we just saw there. Ryan, I'll start with you.
Yeah.
Emre Yilmaz.
One-way fashion. I'll be honest, it was a dominant game. I mentioned many times, I felt as if the game ran away from Crepaldi early on. I thought he had a foothold in the game, scored a lot of goals. A lot of mistakes, though, in fairness, from Crepaldi. He sort of gave the game away, in essence. And I felt as if maybe it was just a bit of first game rust, maybe a bit of nerves. I don't know what really factored into that performance, but he needs to bounce back and bounce back quick.
Yeah, bounce back ability, something that's so underrated in the best FIFA players. Sam, I'll come over to you. It burst into life in the end, it's got to be said. How impressed were you in the end from Oberon to get over the line?
It really did come to life, that game, and I was super excited to do the goal update because it's not often Rudiger burst forward and scored, and that sealed the win for Oberon. And what a turnaround. I mean, he was 1-0 down in both legs. He managed to turn things around, and I love that comeback ability from him. So he's done extremely well, and it was a very defensive game, so I didn't expect him to score 3 goals.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Tuga, for so long, Mike, clean sheets.
To forge comebacks twice against Tuga, that really just as a statement never happens pretty much in the competitive community. If there's anyone building on that momentum, and then just what you said with Yilmaz, everyone has a plan. You've seen that famous quote, until you get punched in the mouth, Mike Tyson. When everybody's playing perfectly until you got to go sit in front of Yilmaz. Yeah. I've never seen a player so offensively gifted, and you're under pressure the complete totality of a matchup.
Absolutely, and his next game,
Msdossary. Tell me. Yes, there we go.
I'm sure we'll be keeping up to date with it. What we can do right now, we can show you the best moments from our first selection of games. There's some cracking goals, there's some great moments, and there's some game-winning highlights right here. This is what you might have missed if you are just joining us at the FGS playoffs. Mike, we'll start down with you. Ubit versus Eze Correa. You were watching this game.
This is the 3rd goal, first leg. Extra pass, Mbappe steps through it, cross the body, not an issue, not a problem, never second guessing. And an Elastico with the nutmeg outside of the boot. It makes me feel really special inside. Just throwing it out there. The energy was right. You heard me making all sorts of different noises.
Sam, onto your game next. Tuga versus Oberon. Maybe not as many goals, but just as much hype.
Well, Oberon was able to equalise with this cracker of a goal outside of the boot. You love to see it. And Oberon, the comeback was on. He managed to do it. And Tuga, he had possession often in the game, but wasn't able to capitalise on it.
Ryan, we didn't really see you much.
No quick goal. It was done early on.
It was an Emre Yilmaz masterclass, it's got to be said. Brandon, these are the scenes that no one wants to see, and this is what's happening right now. These are the players who are on the edge of being eliminated. Yuval, the #1 seed in Europe, Kalen, Crepaldi, Fuma, Ollelito, Paolo Neto. There's some huge FIFA players that are potentially on the cusp of their FIFA 23 season being over. This is the moment where you have to play well. Talk about bounce back. Ollelito, he faced Msdossary, now he is going down to the loser's bracket. Must win game.
And some of the other competitors he could go up against there, maybe you didn't expect him to be that position, but Ollelito, if there's anyone that has the mentality, he's one of those guys. He's one of those players that has the experience, has the expectation, has the coaching staff, and now he's going to have to go up against the world champion Crepaldi. We're talking about those 2v2s in the E-Nations. Maybe the battle of the best of the 2v2s.
Msdossary versus Emre Yilmaz for a chance at the FIFAe World Cup, one of those 24. Johnny versus Levi Finn will be there. One of those two players. Great performance from Johnny, came through the play-ins. I was watching every step of the way, and to go from the play-ins, getting 4 out of 64 to be 24 out of 64, sounds pretty good going, it's got to be said. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the matches do start to take shape. Any of those favourites games that you want to see? It's not been confirmed yet. What do you want, Mike?
Yeah, I want the Msdossary Yilmaz matchup. Are you kidding me? Circle the calendar. Honored to have that matchup, and it's a deciding matchup.
No, it is. Ryan, anything that you want in?
I'll take any. There's no real pressure.
Ryan watches so Sam's game. I'm
watching every single game, genuinely. But honestly, I probably want to see Berkelayan because he scored 11 goals in his first game. So I'll be interested to see. I believe he plays, is it Berche? I think you pronounce it.
Brecix,
yeah. So I want to see that game because that's going to be a tough one, just defeating Yuval Belli as well. So that's going to be an interesting game.
We will have the Iceman in action as well. Nicholas stepping up to the mark. He's going to be taking on Ajit Power in his qualifying games. I'm sure we'll get a sense of what Nicholas and Tex has on the line. This is the second round of games from the B group. As you can see, Ajit versus Nicholas, Damien versus Umit, Stingray Oberon, that's a great game. And Tex versus Daniel Zinn in the upper bracket. Down to the lower bracket, you've got one life remaining. Tuga, Azei Correa, and Karim is back. Nisat down there as well. What have called that one, Brandon?
No, absolutely not. Some crazy knockout games there. As you said, Tuga from a top 8 last year in the World Cup to potentially not even making it. But some of the new players, as we said, that are going to make their first ever FIFAe World Cup, especially now this year, there's 8 spots left. There's only 24 spots left at the World Final. So there's some stories already building.
Yeah, stories already starting to take shape here at the FGS playoffs. We hope you enjoyed round 1. It's got to be said, some of those games, some of those moments, absolute electricity is being built here in London. Don't go anywhere. Players will be going home. Players will be qualifying after this very short break.
Right now I love Declan Rice way more than my unborn baby. My fortunes are always hiding, but I've been going on golden lately. I rise above hate like Suchek on your defender. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to win, there's no hidden agenda. I'm due to blow but properly, not no 5th of November. Guy Fawkes ain't chatting to Tom, you can check what you want, I'm a don like Repka. Student of the game, but you can never give me a lecture. Ruthless when I aim, find out if you step in my sector. Step into this den here, you won't find an investor. You'll just feel the flame of the dragon. They can't handle the way that I'm at them. Got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden. Got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden.
They are two of the biggest names to ever grace the game. Every fan of competitive FIFA knows their names, and I've watched in wonder at some of the incredible moments this duo have treated us to over the years. But there's a difficult question that has kept popping up in recent times. Is the Tex and Msdossary era over? I believe the answer is yes, but it's not that straightforward. I think it's safe to say that there is still hunger within Tex to be the best player in the world. Huge performances at the EA Sports Cup and E-Premier League are a testament to that.
We know what Tex can do from across. He crosses it all the way over to number 10.
We'll never see a FIFA player have as good as a season as Tex did in FIFA 19, as he won over 7 trophies and $250,000 in winnings. But the jewel in the crown, the FIFAe World Cup, has always eluded him, and without it, it feels like his story isn't complete. But what about the Saudi sensation Msdossary? Msdossary is an E-World Cup champion and has won multiple FUT Champions Cups. He's without doubt one of the most consistent players of the last 5 years and featured in back-to-back grand finals at the FIFAe World Cup. But both of these FIFA giants have faced some challenges in the last 2 years. Since FIFA 21, Tex has struggled to find that extra 10% to get him over the line and win trophies. For Msdossary, since the introduction of the 2v2 format, we haven't seen him perform at his best, with underwhelming performances at both the EA Sports Cup and Team of the Season Cup. So what's allowed the chasing pack to catch up? Is it the format, a lack of opportunity to compete against the best players in the world, or is it just a new wave of FIFA talent with a desire to knock them off the top? Their legacy will forever be part of FIFA history. They are legends of the competitive scene, but the dominance of past years just seems to be over. I hope they prove me wrong.
Well, who let Brandon Smith cook? Is the Tex and Msdossary era over?
I was a yes. I heard a yes. So I have to say he was stirring. I didn't know
Someone had
that
to stir
Brandon
the
could
pot.
stir over.
I mean, look,
Might need security later on.
we've got to answer the question. Mike, is it?
I got some follow-up questions. Are we just basing this off the FIFA 19 text? Or I even think Msdossary, where people are saying he's not what he once was. A lot of this is 2v2. I just think he's selfish with the silverware. He wasn't sharing it with the 2v2 partnership. Now he's back to 1v1 goodness, maybe 1v1 greatness. Let's wait and see. We had a couple-year period where a lot of things were online. He's an in-person player. I don't like the disrespect.
Same.
I don't like
even
the
think
disrespect.
I don't think there's a conversation.
You're getting no more hugs. They're not featuring on your TikTok or any more of your videos. It's done.
How did the playoffs go last year?
Oh.
All right, I know we didn't.
But look, someone has to just make. Look, I think there's a lot to go into on that. It's not a case of like, I said, hope they prove me wrong. Please do. But I think there's a number of factors here. The format. Have we seen Msdossary want to move to Europe? He doesn't need to. He's a chairman of an esports organisation and he's won an E-World Cup.
Yeah, but he's not. He was never in Europe when he won all those other.
Sure. But how does his level compare?
He's red. He's red in the face.
Europe?
He's backtracking.
I'm just gonna kick back here. I'll let you four crack on.
I think
the fake collar Brandon is different.
I think there just hasn't been enough LAN events for him to showcase his ability. He's here now, and I think, as you said, he still needs to prove it that he's still got the hunger and the ability. But I believe him and Tex, for me, have solidified their legacy, and I still think they've got it.
So the question I am going to ask as well, I'm just going to stir it a little bit more. Tex has been grouped at both E-World Cups. Was the Tex era a one season?
No.
Oh, Rich is
That's
calling him a
so
one
rude.
season wonder.
Look, this is the real question to answer, all right? Are they done winning is kind of what you're asking.
No.
I feel like that's what the video is. I don't believe either of them are done winning. I think they still are going to win a world title, whether it's this year or future years to come. That's the statement. I don't think they're done winning. Therefore, I still put them at the upper echelon of the FIFA God tier, or wherever you want to do in terms of
How
status.
can you have an era if you've won a trophy? Say if he does win it in 4 years' time, from an E Champions League Invitational in FIFA, what was it, 20?
Which Ryan nearly got invited to.
You must play that as well.
to whatever
I
year.
think Msdossary
All right,
is.
hold
I'm going to call him the GOAT. He's won 2 world champions. I think he's
that's
incredible.
We've got a long shot. That's a completely different conversation.
Yeah.
There's a
Start that
player
one.
on that screen right there.
This is deep rooted right now.
There's a
on a minute.
player who's Argentinian who's standing up in that
I
conversation.
agree with what Brandon was saying in terms of, all right, Tex hasn't won the World Cup, right? Fair enough. He's won everything else. Okay, other than E-Nations as well, right? And the World Cup. Okay, I might be working on your argument here. No, but I still believe that he doesn't necessarily have to win that to be considered as one of the best. Look at what he done.
He's one of the best.
No, we're talking about the
but
future now. Present to future.
But you can't call that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I still believe both of them will win individual or collaborative titles. Therefore, I still think they're on the
Will
right
they win an
pathway.
E-World Cup?
You don't know that, though.
I think they're winning. One of them is going to win another E-World Cup. Or, well, I guess for Msdossary a second. That's where I'm at. I don't care. I'll go on record. Sign me up. Here, save this clip and you can put it out elsewhere. I want handshakes and hugs from all of you when I'm right.
I'm happy to go on the record right now and say Msdossary won't win the World Cup this year.
What? I think that's ridiculous. I'm not saying that.
You've just spent 25 minutes talking about Emre Yilmaz.
No, I get it, but you can't call that. FIFA's a game where it's like.
I have called it.
Look, we have Emre Yilmaz, yes. We have Msdossary. We've got Ollelito. We've got all of these players who are good enough to win it. But I don't think you necessarily have to be the best player to win the World Cup. FIFA 19, Tex was the best. Did he win it? No. This year, Emre Yilmaz is the best. That doesn't mean for me he's guaranteed to win the World Cup.
I blame all this on Brandon. That's all I'm doing right now. That's my takeaway. It's Brandon's fault. We were doing great before this.
I've created the combo.
Get a bit heated.
To that point, though, for Tex being that, where's that 10%, the extra 10% that he has been missing? Is it just not his day sometimes? Is it?
I feel like as if, for me anyway, I was even looking at some of the clips there from the highlight reel from Tex. When you look at the goals he was scoring in FIFA 18, for example, or they were great goals at the time. We look at it and think, all right, I think he's increased the skill level for the general consensus of competitive FIFA. I feel as if the goals he was scoring, no one else was scoring back then. And I feel like that's sort of helped to increase the level. And now you've got the newcomers as well who have sort of jumped straight into that higher skill level.
That's the biggest part of it. I think the format and the new wave of talent, there isn't as many opportunities.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's already made a final this year. If he wins that final, then how does this work for your point? I don't know. What do you have to do for Brandon here to make Brandon be on your side? What do you got to do? This is this year. We watched it. We commentated. We talked about it. You could have argued maybe a little bit better luck and they would have won that final.
100%, yeah.
The question was, is the era over?
I'm saying no.
I think we are seeing a new E-World Cup champion this year.
How long's a piece of string? Same question.
4 inch. I think if you look at the quality that we have right now, Anders Verga, Emre Yilmaz.
Nicholas has still not won that World Cup.
And the next question. Why is it only Tex and Msdossary? Nicholas.
No. I agree with you here. I know that people don't really talk
he's
about
above them both.
Ooh.
Well, there you have it.
I rate Nicholas as one of the best. For me, actually, he's amongst that. He's up
Nicholas is in that same conversation.
100%.
For me, all day, every day of the
100%.
week.
Yeah,
we didn't
same.
hear that mentioned in Brandon's voiceover.
Nicholas is ridiculous.
It's on the next one.
Where does Nick? Okay, good.
It's got a Nicholas piece coming up in 15 minutes.
Coming.
Well, we can pick up this conversation. Let us know online. I'm sure the Twitch chat
My DMs are full now.
in between the claims is all talking about this right here. We've got some games. Speaking of Tex, he is taking on a 17-year-old Brazilian named Daniel Zin in the next round, representing R10. Ryan, there's often a phrase, the Brazilians are dangerous in FIFA esports because people will come out of nowhere and surprise.
Yep, exactly. I remember back in the days, not as far back as Mike. We're talking about Rivaldo in his days. I'm talking about Resende coming into the scene as well. They always have the players that sort of come out of the woodwork from nowhere. We've also got, there's so many Brazilian players. I think their scene and their region, in my opinion, is just as strong as Europe. I'm going to go on a whim and say that I genuinely believe they're just as good. And as we were saying, in terms of the players that can showcase themselves, Daniel's a perfect example. I saw him a couple of weeks ago, funnily enough, and he's a quiet person, but he believes in his ability.
Brazil's got 7 players here.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I was going to say, I'd go even farther than that. I would say Brazil's the best nation that we have. You give them more slots, watch them work.
Yeah, it's up there, in my opinion, with like Germany, you've got France, of course you've got the UK, I'm slightly biased, but we've got like Tex here.
Italy, 7 players from Italy, yeah?
Italy is incredible as well. Netherlands. We can really sort of reel off many nations, so it's...
Look, surprise, loads of good people play FIFA.
Yeah. But I think Brazil sort of get, not disrespected, but they don't get the levels of appreciation that the other European nations get.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think Argentina as well. When you look
you
at...
guys are just naming every country here.
No. He's got a special relationship with Argentinians, okay?
Spain are quite good. Let's focus on the games that the 4 of you are going to be watching in particular, because there's some great games in there, Brandon. We've got 3 elimination matches, and then Back the Bell has the qualifying game. Brandon, let's start with yourself, because people have got to go. Unfortunately, people have to be eliminated.
This is a season-ending matchup. Ollelito against Crapaldi. One of them will not be
That's surprising.
At the FIFAe World Cup, and it'll be the end of the road. If it's end of the road for Ollelito, that'd be a big shock.
I don't know if you had written this into the contract that you're only allowed to watch Ollelito today, but that's 2 games in a row.
I'm not complaining.
Where you've featured him. What went wrong for him in the first round against Msdossary? Did Msdossary just click into gear?
Clicked into gear, then second game, just controlled it. Just controlled it. There was only 2 chances in that whole game, Richard. It was a bit of goalkeeper movement from Msdossary and a massive clutch tackle. But for a FIFA match to be 0-0, pretty uncommon.
And just before we get onto your game, Ryan, you can see here behind us all these players. All Group A, all Group B. There's some surprising names that are down to 1 life. In particular, Tuga.
Yeah.
He's down there, and that's the match that you're going to be featuring on right here. I mean, are you surprised? Oh, him versus Oberon, though, that's awful. Like,
exactly.
You'd be sick at night when you see that matchmaking coming through.
I think it's an incredibly tough game for him to have in the first game. I don't think I wouldn't say shocked, I'll be honest, because I wouldn't be shocked if Oberon won or Tuga won in that matchup. But again, when you associate Tuga, you always associate him with potentially just going the distance in terms of not conceding a lot of goals and not really losing any games. So for him to be in the loser bracket this early on is a shock. Up against Kun as well, who's in the loser bracket himself, one of the best players in Asia as well. And it's going to be a tough game. But as you say, Brandon said, the bounce back ability is going to be key here.
He's been here in Europe for a couple of days now as well with Team Hullet. I think there were about 7 or 8 players down there at the base getting the warm-up in. Sam, we move over to you next. Another elimination match. It's a great game as well. Paulo Neto, what a player, up against SR7. I mean, Paulo Neto, he's Brazilian as well. We're not going backwards, we're moving forwards. He's a Brazilian player, but he's dominated the EMLS for quite a while. He's got to be a favourite in this game.
Definitely, there's a reason he is the EMLS champion. And I have to say, it would be a huge shock if he were to go out. And I think that's where mentality comes into play. He's very experienced. And like we're saying about the Brazilians, they sometimes keep quiet, but then they move up and they come through with the win. So I'm expecting a lot from Paulo Neto here.
I've got so much to say here.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? You watch him most of the year.
I'm ready. So, Paulo Neto, he won the last 3 out of 4 EMLS events. I mean, This is a special individual. I would even argue maybe the best that they have in Brazil in the 1v1 setting. There might be some subjectivity there. You got Oberon beating Tuga. Come on. Oberon, Serie A, top 4 last year, the FIFAe World Cup, and then come on with this game right here. You couldn't ask for more. Msdossary setting up so nicely versus Yilmaz. Kind of a passing of the torch or a reminder to put that respect, and we can send Brandon a bunch of tweets. Hopefully from Saudi. All of Saudi, if you want, you can go send Brandon a bunch of tweets and DMs. He loves those.
Can't wait.
A lot of attention.
Well, we are very, very close there. I'm getting a message in my ear that the gameplay is ready. So let's head on in. Get greeted by a lovely settings screen. As always, it seems to be this way. Ryan, you load into the game and the controller settings are being adjusted.
You got to make sure.
Yeah.
You got to make sure that everything stays the same. And because, of course, you're going onto a pod that someone else might have played on in case that settings have changed. You want to make sure that you're most comfortable and prepared for the game.
Let's have a quick run down the desk. We're going to focus particularly on Mike's game. Let us know in the Twitch chat as well. We've got Msdossary, Emre Yilmaz. Which way do you see this game going? Brandon, I'll start with you. Is it Emre? Is it Dos?
Already know his answer.
I've sort of got to say Emre Yilmaz, haven't I? Emre Yilmaz.
Ryan?
I'm going to say Emre Yilmaz as well.
I'm going to go Msdossary after that win over Ollelito. But Yilmaz, I mean, after the ECL, he's full of confidence.
All of y'all were wrong about Ollelito and Msdossary. I'm just
Hold
throwing
on,
that
I
out
was
there.
right.
No, you didn't make an answer. You said, I'll tell
come
you, you know, in
on.
the 80s.
Defense with
No.
Defaulted off. Let's go Msdossary. Come on. I'll go with Sam.
Well, speaking of Msdossary, we are live right now. Emre Yilmaz and Msdossary underway, and Mike LaBelle will be keeping up to date with everything that happens in our featured game.
I feel honored to have this matchup, and you've got the likes of Msdossary and the black kits. Deep through ball here. Dino, can he get a good touch? And then Yilmaz, of course, in the white kits, takes it around. Virgil van Dijk, a little player lock action. A bit of a bait and switch, as we like to say with that. Penetrating pass. R9 not able to pull it together. And you're going to see the likes of Delit. You're going to see Hakimi's. These are new players. If we're talking about competitive rotation, you might see even some inclusion of Socrates. You see Musiala on the pitch. You see Alphonso Davies. A lot of Bundesliga players, which has not been on brand for a lot of the competitive year.
It's not looking good for Ollelito either over here.
Msdossary looking for options, probing. Bit of a recycle here. You're going to see this happen a lot, especially if he plays similar to how Ollelito played. I think for Msdossary, you want a more of a control, low-scoring game. Yilmaz is more fluid, offensively minded. He really wants to push a certain tempo.
As you can see here, Ollelito and Crepaldi That was an early goal, Brandon.
I mean, what a ridiculous start this has been, by the way. Crapalda going 1 goal to the good. Then R9 smashing Ollelito back into the tie. Action-packed first leg here.
Back underway here, 11 minutes into this game.
We're seeing deep releases here, looking for some of these over-the-top balls from Msdossary. I think a lot of it's not having an early mistake and putting some pressure on your opposition. Ruud Gullit going out wide. We're still seeing a lot of Ruud Gullit, which I like. He's been a staple within the competitive scene. A lot of space to work with. R9, finesse shot, goalkeeper, right place, right time.
And this is a chance here, Sam, between Paolo Neto and Seri.
Yes, Paolo Neto takes an early lead, 1-0, the man we've spoken so highly of, and it was Hakimi. It was a beautiful cross into the box, perfectly timed with the perfect goal. Paolo Neto leads 1-0.
We do have some games that are taking place behind the scenes. Berkey Lion 1-0 up against Breshex. Kalen 2-0 up against Fuma. That's an elimination game. Fuma.
Oh, gotta be a penalty.
Way out. And we do have a penalty, Mike. Which way did it go?
And Msdossary with a step over, missed time tackle from the spot. R9 steps to it. Oh, we have a save from Yilmaz. What a change of momentum. That can happen. We've been involved time and time again. I know Ryan will speak on this. You save a penalty kick, you start feeling as if this is your match and the luck's with you.
Every single time.
Mistake getting out of the back here. And Msdossary is looking to recycle again. Always trying to find those penetrating passes. You're sending runners. R9. Mbappe, Hakimi, maybe not the right player, but the right position. 2 opportunities missed, 20th minute.
We're seeing some hand signals from the desk. We got some goals. Ryan Pessoa, I believe we're underway.
Almost sorry, paying attention to the other game there as well.
Stop watching the other game. What's your game?
Yeah,
What's happening in your game?
It's a huge upset so far. It's Kunit leading against Tuga. We're able to hopefully see later on some replays.
I'll pick up with you very shortly because we're getting loads of goals between Ollelito and Crapaldi. What's happening?
has gone in front again, 24 minutes in. Elimination FIFA, it just brings a different kind of player to the table. Remember, whoever loses this game, their season is done.
Just say that again for the people at the back, Brandon, who might have missed it.
Lose this game, your season's done. At the moment, Ollelito 2-1 down. Obviously, there's still a long time to be played.
And speaking of shocks, Ryan,
Yeah,
this
look at
is
this.
happening.
Look at this. Stops it. Elastico, green, top corner. See you later. 1-0 Kun. Tuga losing again. He needs to bounce back.
What does that mean, Ryan?
As Brandon says, you lose and you go home.
Yeah, go on. Since when have I become Northern? You lose and you go home. Definitely didn't sound like that.
It's time to go for one of these two players. Two could not be at the E-World Cup. But not only that, being eliminated in the first loser's game would be truly shocking. Mike, as we've been around the grounds, anything happening between Msdossary and Emre Yilmaz?
I still think if you're a Msdossary fan, you hope that he finishes here. He's had a couple missed opportunities, a couple half chances. You've seen the penalty kick save. If you're Yilmaz, you're saying, I'm looking good to be in this at a 0-0. I haven't conceded, and you're seeing a fantastic defensive get-up from Msdossary, causing a lot of problems, disrupting some of the flow for Yilmaz. Mbappe looking for those options again. Jude Bellingham, you're seeing Ruud Gullit here, triggering that run down the middle of the pitch. Always trying to find R9. Musiala, very attacking, special player indeed, especially with the upgraded team of the season item. Good defending from Yilmaz. Can he create something is the question. We really haven't got to see some of that free flow. We talk so much, myself included, about his offensive capabilities. See some of the build-up here.
And talk about shocks, talk about results that we didn't expect. I've got one for you. It's the #1 seed from Europe. It's Yuval. He's losing 1-0 against DMS10.
Wait a sec, Ryan. What was his Swiss records every single round?
All right, it was 6-0 to start off every single Swiss in all of the 5 European qualifiers. And as we say, what do you say? He's down 1-0 against a player that conceded 11 goals.
Shocking, in all honesty. Msdossary comes forward here, Mike.
A lot of space to work with, but Yilmaz gets bodies back. He's still going to have to find that pass and move, some sort of tiki-taka. It doesn't happen. Both competitors have been getting to that edge of the box, and in the last 10, 15 minutes, as we're closing out the first half, they've struggled to break in, to have that extra moment, the extracurricular, some form of expression.
We've got 4 games currently taking place, qualifying matches. All from Group A. Berkey Lion, 2-0 up against Breshex. He's on his way to the E-World Cup.
Scoring. He's not done.
Montaxa leading 1-0 against Antonio Redea. He will be booking a seat on the plane. Msdossary, Emre Yilmaz 0-0, and Johnny versus Levy Finn 0-0. If you're wondering where Tex is, because he won in his first round, that'll be coming up shortly indeed. We're looking at Group A winners matches, qualifying games, and all of the losers bracket from Group A and B right now. Half-time right around the corner, and that will do us between Msdossary and Emre Yilmaz. Either player more happy?
It might sound funny, but if I'm in this position, I'm Yilmaz, I'm feeling better about it. I don't think you played your best FIFA. You really didn't get into a flow. We didn't talk about that momentum or the overlapping runs, that offensive expression. It wasn't all there, but it's 0-0. It's anyone's game to play. And if you're a Msdossary, you say, I missed a couple good opportunities to put some pressure on Yilmaz.
Sam, how's Paolo Neto been getting on? It would be a big shock if he was eliminated. How's that game looking?
Paolo Neto looks so comfortable. I almost feel like he could sit back and have a cup of tea in this game. He might only be leading 1-0, but you can just see the flair, the confidence. He doesn't lose the ball very often, and when he does, he wins it back. And SR7 need to see a bit more from him. He's going backwards a lot to try and build up from the back. But for me, Paolo Neto definitely has the edge.
Tuga in a loser's game. If he isn't successful, he goes out. Ryan, what is happening to Tuga?
I'll be honest, he's been slightly unfortunate. It should be, in my opinion, I think Tuga should be winning. He's had a couple of chances, a green time shot, didn't manage to find the back of the net there twice as well. So, again, there's still a long way to go. I feel as if he will get a goal in this game. It's just a matter of when.
Just to give you an up-to-date with everything that you might have missed so far. As it currently stands, Yuval, #1 seed in Europe, he will be eliminated from the FGS playoffs.
Wow.
Fuma versus Kalen, 2-2. As it currently stands, Ollelito, 2-1 down.
Oh, no.
To Crapaldi. Ryan, what just happened?
I don't even want to speak about it, I'll be honest. We need to...
We're seeing a replay.
I mean, no,
that's his
you're
game.
over at my game right now because Ollelito is 3-1 down.
Wow.
Against Crapaldi. And I can tell you right now, if he wins this game, the sunglasses might just be coming out.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, Ryan, are you trying to throw me off? Are you reacting to other games?
Are you okay, Ryan?
No.
Are you good over there?
A goal's gone in. I'm not going to say
It was
anything.
a really simple job, Ryan. Just look at your own game.
No, I want you guys to watch it. There's been a goal.
Okay, there's been a goal, and this is it.
Please take a look at this.
I'm watching. Does it go into the box?
I'm not going to say anything. I just want you to look at the state of this.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. There's elimination games on the line. But it just caught me off guard. He's roly-polying it into the net.
Poor old Kuhn, he's put in the goal.
Yeah. I said there was going to be a goal for Tuga, and it came not in the way he would have potentially thought it would have come.
These are live shots here.
No.
Back underway between Msdossary and Emre Yilmaz.
Oh, no.
We'll get that reaction and what it was costed by very shortly from Brandon. Second half underway, Mike. Either player taken a control of this game, or is it just a 50-50 match?
It's still both players looking for those opening opportunities. I would say that Msdossary is slightly edged in terms of the chances that have been created. We haven't quite got to the no-no-nos like Brandon's got going on over there, or the exasperated reactions from Ryan. I don't know what's... You need some air.
No,
Give Ryan some air.
There's been another goal, and
It's
it's
been a
incredible.
goal in my game as well.
There's goals everywhere as it currently stands. Tuga against Kuhn. That's a third goal. Which way has it gone? Paolo Neto against SR7. Elimination games. And Ollelito and Crapaldi. 5 goals have been scored. But I can tell you one thing. It is not even in the slightest.
And I've been so impressed from both these players defensively, actually. We talk about the offense and controlling games and the lack of mistakes, but defensively, some of the steps, especially from Msdossary, to really disrupt some of the timing. If you can do that in FIFA, sometimes disrupting timing is just as good as a tackle or an interception. Yilmaz into space. Big opportunity here. Going for the back post. Doesn't quite convert. Was looking for Mbappe. Just missing that extra bit of sauce.
Well, we've seen plenty of goals, Brandon, in your game. What's been
6
happening
goals.
since half-time?
For a split second, it looked pretty terrible for Ollelito. He has just got a goal back in the game. I can confirm Crapaldi 4, Ollelito 2. 30 minutes left in that first leg. Ollelito slowly trying to find his feet in this one.
Ryan, there was a third goal to separate the two sides between Tuga and Kuhn. Which way did it go?
Fell to the weight of Tuga, and I'll be honest, it was vintage Tuga with the passing, the
Another
triggering of the
goal.
runs from midfield, and it was an incredible goal. The green time as well across the face of goal from R9 Ronaldo to give him the lead. To be able to see the replay here, I was talking about just the driven pass out wide, the trigger of the runs, just playing it, trying to find the spaces. and driven back into R9 and
Good
shot
finish.
across goal. It's a great goal from Tuga.
Looks like he's just starting to settle into this game. 22 minutes left to play between Msdossary and Emre Yilmaz. There was a third goal. Paulo Neto and Seri. Sam, which way did it go?
There was, and Paulo Neto can add a biscuit to that cup of tea because he is absolutely breezing this game now. It's not 2-0, it is now 3-0. He scored Mbappe into Pele. It was a close finish from near the goal, and what a brilliant start to the game Paulo Neto has. Nearly finished here, but so far it's Paulo Neto 3, SR7 0.
And a perfectly timed pause, Mike LaBelle. Talk me through what we just saw on the screen.
You heard me react. You heard potentially Msdossary react a little bit as well. He's got the opener, takes it down, extra pass, squares it, finishes into the top corner, and now you have that opening goal 1-0. There's so much happening over here. I don't know what.
You just caught me. I'm having a look at this game. What's happening over here?
I think Sam went and got tea. She's got tea now. She's got biscuits. When did this happen?
Great performance from everyone here.
What's going on this desk?
I can give you some up-to-date scores as it currently stands. As we go into this pause, Johnny just scoring against Levy Finn. That's a qualifying matchup, 1-1 as it currently stands. Berkey Lion, 3-0 up. He is on his route to the FIFAe World Cup after a very dominant virtual Bundesliga runner-up. He is on his way. We can show you some of the other matches that are currently taking place right now. Ollelito versus Crepaldi. I believe we're seeing live shots right here of this match. Brandon, what is happening?
Well, at the moment, Crepaldi is just knocking on the door from Ollelito. He wants a fifth. He's had a couple of green time finishes from the edge of the box as he looks for another chance now. Virgil van Dijk just about getting it clear, but I mean, this game in another day could easily be 5-2 or 6-2 to the side of Crepaldi.
Oh,
ball over the top. Has to make something happen now. Ollelito must score. He will.
Game on.
Game on indeed.
I love that ball to the back post as well. We're all watching this game now on the desk. Mike, it's a great finish.
Oh, good. Oh, my goodness.
Just spectacular. The extra pass, you hit the volley, a little post for some extra cushion. Love a conversion like that, and 7 goals in the first leg.
Ollelito wearing that Hullet hit.
Bring it my way. Bring it my way. We have the equalizer. A little bit of a spoiler there. Yilmaz has made something happen. It's been a long time coming. He's been working hard.
Wait, hold there. Oh, wait a second. Right, Pessoa, we have got a shock on the cards. What is happening between
There's been a
Tuga?
goal, and it's a response from Kun. So he's brought it back now. Two goals apiece, and it's a great goal as well. Both goals that he has scored have been, I'll be honest, surprising. I'm going to take a look at it now. Building up here towards the byline, playing it back to the edge of the box here. Back again, lateral heel to heel into space, a little touch inside, and a green time finish at the near post, and he levels it there with just over 10 minutes left to be played.
Do you know what that is? That's hanging around with Team Ullet for a week, isn't it?
I was going that way, then Mike interrupted me.
Oh, you're going to blame it on me. You were going to say what Brandon was going to say. I bet you were. Okay.
Right, we saw a goal, Mike. Emre Yilmaz back into it.
We might see another one.
Wait, is that a penalty?
I think it's slightly offsides. Indeed it is.
I think
it was a lovely
Oh my
drop-off
goodness,
pass.
it's a pen.
I'm sure we'll get a replay at the end of this.
Tuga's got a pen over
he's
it.
got a penalty
Big switch.
somehow.
Penalty
Scored it.
for Tuga, and it has just been scored. We'll bring you that whenever we can get it. 1-1.
I'll be honest, I need to see the replay myself. I'm intrigued there. The ref, I don't know what happened. It looked as if it was off the ball.
Another one in this game. Crepaldi in the driving seat.
Mbappe, R9, outside of the box, takes a deflection. I think it's off Big Virgil, going to be a corner kick.
We're going to stick with this game here in the final few moments.
Short corner. Musiala swings it. Dino needs a skill move, good interception, good defending. Not likely that it's usually coming from Rashford. You see the player lock. Big step from Hakimi, and now you're going to have game management. I'd say the last opportunity of the matchup here with Yilmaz and Msdossary.
Final few moments. Emre Yilmaz will get this final attack.
You see the likes of Hernandez being used. Brand new foot item. I'm a big fan on the personal end. Looking for a penetrating pass. The clock's working against him. 1 minute of extra time. Ooh. Bit of an uncharacteristic mistake, but only there's enough time left, and that's going to wrap it up.
Well, there you have it, 1-1 between Msdossary and Emre Yilmaz. Let's have a quick rundown of what we just saw before we head over to Kyle. Sam, how did your first leg wrap up?
Like I said, it was a bit of a breeze for Paulo Neto in the end. I now know why he's called Paulo Neto. He was putting the ball in the back of the net. 3 goals, 3 brilliantly taken goals. Even had Virgil van Dijk on the score sheet. Some close range finishes from Pele. Pele 5-star weak foot. No surprise there, but Paulo Neto, absolutely brilliant performance.
Ryan, just a quick one. Are you still watching?
Yeah, my game's still going on.
How's it looking?
There was a goal from Tuga, a penalty we spoke about earlier, briefly mentioned, scored and put into the back of the net by Tuga. I'm not really sure what caused the penalty because it seems to be off the ball, so I need to see the replay again. But
bit of an altercation.
The end of this game now, and it looks as if Tuga's just going to keep the ball for the last attack.
And Brandon, talk to me. I'm hearing 5-4.
You're correct on that, Richard. 9 goals in this game. There's still the closing stage in front of my eyes right now, the last 3 minutes. So in the first leg, we've had 9 goals in this game.
Yeah, an incredible performance from Ollelito and Crapaldi. It's not just our games right here that we are watching. We're going to see this goal right here coming in from Ollelito. This was the 4th. Ronaldinho with the finish, whistled past the goalkeeper into the far post. We've got our good friend, Kyle Walker, who is currently standing by behind the scenes to give us all of the latest updates and highlights from what you might have missed. Kyle Walker, are we there?
Yes, we are. I mean, plenty of action. I keep on saying this backstage, but yeah, it feels like now we are getting to the crunch time. Berkay Lion cannot stop scoring. I've got the scores in. He scored 4 in his second leg. Oh, of course, it's only the first leg of that one, but that follows on from an absolute destruction in his first game right here. Antonio Radea, he's winning as well. 2-1 in that one. And then we can move across. We can look at some of the other scores. All right, and we can look at some of the other groups. Let me just get it up, guys. Okay, here we go. All right, looking at the second legs right here in these games. All right, plenty of goals, plenty of action. We've got OS against Nassit. All right, Nassit's winning 2-1 in that one. We talked about it. Tuga getting the win 3-2. Richard, you laughed at me before when I said that Tuga or Oberon were going to go far. Tuga is keeping me in it. All right, with that very, very basic prediction that I put forward, all right? But Tuga, Oberon, I think they could possibly go far. I'm not going to say anything now because Richard Buckley, you're just going to laugh at me. Even though I'm only 100 meters, I'll come out there and I'll make sure that you know I'm still in the building. I'm still here, all right? And then Ezekiel Correa, unfortunately losing in this one, that first game against Plastic, okay? So plenty of second legs to come. I'll be here, I'm sure, and I'll be back later on. For now, though, we are going to go to a break. Make sure you're sticking with us. We've got plenty more action happening at the playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
to the FGS playoffs live in London, where we will crown 24 grand finalists who will be booking their place to the FIFAe World Cup. My name's Richard Buckley. I'm joined by this wonderful cast of friends who will be keeping me up to date with everything happening from around the grounds. Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa, Samantha Miller, and Mike LaBelle. There's only one place to start, I'll be honest, and it's not with you, Mike. It's with Brandon.
I wonder what was on me then.
6-4. That
What a game.
first leg finish. Talk to me through it.
I can tell you right now that if you're an Ollelito fan, he's 6-4 down. I mean, Crapaldi just kept the game going. And how many times do we see this in FIFA esports, Rich? If you could just keep your opponent at an arm's length away. By that, I mean 2-goal cushion. Every time that Ollelito applied, Crapaldi just added another one onto his tally. One leg of FIFA away, someone's going home.
And when we talk about these games, you sort of break it down into brackets of 4. That's how many people are in each bracket until you get to the second round of losers. Then it gets all a little bit wild. Is this the hardest 4? Emre, Msdossary, Crapaldi, Ollelito. It's a real tough 4 to pick.
For me, 100%. I feel as if obviously you still have some great players in other brackets as well, but I feel as if you've got the ECL winner, you've got arguably the greatest of all time in Msdossary, you've got Ollelito, 2-time winner this year. Crapaldi won a tournament last year as well towards the end of the season. So there's so many great players.
Yeah, I can't wait. I really can't wait to see how these games do take shape. I'm not going to come down to you two yet because we're starting with Ollelito versus Crapaldi. That game is just about to get underway.
Just kicked off right now.
Brandon, talk to me through it. How important is it that Ollelito gets an early goal in this match?
So important. Otherwise, he's going to be 3-0 down. He's going to have an absolute mountain to climb. The game has just kicked off in front of my very own eyes right now. Have to keep in mind that Ollelito was actually at the FIFAe World Cup last year. So for him not to be back there back-to-back years is going to be so disappointing, especially as you said, the achievements he's had, E-Premier League, EA Sports Cup. It seems criminal that he's not there in the final. Crapaldi looking to build early on into the game and to find a third. Have to give credit on the bounce-back ability of Crapaldi, especially after losing against Emre Yilmaz.
Absolutely. Really, really impressed by what he's offered us so far. Crapaldi. He's been sort of known for his 2v2 performances. It's probably, I'm sure there's no offence in that, but...
He did make a FIFAe World Cup, but it was the year, unfortunately, that it didn't go ahead.
Yep.
But you're right, he has had more silverware in a 2v2 environment.
And now he's proving that he can do it on his lonesome. Just as we head down the desk, Paolo Neto, Sam, he's just kicked off. 3-0 up, looking pretty cosy.
Yeah, Paolo Neto looking very comfortable, already on the attack in the early stages of this second leg. And Paolo Neto has just seemed in control throughout the first leg, the beginning of this second leg, and I can't really see things changing here.
We will be getting underway with our featured game very, very shortly indeed. I'm hearing that the players are just getting set up and ready to go. That's why we're giving you non-stop FIFA action. Crapaldi versus Ollelito. If you are an Emre Yilmaz or a Msdossary fan, that game will be coming up in its full very, very soon indeed. Crapaldi on the attack here, looking to build up. Is this a shock, Mike, if Ollelito goes out at 0-2?
Yes. Simply put, yes. But when you look at his matchups, you can definitely argue that this is a rough run to deal with players that are used to winning. You're dealing with multi-world champions with Crapaldi and Msdossary. If this was to go forward and he's going to be eliminated in 2 games. And he still has a lot to play for. Remember, he's got E-Nations. He has E-Club qualified for both those events to close out the year.
Chance here for Ollelito, looking to go out on his sword, it's got to be said. Fighting all the way.
Here's Musiala. Back to R9. Could be a gift for Ollelito. A massive save from Van der Sar, but back to what Mike was saying. How on earth you come into the playoffs with the season you've had and your seeding is Msdossary in the first game? It's just not very nice, is it? But the playoffs, unfortunately, are unforgiving at the best of times. Alphonso Davies, that one pops up nicely. A routine save for Van der Sar.
Well, I don't want to sort of bring down the mood on Ollelito, but he did it. He got his playoff spot during the E-Premier League. Sort of a 2v2 tournament with Sweden, 2v2. He won the EA Sports Cup earlier in the year, 2v2. He's been that way, it's got to be said. As we do get underway here with Emre Yilmaz and Msdossary. Mike LaBelle going to be keeping us up to date with this game. We heard a shout from Sam. I'm sure we'll get that for you shortly indeed. However, I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. Sam, did it go Paolo Neto's way?
It might have, sorry to spoil the fun, but Paulo Neto once again has put the ball in the back of the net. It was a very cheeky chip from Neymar, spotted the keeper off his line, took his chance, 1-0 Paulo Neto.
And as we get back into this featured matchup, just kick-starting, I don't think it'll be as cagey. There has to be earlier openings, a little more pressure play, especially if we get that early goal that we didn't have in the first leg.
Another. Is it Sam Miller or DJ Khaled down the end of it?
Another one.
Been a few goals in this game as well, Rich, to be honest. I think Tuga's sort of trying to...
Has he turned it on?
He's running away with the game now. He's on the attack as well here.
Chance coming in here for Msdossary. Well defended, Yilmaz. What happened in that game, Tuga? What's the score as it stands, right?
It's currently 2-0 in the second leg, 5-2 on aggregate. Hopefully we'll be able to get a glimpse of the goals, but it was a mistake, in essence, from Kunta to give away the first goal. Defended well, but then just passed him the ball back. And, of course, Tuga took advantage of it.
As you come forward here, Mike, could be a chance starting to build up.
I like seeing the usage of that Musiala as well. Gives you that defensive capability, but offensively can penetrate, can whip in crosses. Wasn't able to collaborate on a 1-2 there with Mbappe. And there hasn't been a lot of space in these areas for the likes of Yilmaz. Big mistake there out of the back. And again, nothing kind of opening those doors. And both competitors have done such a good job of disrupting momentum and disrupting tempo. I just don't feel like either competitor's really got comfortable with their build-up play or with creating a lot of opportunities.
Not too much else happening from around the ground. It's got to be said. Yuval versus DMS 10. That is now 2-2. Yuval back in the game. He lost his first match on a penalty shootout. It's now 2-2 in that elimination game. Fuma leading 3-2 against Kalen. Paulo Neto 5-2 up. Nisa 2-1 up. Tuga leading 5-2. Blastic versus Eze Karaya. That's 2-1. And Karim is back, getting a bye in his losers game, progressing through to the next round. In those qualifying games, just to keep you up to date, if you're wondering how your favourite player's getting on, Berkey Lion 4-0 up, Montaxon 1-2 down to Antonio Redea, and Johnny from Germany leading 2-1 versus Levi Finn. We have had another goal. I'll get Brandon's opinion on it very shortly indeed, but there's a chance here for Emre Yilmaz.
Mbappe, again, he's bringing it back to Pele. He thought he had space to work with, really didn't have the support. And this is where I'm not used to seeing Yilmaz struggle so much with some of the build-up, but he gets a bounce. Davies, again, swinging, Ruud Gullit, inside the box, extra pass, R9, fake shot, interception. And then there hasn't been a lot of space for these counterattacks.
Brandon, that goal, Ollelito, Crepaldi.
We might have another one. Crepaldi on the attack at the moment. Last chance of the half. If he scores this, it will be game over. 8-4. Crepaldi leads. 44 minutes in. It's a 4-goal swing. And as it stands right now, Ollelito is going to be out of the playoffs. No FIFAe World Cup for him this year.
Incredible stuff. Live from the playoffs. The best players from every inch of the globe come to blows with only one thing on the mind, qualifying for the E-World Cup, as Emre Yilmaz looks to do that.
He's gonna have to do a lot, goes for the power shot, missed times. It has to be perfect. Has to be perfect in that situation, Rich.
Yeah, not the greatest of strikes, it's got to be said, on the volley. Msdossary's frustrating, Emre.
Well, you can see it, these are both tacticians, and what Msdossary's done is really slowed down the game, and he's not making mistakes. And it's causing Yilmaz to have max build-up play, and he just hasn't been able to get through that back line.
Half-time over here. 8-4 is at half-time. 4 goals needed for Ollelito in 45 minutes.
Another quick goal coming in from Fuma. He's leading 4-2 now against Kalen. Another chance, just not really able to just break down that back five and that defence. He's really, really solid. Msdossary, it's got to be said. Ronaldinho bringing the ball out once again. If you glance at this game, it's been played from box to box. There's been very little penetrative play. It's got to be said.
And a lot of that's, Msdossary's not triggering his midfielders forward, so you've got the 5 at the back, and then you're not committing as many bodies, which has helped him defensively, but also offensively, not as many options to have those penetrating passes. You see Yilmaz here, space to work with. Mbappe, middle of the pitch, Musiala, step over. Back to Mbappe. I think he's offside just slightly. And that shows that you're a little hesitant. He second-guessed there. You knew Mbappe was making that run.
As we approach half-time, Sam, Paulo Neto still cruising.
He is, and you guessed it, he scored another goal. It was 2-0. Mbappe using that 99 pace to burst through the defence, slot it into the back of the net, pure power. And Paulo Neto is just growing in confidence as the game goes on. And I have to say, as a player, your mentality, when you've won 3-0 in the first leg, going into the second, you've got that momentum and you feel on top, and we're seeing that with the way Paulo Neto is playing.
Last chance of the half. Might fall here to Emre Yilmaz. Just to say that, he runs it out of play. And we're going to head down the line to Ryan Pessoa. We've not heard a lot from you in the last few minutes. Tuga just seeing the game out?
Yeah, it's a typical Tuga performance where still gets a foothold in the game. He's got more than a one-goal lead that we saw against Auburn. He's up by 3, 5 goals to 2 on aggregate. And as we say, the possession style has come out now, and it's going to be tough, to say at the least, for Kun to get back into this game.
Mike's having a conversation just there.
Having a conversation with myself.
He don't know where he's going. Is it Msdossary? Is it Emre Yilmaz? Sorry, Emre Yilmaz.
I know you're going to ask me. I don't like sitting on fences or riding banisters. You know I'm not about that life. And this game hasn't given us a lot. I thought it was going to be less cagey, but we didn't get that opening goal that I think is so necessary to just open up both the offensive and the defensive spacing, because somebody has to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we all did I didn't, but you 4 did a prediction on this game, which way you think it might go at this current moment. All square. One thing that's not all square, it's very round, and that could be a 0 next to Ollelito's win column. Sorry.
That was not in good taste.
Didn't mean to do you like that, but he's on his way out.
Yeah, 56 minutes on the clock in this game. Crapaldi is cruising, 2-0 up still in this game, 8-4. On aggregate, not 10 goals in this leg, but unfortunately for Ollelito, time's ticking away, and he's in a pause now to try and come up with some sort of plan. 4 goals in 33 minutes.
Constant pressure is the plan.
Well, you have to. You've got nothing else to lose at this point. To give you a few more updates from the current round of fixtures, from the upper bracket, these are qualifying matches. Berkey Lion 4-0 up. He is on his way to the E-World Cup. Antonio Redea Montaxa 2-2 as it currently stands. Emre Yilmaz, Msdossary 1-1, and that is where we are rejoining the action with Mike LaBelle.
And here you have, they just kick-started the second half. I thought we were going to have an opener early. It's not happening, so now it's kind of going to come down to a game of nerves. And being able to handle those moments, maybe even a moment of something beautiful and brilliant, or one of those moments that Ryan doesn't like, where you get one of those reactions where there's maybe some fortunate bounces.
Yep. Gonna need some fortunate bounces in this game if Kun's gonna get back into it. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time he's touched the ball.
Sam, just a quick one. It was 5-0 up. Let's make it 6.
It is 6. Paulo Neto having the time of his life in this game. It's 6-0 over the 2 legs so far. Some clinical finishes. He is taking every chance he gets at the moment. And who else but Mbappe to score his 6th.
And who's going to take the chance of a lifetime in this game? Msdossary, Emre Yilmaz. At this stage, you really don't want to be dropping down to 1 life.
Oof, another.
It seems like we've got 2 games where all the goals are being scored. The other 2 matches, pretty tight at the moment. Tuga starting to pull away against his opponent in Kun. Any chance, Ryan, of a comeback?
No.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'll be
Mike,
honest,
back to you.
just the way Tuga's playing, I honestly would love to see the possession stats and the pass accuracy. He genuinely hasn't given the ball away. He's just passing it in midfield. Kun's gone constant press. He's still getting nowhere near him. It's just been one way.
Talking of one way, we've got another goal in my game, and it seems to all be going one way, and there's another one moments after. Seeing goals galore here.
60 minutes on the clock, Mike. This has been the backdrop of our discussion at this current moment. All the other games are getting the goals. What's been going wrong in this one?
Part of it's also been, almost a big mistake. We just haven't had many mistakes, but even the back line control from Msdossary, a lot of offside traps, and it's just making it where Yilmaz is not able to get runners in behind, and we're not seeing those skill moves. We're not seeing those forms of expression. We're not seeing the razzle or the dazzle. He hasn't got into those placements. We talk so much about Yilmaz, myself included, as he has have a runner into space here. Musiala, can he pull it back? He does. Mbappe clips it up, off the bounce, needed to be time green. Needed to be time green. But we haven't had chances like that. We haven't had moments like that.
Just seeing a chance like that and the way that he's trying to take it, is he a little bit drastic? Is it a little bit, you're trying everything you've got in the bag at the minute?
He's played it safe. And it's easy for us to sit here and talk about that, but he hasn't had the same type of even defensive risk-taking. We haven't seen a lot of constant press or team press or some sort of double team, and a lot of that you got to credit Msdossary. The amount of switches of the pitch and the way that he doesn't commit his midfield. You're going to watch Ruud Gullit. You're going to watch Jude Bellingham. Sometimes he even pulls the likes of R9 or Ronaldinho to check in deep.
20 minutes left in this matchup. We're going to head on over very quickly. Brandon Smith. There was another goal. It wasn't a comeback for Ollelito. Dig to the back post. Good defending from Emre Yilmaz. How did that game wrap up in the end?
Yeah, there's 15 minutes left in this one. Crapaldi did score, Ollelito replied, but unfortunately it's still a 4-goal swing between the two. 10 minutes for 4 goals for Ollelito to keep his FIFA season alive. I just don't think it's going to happen. It looks like we're going to be seeing our first shock here.
Big results already starting to take shape at the FGS playoffs. We're going to join this game back right now with Mike LaBelle, the featured commentator on this game. Extra time starting to become more apparent.
I was just going to say, Brandon kind of requested this at the top of the show. This is looking like an extra time, maybe even penalty kicks. There's not going to be that many chances left. Both these guys are not committing bodies. You do see a header down there, but again, there's not that instant pressure play. They're not taking that type of gamble, and there's a lot of resurfacing, recycling, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Dino, Mbappe, out wide, got to be out wide. Musiala, see the scoop turn.
The midfielders have had, I'm just watching this game. It's all a midfield battle. The entire game is separated in that game. I'm sure you'll be glancing up, Ryan, and watching this match soon. With Tuga starting to pull away.
Oh, this could be it. Pele, great time finish. There you have it. It was late. It was great. It was against the run of play. It's got to be said. The 78th minute, Pele, new upgraded item, takes it down off the chest, wins the 50-50. The pause has been cued for Msdossary. Weak foot, not today, not tomorrow. 2-1. And Yilmaz could be getting the job done. 10 minutes away.
Wow.
Game done over here. It was game done, to be honest, a long time ago between Tuga and Kun. It's an elimination game. Of course, Kun is eliminated now, Richard, from the playoffs.
I mean, we're going to go back to that game. I know you've been glancing over with Tuga cruising.
Yeah.
And even yourself, Brandon, with your game pretty much being wrapped up. Huge goal for Emre Yilmaz.
Massive. And I feel as if, I wouldn't say it was coming. I felt that was an even game from what I managed to see. Of course, Mike would have more information on that and who he thinks deserved to take the lead.
Well, let's revert back to, we've seen Msdossary miss a couple chances, the penalty kick at the very early stage as well. So he might be kicking himself a little bit, but credit to Yilmaz taking the chance.
I don't know if we can get a shot on Ollelito Crapaldi, but Crapaldi's just scored again. It's 10-5.
10.
But more importantly, just the moment we're about to witness here. The game's got about 2 minutes in-game left. Ollelito crashing out, the first real big name we're going to be seeing crashing out of the playoffs. He won't be amongst the best 24 this time round in a FIFAe World Cup, which does feel so harsh, but you have to bring your A game to the playoffs. It's in the 89th minute right now. Ollelito might be able to get a consolation if he's lucky.
Speaking of consolation.
Talking of consolation, SR7 with a power shot with Mbappe. It is only a consolation goal. He's losing by quite a margin. And just before that, I have to say, Paulo Neto scored with Gullit, rounded the keeper, immense amount of skill. Paulo Neto still on top, but SR7 did manage to get 1 goal at least.
How do I get a delivery? She's had 2 teas and 3 biscuits since this game started. I don't know where they're coming from.
Got a full-time Ollelito out of the playoffs, so we can confirm that for you if we can get a camera on it somewhere. Crapaldi has turned up after quite a big defeat in his opening game, Rich. He's found another gear, and he's now 1 win away from the World Cup.
Yeah, the reason why you're maybe not seeing gameplay right now and you're thinking, well, there's 10 minutes left to go in Emre Yilmaz Ollelito. I can see the Twitch chat already starting to fill up. They're in a pause, okay? Relax. You're not missing anything. What we can tell you, there's some shocks and some big exits taking place. I've got the results here. Don't worry. I'll keep you up to date. Yuval, DMS 10, 2-2 as it currently stands. That's an elimination game. Fuma against Kalen FIFA. Kalen is on his way out. Fuma 7-3 up as it currently stands. And Ollelito and Crapaldi is a full-time. Ollelito crashes out of the FGS playoffs. From one side of the coin to the other, we go to qualifying matches and qualifying moments, and that could be Pele firing Emre Yilmaz into an E-World Cup.
And it was a fantastic finish. Again, this game hasn't had a lot of opportunities for either Msdossary or the likes of Yilmaz. So 10 minutes here, and I'm sure that you're going to see that constant pressure. You're going to see a lot of bodies flying forward. Ronaldo, beautiful, into the scoop, goes for a player lock. Ruud Gullit looking for options, finds those options. Remember, just working down the clock here if you're a Yilmaz fan, if you're a Team Gullit supporter, holding the ball in the corner here, draws that throw in. Hakimi will take his time, gets it into R9. I'd be surprised if Yilmaz goes forward. I think he's drawing a corner kick as well. Maybe only one more chance
Just
for the likes of Msdossary.
Playing the time really, really well here is Emre Yilmaz. No reason to score again, no rush. If an opportunity comes up, I'm sure he'll take it and solidify the result with a 3-1.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Oh, he's retimed it.
Oh. That might come back to bite him a little bit, but he's doing a fantastic job with the game management. A lot of space to work with here. And Kunku came in, big switch. Rashford, can he knock it down? Goalkeeper off his line, Van der Sar.
Please shoot. Oh.
Vinicius.
Oh my God.
Bruno Fernandes, the split.
Tell you what, Van der Sar was brave there, wasn't he?
No, cancellation out of the power shot. Pele, looking for options, looking for help. Maybe should have had the step over to explode through space.
That could be it. That could be the last attack. Matt LaBelle, take us out.
It's going to be a congratulations here. He's just got to walk it down. Oh, he loses the ball. How much time does he have in extra time?
1 minute to get this ball up the pitch for Msdossary. He's rushed it. I think that'll do us, Mike.
That'll wrap it up. And congratulations to Yilmaz, our first qualification here. Hand clap across the board. Ryan said it from early on, just winning the E-Champions League, of course. Doubles to it, we're seeing him at the FIFAe World Cup.
And look, he got a pretty rough bracket.
Yep.
He made it look not comfortable, but he didn't have to go down. He didn't lose a life in the end. He was perfect in this tournament. As we jump around at full times across the board, I believe. Sam, Paolo Neto, what a performance.
What a performance. I actually lost track for a moment. It was 8-1 over the 2 legs. He just didn't stop scoring. It was like one went in, then another. Just goals galore. And Paolo Neto, he's just shown his quality. He's shown why he is an MLS champion on so many occasions, and just an outstanding performance from him.
Absolutely. Tuga continues. He's got a long road ahead of him. He's only down to 1 life. Ryan, does he get out of this mess?
I think he does. It was a professional performance. He started to come into it with his game plan, and it was sort of symbolic of how he usually plays. The last 60 minutes, though, I'll be honest, I think Kun was fast asleep because he wasn't getting any possession. As I said, I would have loved to see the stats. Or I kid you not, Tuga kept it's minimum 80% in the last 60 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Did not lose possession.
Well, he's going to continue throughout the rest of this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing what Tuga shows up. Will it be round 1 or will it be round 2? Tuga throughout the rest of this tournament. There is plenty more moments of magic being made behind the scenes right now, and we're going to head on over, I believe, to Kyle Walker very, very shortly, who might be able to tell us some FIWC moments.
Thank you, Richard. Now you're joining us at a crucial moment just here, okay? Montaxa against Antonio Redea. That one, you can see probably just to my right, is going to penalties, all right? It's gone to extra time. They're still drawing. That'll be decided by penalties. Another huge moment, though, backstage here as well. Yuval, you were talking about him before. He was losing 2-0, okay, after that first leg. He managed to pull it back 2-2, went to extra time, and he has won that one 3-2. There's 8 minutes left in extra time of that game. It's literally happening live right now. You can see though, penalties right here. Antonio Redea scored his second one. He's missed his first. Montaxa has a chance to go and make it 2-1. Can he do that? He does it all right. I'll keep you updated with that one. Plenty of other scores and plenty of other things that have been happening. Nasate taking on the OS here. He's 4-1 it is, all right. That game did lose connection, so we are a little bit behind, but it does look like Nesat 14 is going through. He's winning that one, 4-1 an aggregate, 91st minute right now. Believe me, just behind me, we've got some supporters, all right, okay, there we go. Montaxa Scores 4, okay. In the penalties, the supporters are going absolutely crazy right there. In that game, that means that Montaxa is going through to the FIFAe World Cup. And I'm telling you, it is going off backstage. Supporters, everyone enjoying themselves, smiles on their faces, all right. And it looks like Yuval has done what we thought he couldn't, losing 2-0 in that first leg. 120th minute, I'm literally watching it as it's happening right now. Added time is done. He's waiting for it, and Yuval has won 3-2 after losing that first leg 2-0. It is definitely ramping up the pressure backstage right here. People are excited. People are going home. There's hugs, there's tears, there's lots of smiles as well. Richard, you guys are enjoying yourselves, but let me tell you, the action is back here. You don't want to miss it. I'm struggling to keep up. We had penalties. We had extra time. What more do you want?
What more do I want? Kyle Walker maybe sat here next to me instead. What an incredible, incredible selection of games we are seeing right now. What I can tell you, 4 players have made their way to the FEWC, the biggest trophy up for grabs. Berkey Lion, Emre Yilmaz, Montaxa and Johnny. And Emre Yilmaz did it in emphatic fashion. This ball over the top, releasing Pele, who galloped away from Hakimi before slotting past the goalkeeper. Green time finish. And that was the moment where Emre Yilmaz did it. Paulo Neto continued his journey in the playoffs. Sam, you were watching this game. It was one-way traffic.
It really was. Paulo Neto, absolutely clinical, took his chances well. Some outstanding finishes. Unbelievable.
Absolutely, that was just a cherry on top of a cake for Paulo Neto. In the end, such an emphatic victory. Ryan, you were watching Portuguese superstar Tuga up against Kun.
Yeah,
It's cagey for a little while.
It really was. That disaster of the goal there seemed to sort of shift the game a little bit. It felt as if maybe Kun felt as if it wasn't going to be his day. Tuga sort of came on leaps and bounds as the game went on.
What
The
a
triggered
pass.
run, a fantastic save, by the way, but still managed to sneak its way past the line there to solidify the win there. But even ended 5 goals to 2 there for Tuga.
Yeah, too many goals to count in your game, Brandon. Takeaways in the end, obviously, huge disappointment.
Biggest shock, you would say, of the elimination round. Ollelito out of the tournament, as we said, after such a good FIFA season, 2v2, 1v1. He's had a great year. Unfortunately, he is out of the playoffs, and he will not be going to the FIFAe World Cup. Crapowdy, though, he has a chance, win one more game, and he will be there.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how those matches do take shape. Well, you might have not seen, but I can see that Mike LaBelle isn't joined with us on the desk anymore. That's because he's over by the touchscreen to bring us some analysis presented by PlayStation.
I've walked. It's not far away. You can see it's not that far away. So we are going to look at the Msdossary matchup, of course. Now, he still has a lot to do here. Yilmaz has gained that placement, but I want to go over one of the goals, and in fact, the opening goal here, and why it's so important to be able to identify matchups and then really execute on that identifying of the matchups. We got Mbappe running into space. You got a flat back line here, and we're going to have that over-the-top through ball from Musiala, who's been a prominent player that we're seeing included in a lot of different squads now, just because he gives you a little more versatility. Mbappe takes it down, extra pass made, R9 is able to convert. It's kind of bread and butter for Msdossary, and there's just so much more FIFA to come. I didn't know where we're going to go for goals. We got options on options on options. And I think Rich is ready to set up the next round of matchups.
I'll take it back. Don't worry about that, Mike. Thank you very much. Great analysis as always. Well, we've had 2 rounds so far. We've seen some players qualify, and we've also seen some players eliminated. Let's have a look at how it currently stands here at the FGS playoffs. The players that are greyed out, unfortunately, their season in the FEWC has come to an end. OS, Huge Body, Eze Correa, Kun, SR7, Kalen, DMS10, and Ollelito no longer with us. The players in gold, they are on the road to the FEWC. Montaxa, Johnny, Berkey Lion, and Emre Yilmaz all qualifying, all guaranteeing their place in the biggest tournament of the season. And for those players who maybe have lost a game but also are still in the tournament, you're looking at the big names. Antonio Rodeja, he's 2-0. We're going to see him in action very soon indeed. Paulo Neto, Fuma, and the biggest name of them all, the defending World Cup champion, Msdossary. He's still in the tournament, but he has suffered a defeat so far. Emre Yilmaz was the man who dethroned Msdossary, and it's a great pleasure to head on over very, very shortly indeed to Emre Yilmaz, who is joined by Brandon Smith. What is Emre feeling like after he has just qualified for the biggest tournament of the year, Brandon?
Well, look, he's done it 2 years in a row, hasn't he? Emre Yilmaz, congratulations, my friend. What a month you're having. What a season you're having. Back-to-back E-World Cups. You must be buzzing.
Yeah, it's crazy in my head because the practice was going not very well. We had a Team Gullit boot camp, of course, a couple of days. And I think we worked hard as a team, everyone as coach, as player. And now we accomplished another big achievement.
I mean, there's one achievement left, isn't it? An E-World Cup. Are you confident you can go the full way?
Nah, I don't think about that now. But maybe if I'm far in the finals, then I think about that. But for now, it's just focus on the World Cup.
And I have to ask, what's it like playing against a player like Msdossary? Because some players would crumble under that pressure. You didn't. You came through in the end, but it looked like quite a stressful game.
Yeah, it was very stressful because I gave a lot of wrong passes. I think I never gave so much wrong passes in one game. He was just so good in defending against me. And I scored 2-1, 80 minutes, so it was a good moment to score.
And I have to ask, how's life been since the Champions League win?
It's good, but it's not over the season.
Absolutely, it's not over yet. This man will be amongst the best 24 players in the world in the FIFAe World Cup in just a few weeks' time. That is it from round 2 here at the playoffs. 4 players confirmed, still 20 to find. Much more FIFA coming up after this quick break.
The reigning FIFAe World Cup champion. He's the player that fellow pros want to avoid at all costs. A formidable foe on the pitch and able to beat anybody he comes up against.
Pass across the box, and this could be Mbappe bearing down on goal through Umit. Have to be 4-0 down on the Trivella!
Umit has a chance to make history by being the first to win the FEWC title twice in a row. He's world champion, but can he do it again? If he did, it would be a monumental achievement. For one, there's no doubt that the level of competition in the scene is getting harder and harder each year, with an incredible range of FIFA talent competing at the top. And secondly, Umit isn't flawless. A look at his recent virtual Bundesliga round of 16 exit will tell you just that. After being 4-0 up in a match against Johnny, Umit went on to lose 6-5. But do not underestimate him. He has one of the best mentalities in the game. Last year he suffered heartbreak at the ECL final stage and a virtual Bundesliga grand final, and still went on to become world champion against the Iceman Nicholas in a nerve-wracking $250,000 shootout. His world championship win isn't spoken about like other world champions. I think Umit still has a feeling that he needs to prove himself to the FIFA world, and back-to-back world titles would do just that.
Back-to-back world champions. That's what Umit is looking for. Firstly, he's got to get there. He's got to get to the E-World Cup, and to do that, win one more game of FIFA here at the FGS playoffs. Welcome back. You join by myself, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa, Samantha Miller, and Mike LaBelle. Let's start the conversation then. Is Umit disrespected as a world champion?
100%.
Ryan, you jumped right in.
The reason I'm going to say this, it's not even... Let's face it. He's teammate with Anders. Who's spoken about more? Anders. When you talk about the duo, you resort straight to Anders. No one even talks about Umit. People forget he's the world champion. And of course, I think he's disrespected. I think he's got the ability to potentially win it again. He's young as well, and he's still got the capabilities.
Well, we were there in Copenhagen last year, Mike. We watched him lift that trophy. It felt like a surprise then, and it shouldn't have. It shouldn't have felt like a surprise.
I think last year was his breakout season. So he wasn't the early favorite or the big favorite going into that tournament. He was consistent, all-around player. He's been in that conversation ever since Atlanta, actually. If you want to date back a few years, is when he really joined the ecosystem, came on into the space. But every year we have a new German that we say, oh, maybe he could be the next guy. And Umit's really proven that. This year, even when I go back to ECL that just happened, he was so upset getting third place. When I interviewed him afterward, I talked to him a little bit. He was very frustrated. Went to the virtual Bundesliga, didn't have that sure thing that he expected to get done there. He carries that with him. And I think he's got a lot to prove. I would not want to go up against Umit. I think it's actually likely that you could find himself into another final.
Yeah.
Sam, could we be looking at the start of the Umit era?
I think definitely. He's no longer an underdog, and I think people should be talking about him more, and gradually I think we're going to see him win more and more, and remember the name because he is proving himself now.
Well, we were there, not only at Copenhagen, we were commentating that finals, that penalty shootout. Everyone thought Nicholas was going to win it.
Absolutely. And it's baffling that he's not talked about as other
People
world
still
champions.
think, people still say Mo Alba.
From way back.
But he had like 3 years.
Years
he had
ago.
like 3 years though, and he was the champion. He had a multi-year
I
deal.
think the only reason maybe it's not spoken about enough, because last year was so heavily online in points. We only saw playoffs for an Umit performance and then an E-World Cup. There wasn't like multiple FUT Champions Cups and multiple moments to build up the stories. That's the only thing I can put it down to.
I think that's fair.
How good is he, Ryan?
It's unbelievable. Again, you've seen him. Mike spoke about this here being his breakthrough, but even as you said in Atlanta, in previous tournaments, in previous years, he's been dominant. Albeit he hasn't won as many trophies that he would have liked, but I feel as if his performances have showcased him as to be one of the best.
He's won the biggest trophy, hasn't he?
Yeah, fair enough. Exactly, and he's done that. But as I said, he's not even seen as the biggest teammate in his club. I feel like that's
you know what it is? You know what it is? When he first came out of the team, he was known as a defensive player. Then he turned into being more of a balanced player. Now he's turned into a winner, but he's getting overshadowed by some of the guys that are giving you all the highlights, but they're not giving you the wins.
They're almost through balls. That's what we used to talk about.
He's getting overshadowed by this man on your screen, the runner-up in last year's E-World Cup Grand Final, Nicholas 99 FC, the Iceman in action. up against Ajit. It's a big, big game. A qualifying match, it has to be said as well. And keeping us up to date with this game is going to be Brandon. This is your match that you're watching on your monitor. How do you see it going?
I mean, if we're anyone in this room, you're going to be backing Nicholas here. I mean, he's had quite a simple playoff bracket in the nicest way. He got a bye in his first game. Unfortunately, his opponent couldn't make it to London this time round for the playoffs. If he wins this one match, he's at his 6th FIFAe World Cup, dating back from FIFA 17 onwards. He's always been on that plane, Richard. Whether it was 32 down to 24, is he about to do it for the 6th time? We'll have to wait and see. He's up against Ajit Power from Canada.
Yeah, we certainly will. We've got 3 qualifying games and an elimination match that we're going to be keeping you up to date with throughout this next round of fixtures. Some great games taking place in the lower bracket as well. Msdossary versus Fuma. What a game that is. Levi Finn versus Yuval. Antonio Radea versus Crapaldi. And also Breshex versus Paolo Neto. That's with your game, Sam, that you're watching. You get another dose of Paolo Neto. Do you think it goes the same way?
I do, and I think if you're Breshex, you're kind of fearing for your life here. He's only just scraped by. He won on penalties and then lost 6-1. So he's conceded a lot of goals in one game. And when you're playing against a player like Paolo Neto, who just can't stop scoring, you're looking at that matchup and you're thinking Paolo Neto is rubbing his hands here, and he's looking forward to this one.
We spoke about Umut. He's got a big game, a qualifying match, it has to be said.
Here's a chance for Nicholas in this game. Defended well by Ajit Power, and expect to see a lot more of those big last-ditch tackles if Ajit's going to find himself through this game. It's going to be a difficult matchup.
You're going to be watching Umut, Ryan,
Yep.
in his quest to get to the E-World Cup. See it as a tougher task than his opening match?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game because he's up against Damshi, or known as Damien, in this competition. Won the Eredivisie as well this year. He's coming in on...
Made World Cup last year.
Exactly. So I think he's someone, again, that sort of doesn't get the appreciation he deserves in terms of his FIFA ability. And it's going to be a tough game for Umut. Of course, on paper, you still expect him to win, but I think it's going to be a lot tougher than that.
Just quickly to reverse it back to the fact of the 4 players that have qualified for the E-World Cup, Richard, 3 of them are playing in their first World Cup. Just goes to show the level of FIFA. And also Berkela and Johnny, 2 players off the back of just recent form.
And,
we've seen a goal.
Bit of noise from down the desk. Ryan, is it Umut?
It's Umut. It is Umut. And it's a goal that sort of symbolic of FIFA 23, the Trivela from the edge of the box. Hopefully be able to see a replay of that. And as I've always mentioned, those are the goals that, as a player, you hate to concede. You always think you should be moving the goalkeeper there, especially at this level. But it's a bright start in the first 15 minutes for Umut.
We've not heard from yourself in a little while, Mike. There's a reason why. We'll get to you very shortly indeed. This was that goal that Umut did score, build up on the edge of the box. Ronaldinho on the Trivela, goalkeeper nowhere near it. And that is how the world champion continued his quest to go back to back. Mike, you've got our featured match. Tex on the main stage, up against Daniel Zinn. It's a tough game, but are you looking forward to watching Tex?
Everyone on the desk, and I think if you're a fan of FIBA Esports, you're going to lean towards Tex. Daniel doesn't have a lot of experience. He's young. He's coming out of Brazil from R10, of course. Not really had a bunch of results internationally, but it doesn't really matter. When we talk about Brazilians, there's always these guys that just appear, and they get the results. They break onto the scene immediate. Not someone to be taken lightly.
It will be giving you extended coverage of that match when it does get underway. Nico with a chance. He's tried that a couple of times, that little player lock pass into the box. Yet to register a shot on target is Nicholas yet, Brandon.
Yeah, not as of yet, but it's been all Nicholas for the first 32 minutes or so. You have to have a serious game plan when you're coming up against the Iceman. I mean, you have to take the game to, and you have to score first. Unfortunately, that's not been the case for Ajit Powers. He's just trying to find his feet.
And sometimes you're planting a seed with some of that player lock down the end line. And it just allows you to, maybe the next time you go down, not do that so much, not do the bait and switch. It gives you a little more of that versatility.
On the other side of it, we could talk all day until the cows come home about Nicholas. Ajit, Mike, you've watched him a little bit. He's a serious, serious player.
He's been a guy that's been in the scene now for 5 years, give or take. And we've expected results. He had some big opportunities to kind of break through on the international end again.
Here's a chance, Mbappe for Nicholas. Looks to cut it back inside again, defensively, as you were saying, by the bell.
He's also a very controlling player, if you're looking for a gameplay style, similar to Nicholas. in many regards. Expect a lot of switching of the pitch, low-scoring affairs. Both of them using tons of player luck.
Jumping on board with your game here, Ryan, that you're going to be covering for us. Umut leading 1-0.
Yep, it's been a dominant display. Could have been 2 or 3 from Umut, building up really well around the area. Again, a lot of times, Damien there being dispossessed, just sort of forcing the error on his own behalf, just giving away possession very needlessly. And Umut is very patient in around the area, just trying to get that ball in, just like that. Good defending, but there's still a chance as he's trying to find the angles here. The driven pass in, the pass across, and the last-ditch block there from Damien to stop it being 2-0 to Umut.
Half-time in Nicholas's game, 0-0 so far. Could have a chance, but unfortunately able to do so. You've got a chance, Ryan Pessoa.
The first time Damien was about to break through in on goal. Couldn't get the momentum with the pass there to take it in his stride. Straight down the other end. It's been relatively end-to-end from both of these players in the first half so far.
If you are wondering about Paulo Neto, his upcoming matchup against Brescia, on the other side of it, Tex and Daniels in. Those games will be getting underway very shortly indeed, don't worry. You're not missing any action. And we hope that you are enjoying this extended coverage of all the matches that we can give you here. As Dame Sheet just runs into an Umut wall. A few matches taking place behind the scenes. Antonio Adea 1-0 up against Crapaldi. That's a knockout match. That's now a 1-1. Crapaldi just scoring. Yuval coming from the depths of defeat, leading 1-0 against Levi Finn. They're the only goals we've seen so far. This could be another one here.
So what, fortunate there. The ball just ricocheting back there. It's a through ball. Straight in on goal. A ball on inside. Travella green timed into the top corner. That's a horrible goal to concede, but it's well taken that from Damien.
I was going to say, to be fair, Damien did the most with that.
Absolutely.
Had the ball roll, the outside of the boot, the top corner finish, beautiful Travella, but if you're Umut, you are not happy.
One deflection sends him in on goal there, and as you said, you have to take the chances when they do come. And it's a good response at perfect time just before half-time.
I'm going to say that is my favourite goal of the whole of today. I'm putting it out there. That was brilliant.
We've got 8 games currently taking place underway. We'll have a quick quiz on the desk. How many goals can be scored so far in the 8 games?
Total?
Total. Mike, in this round right now.
In this round right now?
Yes.
38.
In this?
Sam?
30.
In this round?
These guys, like, you tell me. I don't know what you're...
I'm going to say 5.
It's a lot less.
5's correct. That was a terrible quiz.
No, but he didn't specify. He said like a whole round of games. I'm like, all right, we got 2 legs. Now, I'm not talking about this moment. We're in the first half of the first leg.
Do you know who would be
You
really
specified
good at
that question
calculating
weird.
that? Tuga, he's doing a maths degree. Let's ask him.
Well, he's backstage.
Any chance for a goal in this game?
I'm glad you're not my FIFA history teacher or whatnot. See how many goals are happening in the last 3-4 minutes.
I'm bringing.
You said whole round. You know? I was like, all right,
so far in the round. We've got another one because Crapaldi's winning 2-1. So make it 6.
We're up to 6.
Yeah, make it 6.
But 2 of the games haven't even started in the round yet.
They still say 30.
3 of the games. No, but I'm like, he can't be talking about this. He can't be talking about what's happening right in front of us. We haven't even got games underway.
Listen, maths isn't my strong point.
Oh, yeah.
No, I feel good about my math.
I can tell that end of the desk.
Oh
Right, what's happening in your game?
Don't put us down over here.
My game's just kicked off in the second half. Of course, we already saw that goal from Damien to equalise. And again, it's been nothing since then. It, of course, went straight into half-time. And there was some, I guess, deliberation. There weren't too many changes in anything in terms of personnel. But there's still build-up here from Umut. Good defending there from Damien. Again, giving away. Let's see if there's going to be a chance, but I don't think there will be.
Brandon, you're deep in thought. What's happening with Nicholas?
Falling asleep here at the moment, I'll be honest.
That's how I felt with the 2 games.
It's 0-0 so far. You wouldn't think this is a qualification game.
Oh, back underway, Dame Sheet, 1-1 against Umut. Crapaldi's leading 3-1. He's the man that you want to watch. He's
Got a
box
penalty,
office right
Nicholas
now.
got a penalty.
We'll get to that very shortly because there's going to be a chance here for Dame Sheet, Ryan.
Yeah, just quick, snappy passing. Wasn't enough. It felt as if just it was driven passes for driven passes' sake. And it didn't lead to anything there. I saw some emotion from Brandon.
The deadlock being broken. We saw a penalty given.
Oh.
Which way did it go? We'll get to that very shortly. Brandon, what happened?
I'm off back to bed. 0-0. Massive save, Ajit Power. What a moment that was for Nicholas to go 1 goal to 2. It's a harsh penalty. Here it is on the replay again. I think it's Bruno Fernandes that was stepping up to take it. Goalkeeper gets the right way. Still 0-0 here as we approach the 70th minute mark.
Just that little step dive, wasn't it? Moved over to the right, shuffled in.
It's got to be. It's a great finish there from Green timed again. It seems to be Ronaldinho getting all of the goals in this game between these two players. It seemed as if the space just opened up. And despite the goalkeeper movement there, the Green time arrows it past him, and takes the lead again.
His quality first touch as well. If you watch that back, he lets that kind of lead a little bit.
Yeah.
Puts him straight into stride. Gives you a little bit of a half second just to kind of read
yeah.
the goalkeeper. And it might sound like a small margin, but at competitive FIFA, when you're dealing with going to events, all those little margins make a big difference in terms of results.
Leading 2 goals to 1. We'll give you a little update of what's happening behind the scenes. Dame Sheet coming forward. Could be a chance here.
I don't even know what to... I don't know what happened there with the defending from He sort of just let him go towards the byline, waiting for a pass or a cutback. The option wasn't there, but the Lacroqueta cancel into the shot.
It's all Ronaldinho.
Yeah, genuinely, it's an instant response there. It's a great finish, great utilization of the cancel with the skill move there. And it's 2-2.
That's much more complex than it might look like. If you're watching that back, you're saying he attacks the end line. As Ryan was saying, Umit's expecting a cutback.
Yeah.
He's expecting an extra pass or a skill move, going into the La Croqueta there to walk it around the goalkeeper and tap it in with the cancellation. It's beautiful in these types of moments. You don't get a lot of opportunities against Umit either. His consistency is remarkable when you're dealing with defense to offense.
Few games currently underway. Oberyn against Stingray, qualifying match. 1-0. Stingray leading as it currently stands. Ajit and Nicholas, Brandon. 0-0.
We've lost Brandon. I think he's snoozed off over there.
Still 0-0.
Down in the elimination matches, Levi-Finn 0, Yuval 2, Msdossary 0, Fuma 1. Msdossary on his way out. And no qualifying for the E-World Cup as it currently stands. Antonio Radea, their virtual Bundesliga champion, 2. Crepaldi, 4.
Wow.
4-2, Crepaldi leading. 2 games not kicked off just quite yet. Bresciac versus Paolo Neto, and also Tex versus Daniel Zinn. One of those, Paolo Neto match against Bresciac is elimination. Tex versus Daniel Zinn is a qualifying game. We're only a couple of moments away from those matches getting underway. Dame Sheet 2, Umit 2, Ryan. How have you been seeing this game?
Yeah, there hasn't been too much action since the goal there from Damien. I feel as if, I don't know, both players are starting to become a little bit more tentative than what we saw in the first half. It's just sort of trying to find the gaps in there. And they're sort of starting to learn each other's plays down, what they're aiming to do when they go forward.
I see a pause just coming in here. Changes have been made. Let's have a quick chat with you, Brandon.
What do you want to talk about?
The weather?
Goals, there isn't any.
What's happening? How's it being played?
I'll be honest, it's all Nicholas. He
Let
just
me have a
can't.
look. Let me come round here. Let me have a look.
Watch if you want. Come, I'll slide you in if you want.
Let me have a look. What's happening?
Not much at the moment.
83rd minute!
It's not been the most exciting leg of FIFA. Nicholas still trying to build up and find a way through, but Ajit Power has just been 2 banks of 5 and 4 defenders just sorting themselves out to literally not allow him through. But it looks like we're on our way to a 0-0 first leg. Unfortunately, 3 minutes left.
We do have a goal. Msdossary, I told you I was on potential elimination path. He has equalised. 1-1 up against Fuma. Stingray leading 2 goals to 0. He's on his way to an E-World Cup.
And that's always been his bogey player. If we talk about Oberyn versus Stingray, that's Stingray going down, complaining about it.
Straight away, that's a fantastic goal there. Reverse elastico as well. Straight away from the replay, or from the pause, I should say. Built up an attack there, reverse elastico, as I said, and driven.
Were he switched off, Umit, from the pause?
Potentially, it looked as if it just stemmed from nothing there. It's a great touchdown. And in the reverse elastico, the weak foot driven shot across goal.
All 3 of Damien's goals now have all been down the end line. Whether it's a pulling back a pass, it's the skill move cancellation. Even the first goal, if you had that mistake, it still was Dino working his way down, pulling it back with the ball roll into that Trivella shot.
We got a full time, 0-0 between Nicholas and Ajit. And we do have some kickoffs.
Here
it
we
brings
go.
me joy to say both Sam Miller and Mike LaBelle's matches are underway. Bresheks versus Paolo Neto. Sam will be keeping us up to date with, and our featured game of the round.
Ooh, that's a dangerous play there. I don't think it'll be a red, but you're going to see an early card here.
It's in here. Oh my lord, he's absolutely spooned it. He's red-timed it.
Early yellow card for Daniels in. And it's got to be said, coming into this game, we talked about it a little bit with a light preview. We have the early pause. Everybody's double-checking their controls. You got to say Texas is the favorite.
Big chance just missed, Ryan.
Yeah, it was in a goal there. It felt as if that was almost a guaranteed goal. I was already looking to see if there's going to be any celebration from him at the pod, and it was just red-timed in on goal with Rashford. Maybe he had too much time. He didn't know what to do there. Was deliberating whether he should go around the goalkeeper, try and play for a driven shot, or wait for the movement from Damesheet with the goalkeeper. But it was just a huge error there in front of goal from Umut.
Well, Daniels in up against Tex. We'll bring you that game when it gets back underway. This could be a chance here.
That's lovely. That's a great goal. He's redeemed himself. That's a beautiful goal there from Umut.
That's what they call a goal, Brandon. You've not seen it yet.
Any chance to send him on my way?
Yeah. That's a great goal there. There's a perfect time just before the last moments in this game. Takes it back with Mbappe, and it drivens towards the near post there.
It's just well-weighted pass and move.
Yeah.
It was a yellow card in the end, just before we went to that pause. Mike, not a red, as Daniels in against Tex.
No.
You see Texas also using Lucio, which you can't say that for some of the competitors. Same with Socrates as a center back. Obviously, that new Socrates is fantastic. Never been integrated in any previous tournaments. This is the first time that he's made an appearance at the esports level.
Heard a shout from Sam Miller. Paolo Neto, the man in focus. Which way did it go?
Yes, here's the goal. Paolo Neto takes the lead in this match. R9 blasts it into the back of the net, but it was lovely build-up play, passing the ball around nicely. He waited for the gap to open up, and it is 1-0 to Paolo Neto.
R9, extra pass. Jude in the bread and butter zone, didn't make that final conversion. Maybe spoiled for choice here. Only 13 minutes in, but we've seen now a couple opportunities for Tex. He's already probing right around the box.
Daniels in, it's got to be said as well. Maybe if you're unfamiliar with him, he finished third in the South American rankings this season. A very, very stellar player. Quite a young player as well, so this will be a big moment for him. As Tex comes forward.
Pele, cross the body, has to go, does go. Goalkeeper falls down with Van der Sar, 1-0, 15th minute. And it was always coming. You saw the triangles being formed. The extra pass was made. The drop down, and Pele has become much more active again in the scene, kind of resurging with usability and confidence. Beautiful finish.
The first leg in this match is so important. Tex won his opening first leg against OS 3-0. Daniels in beat Nice at 3-1. This game will be deliberated. It'll be decided in the first leg, whoever takes control.
And if there's one criticism, when we watch Tex throughout his career, he's kind of slow to start. Often not nearly as good in that first leg. So if he's carrying a lead going into the finalization of that second leg, it's just not good for the competition.
Few other matches currently taking place. Umut versus Damesheet. Ryan, first leg finished 3-3.
Yep, it was the end of the first leg. Entertaining, to be fair. There was a lot of goals and a lot of chances, missed chances on the behalf of Umut.
Big cross there. R9, Mbappe, easy finish. Another day in the office place. 20th minute, take a bow, my son.
It's making this look pretty simple at the moment. Is Tex 2-0 up inside the opening 20 minutes of gameplay. Oberon and Stingray are in a cracking game. Stingray was leading 2-0. Oberon got one back to make it 2-1. Oberon got another one back. Now 3-2. The Italian trailing. Down in the loser's bracket, down in those one-life matches.
Ryan's getting a head nod every time you give a good English result.
Go back, the boys.
Juve 3-0 up as it currently stands. Fuma versus Msdossary, 1-1. And Crapaldi is leading 5-3 against Antonio Rodeja.
Uh-oh, a lot of space to work with. R9 to Mbappe.
Massive result.
Mbappe looking for help. Can he bring it back? Big cross, floated cross. Second ball, not quite. We're going to need a response here. If you're a Brazilian fan or a Daniel fan, he really hasn't put Tex under any pressure just yet.
And if you are a Brazilian fan, you might be turning your attention to another Brazilian who is winning at the moment, Sam. Is that a 2-goal cushion for Paulo?
It is a comfortable lead, 2-0 to Paulo Neto. Who else but Neymar to put it in the back of the net? It was a great finish. Nice passing, really, really quick passing from Paulo Neto. Beat the defence and has given himself that cushion.
You just see the build-up here. All Pele, lays it off. The Brazilians off the pitch, doing the work on the pitch.
Do we have a penalty?
I think it's a penalty here.
It was an off the ball. It was outside the box. I couldn't find the foul.
Neymar's picked up an injury, bless him.
Jude looking to recycle again. Tex is doing a really good job of kind of controlling the pace of this game.
We'll join that penalty very shortly indeed. Tex still cruising. He's got 50% plus of the ball. He is leading 2-0. Brazilians are starting to take over here because Crepaldi is now 6-3 up against Antonio Radeja. That man is on a mission after losing his opening game of the tournament. Make it 7-3, Crepaldi leading.
What a turnaround. You might be thinking as well, where's Nicholas and Umit's second leg? I think we are waiting to these other matches to catch up first before we jump into those.
R9,
Oh,
1-2, could have had the extra pass.
The penalty was calling. Sam, which way did it go in the end?
It went Paulo Neto's way, 3-0, Pele calmly taken. And I have to say, Paulo Neto is having an absolute party today. He is enjoying himself and he's not stopped scoring all day.
Back over to our featured matchup. Tex 2-0 up and looking to be
He's all over him.
a real killer blow here.
See the step overs. Jude Bellingham, extra pass, Mbappe. Maybe could have taken it himself, but it just has a certain flow or rhythm for Tex. Big interceptions in the middle of the pitch. You see in the likes of Virgil van Dijk, the difference that he's made. He's kind of dropped more into a holding mid-roll as well for Tex. A little bit different than we've seen in some of the other competitors. Mbappe, early option. Davies. Taking his time. You see the step over. Bringing it back to Virgil. Looking for the drop down. Not quite. Again to Davies. There it is, Mbappe. Beautiful 1-2. Reverse Elasco. Extra pass, can he find it? Nearly. If you get to a 3-goal spread, we always talk about Tex and the offensive awareness and the skill moves and the way that he's able to formulate attacks, but his defense
gets overlooked.
It's just incredible. The way that he sees the game, his positioning, his reading of the game, even his game management.
Yeah.
You just see out the corner of
he just slows the game down.
Corner of the screen there. Tex, a new coach behind him. He's had a few people in the last couple of years. Zach Moore in the hot seat. What does having that coach with you bring, Ryan?
I think for him, he's worked with Zach Moore before with England and previous times as well. Of course, having a coach, there's different aspects, whether it's for the mental side of the game, just to keep you calm and composed, whether it's maybe tactical alterations that they might see in the game because you're so tunnel visioned on other aspects of the game. There's different variations, as I said, of how a coach can impact your game.
And there's one thing you can guarantee with Zach Moore, it'll be in a pair of shorts.
Yep, pair of shorts. No matter the weather.
Yeah, no matter the weather, it'll be in a pair of shorts.
Matching you, Ryan, ready for your holiday.
He's even worse than me.
What you can't see is Ryan's got a pair of shorts on the vest.
Yeah, right.
Let me give you some updates on the games that you might have missed so far. Crepaldi, 7-3 up. That's the first leg concluded. Crepaldi's story so far, he got beaten 6-2 versus Emre Yilmaz. He then won 10-5. And now he's 7-3 up. He is the man who is either getting battered or he is flying right now.
But we teased that.
Got a goal.
We said don't discredit. If you lose against Yilmaz, not necessarily a big deal.
Brandon's in shock because he's seen a goal. It took 90 minutes. First leg goalless.
4 minutes in, Nicholas. 1 goal to the good. Have to remember, this is a qualification matchup, but finally a goal for Nicholas.
And this was that goal in particular.
It's R9, no surprise, who does get the goal in the end. 4 minutes in, Nicholas underway. Keep in mind, he's got to buy his first round. If he wins this game, it'll be 6 FIFAe World Cups for the Argentine. Incredible stats.
Speaking of the FIFAe World Cup, a man who's had his name on the trophy before, Msdossary. He was in a match against fantastic French player Fuma. It was 1-0 to Fuma. It went to 1-1. Msdossary is leading 2-1 as it currently stands. Let's have a look at our current defending E-World Cup champion, because Ryan, you're having a look at his game. How is starting to fare?
I'll be honest, he should be losing right now. I think Damon had a great chance there with Nkunku. Played over the top there, tried to chip the goalkeeper, but it wasn't meant to be for Damien in that situation. But as we said with Umut, I don't know in this game. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if he loses, but I wouldn't be surprised if he wins either. I think it could go either way, and it could be the goal here, but it didn't get any trajectory or power behind that shot there with Pele. And it's straight into the hands of Damien. As we mentioned Pele a number of times now, Mike's mentioned it as well. Just the addition of the 5-star weak foot sort of cements him in every single team now, in my opinion. He can also play right mid and right wing. I think that's a weak position in Ultimate Team.
I'm surprised you've not brought it up yet. You've got a big tournament coming up, Ryan. Is he in the team?
I'll answer that question afterwards there. You've into
that man's in the team.
Yeah, Ronaldinho definitely has to be with the way he's been performing. It's a driven pass across goal there, simple finish there from Damien. And I think it's been coming.
4 goals, 4 end-line goals.
Yep,
I just want to keep this.
Plays towards the byline and he makes the most of it. Every single time he gets in those areas, he capitalizes on it. And again, it's no shock that it's Ronaldinho to get the goal for him.
And I'm not used to seeing this type of weakness or lack of adjustment from Umut as well. All 4 goals.
Yeah.
Not the exact same finish, but the exact same location.
Every time he sort of step overs or speed boosts, it's always towards in one direction. He doesn't really cut inside. I wouldn't say predictable. I think that's very harsh to say, but
could there be a potential loophole in Umut's gameplay? Is there a weakness that's just being exploited on the desk?
I think it's just a play style, a matchup there. So we always say with FIFA in a competitive scene is that play style sort of make the games. There's some players that you might find sort of easy to play against, but they might be able to defeat someone that you struggle to play against. So it's all about play styles.
Goals in Brandon Smith's game were hard to come by in the first leg, but just like London Busters,
they're all coming.
Get 2 at a time.
They're all coming now. Neymar gets on the score sheet for Nicholas. 2 goals to 0. The Iceman leads, edging closer and closer towards a FIFAe World Cup Grand Final.
This was the moment that when he went 2-0 up, build up on the edge of the box into Neymar, who slots it past the keeper.
Oh, goal!
Makes it look pretty simple in the end there, as we join live footage back between Umut and Dame Sheet.
I also heard the Palinetto celebration. I know what it sounds like at this point.
One thing about Palinetto, that headset on his head, he's been wearing that for about 4 years.
Yeah, it's got some reps out of it.
It's got some air miles.
It's got money as well.
Well, we said a Paolo Neto goal. It was a 4th. It looks to be... I think you might be the lucky charm here, Sam. When you commentate Paolo's games, he wins.
It's true. I think Paolo Neto is going to be asking me to cast on all his games across the board, because every time I have, all I'm saying is go, go, Paolo Neto. And again, with Mbappe, we know he's 5-star rating, we know he's got power, he's got pace, and he just keeps bursting through all the defensive. Paolo Neto has been attacking. He's shown so much flair, and it's unbelievable, and he's added a 4th.
And I'm worried for Umut here. It's more of the same. Damien's really getting down that end line and opportunities on opportunities on opportunities.
Look at the ball over the top here. If he can take that in his stride, he's in on goal here. It's going to be Umut. It's going to be shot. It's going to be blocked there from Damien. It results in a corner. It's going to be played short there from Umut. Straight into the edge, back into R9, and that's the equaliser there from Umut. Against the run of play, Mike, I'll be honest, I felt as if the game was slightly getting away from him in terms of chances, but he does enough there to create the space from the corner, and it felt as if the defenders were all over the place. They weren't really set up to defend it. It was just an easy turn and an easy shot across goal.
We talk about it time and time again. Set pieces often create that separation. That's from the training ground. Takes it short, whips it back in.
First time driven back into the striker, so it's an all-important equaliser from Umut there.
Just to give you a bit of context on these matches as well, especially the Group A losers games that you might be wondering about. Antonio Radea, Msdossary, Levifin, Paolo Neto versus Bresciac. As it currently stands, Paolo Neto plays Crepaldi for a spot in the next round. What a game that would be. However, Antonio Radea is making a comeback. It's now 7-5. He was 7-3 down. He's slowly but surely getting back into that game, and that is how it finishes the first leg, 7-5. Umut and Dame Sheet, nothing to separate these two whatsoever. You've watched this game for the entirety, Ryan. Where do you see it going?
it's really hard to say, but if I'm being honest, in terms of whoever's had the most favourable chances, I'd definitely say Damien or Dameshi's had the majority of ones. As he builds up here, trying to get that last attack in the first half of the second leg, with Musiala just building up there. And a good press from Umut to put the ball out for a throw on.
We'll keep you up to date with Umut's scoreline as it currently stands, but we're heading back on over. Tex up against Daniel. Nothing really too much to talk about happened in that first set. Just a pretty dominant performance, it's going to be said, Mike.
I think it's going to be more of the same as well. Ronaldinho looking for space. He just doesn't look as if Tex is really under pressure. And to me, that's terrifying. If you already have a couple goals in hand and you're not pressuring Tex, he's having a lot of time to work with. He's so good at pinpointing when to go, when to sit back, controlling games, and then having those moments of expertise.
So much time left to play as well.
Over here, Nicholas, 45 minutes away from a FIFAe World Cup spot. 2-0 he leads, and at the moment, we have to be brutally honest, Ajit is just he's not doing anything. 37% possession, not creating any chances. Has to change something soon.
Yeah, we'll bring you the up-to-date results as and when Nicholas, the Iceman from Guild, does qualify, or if Ajit has a comeback in his locker.
I do find it interesting as well. It's the first time that we've really seen Virgil van Dijk being used as a center mid. Most of the time, because we're kind of flooded with players that you can put into that position. You're looking at the likes of a Ruud Gullit or a Jude Bellingham, amongst many others that have that versatility. It tells you how special this new item is with Virgil van Dijk as well. Obviously integrated for most players as a holding or a center back. And with Tex, again, breaking up plays as a midfielder. And he's got no pressure. He's going to take his time. Pele, back to Socrates, now as a center back.
Yeah, it's great.
That's what I'm saying. The options have shifted dramatically. If you've been watching the scene from the very jump this year, the only player that's maybe left in the lineup is Lucio and R9.
Socrates at centre-back. I never thought I'd see the day.
Dino, cancellation, clever footwork. Pele finds Bellingham, big touch, pulls it back. It's going to be a rebound. Number 3, R9. You can wrap this game up. I'm telling you, we haven't seen anything from Daniel to say elsewise, and you have to challenge Tex. You have to bring the game to him. You have to put him under some sort of pressure.
Just cruising at the moment.
You see the head nods behind us as well. We can see Tex reacting. He's talking to the coach. The Zach Moore shorts and coaching. The collaboration, the duo that you need in your back corner.
Let's go. Let's have a quick look around while we see this replay coming in. Paulo Neto still winning as it currently stands. How's he looking, Sam?
It's all over. He's won 4-0. I'm going to run out of superlatives to describe these goals because he's not stopped scoring. Another emphatic win under his belt. And Paulo Neto will be so happy about how he's performed today, the manner he's won games. He's not stopped. I mean, how many goals? We should do another maths quiz. How many goals do you reckon he scored today? Because I've lost count.
Too many. Too many to go.
Tex working, extra pass, not quite. Goalkeeper with a save. This could get out of hand. I'm just going to throw it out. This could get out of hand. I wouldn't be surprised. It's a 3-0 that feels like a 5 or a 6.
I'm just having a quick look around. I'm hearing Nicholas. You're giving me a lot of hand signals. Brandon, how long's he got left to go?
He's got not long at all, just under 40 minutes left, but I've just had the chance to watch Nicholas's tactics for the last 10 in-game minutes. He's in a 5-4-1, seeing this game out as he needs to. He's on his way, honestly. He can book the ticket pretty soon for a FIFAe World Cup grand final. He's got one more chance. Just building now. I'll talk you through it whilst I'm here. Anything to come from this? Alphonso Davies out on the left. Can he whip it into the box if he'll have time? Does really well to send a player back in. Still down the byline. Looks for the cutback. Nicholas 3-0 up. Book that plane ticket now. He's on his way to another FIFAe World Cup.
Someone else is 3-0 up. He's Tex. He's looking to make it 4.
Oh, he's toying with them.
Oh, my God.
R9 looking for the split. You don't realize how difficult that is from a technical skill level to pull that back. A bit of some R1 dribbling.
Right, are you watching other games again?
Do you give those reactions when you play yourself, Ryan, and you score a decent goal?
I've seen you qualify before where you're like, oh, that's disgusting.
I've seen that, yeah. EPL.
Daniel coming forward. Could be a chance. A little bit scrappy in the box, but doesn't quite fall to his man. Right, what's happening in your game?
I'll be honest, a lot of play
Dame
switching.
sheet.
A lot of play switching. There hasn't been many chances since the goal there from and it's just been, I think Damien just biding his time. He seems to be the more likely to score, playing around the edge of the box there, switching the play, trying to find the space. But defended extremely well in the second half, hasn't given up the byline, but there still could be a chance here for Damien on the edge of the box. But as I said, a similar situation and occurrence there. Defending well and just cleaning up the danger.
Beautiful pass there. Mbappe. Again, Virgil, 1-2s, quick passing. R9, a little bit of a cancellation. Davies looking for space. Can he find the option? Not quite. He's drawn a corner kick.
Oh my goodness, what a save that is.
Perhaps a short corner. You've got Mbappe as an option here. Van der Sar off his line.
Direct. Three 0 up. He's Tex. He's on his way into that second leg, absolutely cruising. Let's head on over to a game that's already in the second leg. Versus Dame Sheet.
Oh,
Ryan,
you just missed a key chance there from end to end. In on goal, a great goalkeeper movement there from Damien to move the goalkeeper. It was a great save from the green timed shot across goal. And again, you just saw that shot there from Damien, green timed. And of course, wasn't on target, but there's 8 minutes left to play in the second leg. It's key to mention the winner of this qualifies for the FIFAe World Cup. Of course, the loser drops into the loser bracket and they lose a life, but it's going to be trying to push forward here, and it's going to be well intercepted here from Damien.
just as we left that game, Daniel Zing got one back, Mike.
Completely against the run of play, but he made it happen, and it gives you hope going into the second leg.
5 minutes left to play. Umut versus Damien. Winner goes into the E-World Cup draw. The loser loses a life, and he's on the cusp of being eliminated. He's playing for the last attack here, Ryan.
He has to. I don't think it makes any sense to push bodies forward until there's not enough time for a response. If he does lose possession, he's going to wait and find some time, find some space in behind. Once that 90-minute hits, he's going to start pushing forward here, waiting for the added time. Is it going to be 1 minute or 2 minutes? It's going to be one. Umut has to go forward now for this last attack. He has to push forward. He's with Ronaldinho here. The angles for the Trivela opens up here. Thought the dick pass into Hullet was an option, and it fell back, and it's going to be cleared out. It's going to be extra time between the former reigning world champion in Red Bull Leipzig's Umut up against Damien.
I thought we might see that outside of the foot Trivela. It's set up very nicely. You had a bit of some shielding in the middle of the pitch. That means the goalkeeper wasn't being moved. You thought he had a chance for a tackle.
I think he felt as if maybe it was a little bit too predictable.
You just keep talking about yourself. Me and Bradley are sharing notes.
I thought maybe he felt as if it was a bit too predictable, but the triggered run from Hullet was good there. But I didn't think maybe the angle wasn't there to play it. And maybe if it was too lofted, the keeper could have come, or the defender would have cleared it out. But extra time, and I think that's fair. If I'm being completely honest, I think extra time is fair.
I would have liked to see an attempt. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. When he swung it back out wide, I knew the chance was kind of gone.
Well, let me give you some updates of what we've seen from across.
Is that part of the notes that you guys were passing? Some of the updates of scores?
From across the other games.
Brandon got exclusive access?
Brandon, Nicholas is moments away.
Yeah.
How's he looking at the minute?
Yeah, 67 minutes on the clock. Nicholas is leading 3 goals. Now, as we said, he is the most capped FIFAe World Cup grand finalist we're looking at. He simply just doesn't miss it, does he? He's always there. He's always amongst the best players in the world. He is 20 game minutes away from qualifying himself.
Speaking of the best players in the world, Mike, Tex has just finished his first leg. What was the final score?
3-1, or sorry, excuse me, 4-1. So he still has that 3-goal spread that allows him to kind of carry that into the second leg. I still think it's easy going, but I was surprised because of what we were seeing. Daniel wasn't really reaching into that final third. We didn't have those extra moments that you have to have.
Paolo Neto going into the second leg full of confidence.
Listen, this has already started. Paolo Neto has already scored. I think I'm going to be saying this on repeat today, actually. And it was a close range finish, but it was near post from an acute angle. It was a difficult finish, and Paolo Neto made it look easy. It was Hullet into Pele, some lovely link-up play, and Paolo Neto just keeps getting better and better, and he's leading 1-0 in this second leg.
At this rate, Paolo Neto's going to fly you in for all the MLS events.
I'll do it.
Got a few results for you. These are, as it stands, latest scores.
1-0.
Oberon versus Stingray, qualifying match. Ryan's ears have just pricked up. 4-4. going into extra time. I'm pretty sure that's how it currently is. Nicholas 3-0 up. He's cruising. He's on his way to the E-World Cup. Msdossary 3, Fuma 2. As it stands,
Oh my.
Antonio Radea 6, Crapaldi 8. As it stands, the winner of that game will play Paolo Neto for a spot at the E-World Cup. Brandon, Nicholas, moments away.
Still, 78 minutes on the clock. I mean, look, Nicholas is making changes, even more changes to ensure he solidifies this win. But I can pretty much confirm he's on his way on that plane. Spot number 5, by the looks of it, is going to him.
Right, let's head back to your game. We're underway in extra time. How's it looking?
Almost a goal there from Damien as well. He's been playing really, really well. I'll be honest, if he doesn't win this, I would feel a little bit heartfelt for him because I feel as if he's had the fair share of chances to take the lead. It sort of seems like it's destined for Umut to find a way back into this game or to get the winner.
If we can, let's head into that game live so we can see the action because it's going to be boisterous no matter what. One player will be qualifying, one will be losing a life. Huge performance. I can see your fingers up. What you wanting, Sam? What is there another goal?
Yeah, but for the first time today, I can say that Breshex has scored an equaliser, 1-0. It was a power shot by Pele. An unbelievable finish, actually. And I'm sure he'll be delighted that he's got a goal. But overall, it's 6-1, so a very difficult scoreline to come back from. But at least he's got a goal.
Yeah, confidence.
That's a lot of optimism over here.
There's a lot of optimism for a 6-1 scoreline. I need that sort of stuff in my foot champs. Right, let's head back to your game. That's the most important game.
Oh, it's 2-1.
As it currently stands, extra time, what minute are we in? Where are we looking?
Just going into the second half of extra time here. I'm kicking off with Damien. Again, as I said, he's been the player with a fair share of chances so far in extra time. Could have potentially took the lead just then before the first half.
Here we go.
Before the first half ended, as we're able to go into it live, as you said here. Damien up against Umut. The winner gets a spot in the FIFAe World Cup later on this year. And of course, the loser drops into the loser bracket. So their story isn't finished if they do lose. It's going to be Umut building up here, kicking from right to left.
Can I just say, Paolo Neto needs to give me a lesson in shooting practice because as soon as Breshex scored, he said, no, hang on a minute, I need to score again. And he's now leading 2-1.
Hold up a second here. Oh, quick passing. I think it's going to be a free kick.
Oh, right on the edge.
Dangerous position here. Could go direct shot. Play it short.
Please.
It's got to go direct, surely. It's going to play it short. It's going to be goal. It has to be. Oh, my goodness. What a save.
Added time. Added time in Nicholas's game. Added time of 3 minutes. We know he's pretty much on his way. Final confirmation to come any second now.
Nicholas, after being so close last year, an E-World Cup Grand Final penalty shootout loss. He's looking to go one step further.
Still as hungry as ever. It's year on after that dramatic ending. Full time, Nicholas will be on his way to the FIFAe World Cup. It's hugs all round in the booth over there, just in the corner from us here on the desk. Spot number 5 will go the way of the Argentine.
Back into this live action. 5 minutes left to go, Ryan. Umut versus Damien.
Yeah, 5 minutes left to go. Plays it in there from the byline again into Ronaldinho. Lost possession, but retrieved it there with a quick tackle. And it's going to be Umut there, managing to keep composure and play it around the back. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays for the last attack here. There's no need to rush an attack or to play forward and lose it needlessly. He's going to wait for the clock to tick down, similarly to what we saw
this is it.
At the end of regulation time. It's going to be Umut, for his sake anyway, hoping to get that last attack.
Hope you're ready for penalties, Ryan.
Yeah, there could be a penalty shootout here. Most likely anyway, there will be one.
All eyes on this game as it currently stands.
Look at the triggered run here from Bruno Fernandes.
Is it?
Oh my!
He's greened it, and it's a crazy save. It's an unbelievable save there from Damien. Slight goalkeeper movement was enough. It's going to be a corner again.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that has to be a goal.
Oh,
I was certain that was a goal. Then we're in the penalty shootout. It's going to be Umut. It's going to hit down the middle, and it's Damien saved. Damien in the white kit now. Can he respond with a goal? Chip down the middle.
Oh.
Great finish there, great composure. Can Umut respond here with a penalty? His second penalty goes down the middle, roofing the net here. It's now 1-1. Of course, Damien still has the advantage of the extra penalty kick here. With Mbappe, a step to the right. It's gone down middle again. That's 3 penalties in a row now. That's gone straight down the middle. It's going to be Umut Middle left there, manages to find the back of the net here. And it's going to be Damien to respond, to restore his lead in the penalty shootout. Goes down the middle towards the left again. We haven't really seen...
Perfect pens.
It's been perfect pens. We haven't seen any into the top corner yet. It's going to be Umut, and it's going to be the top corner, as I mentioned, post this stamp. And it's Virgil van Dijk here for Damien. It's got to be, and it's down the middle again. And this is it here. Umut has to score to stay in the tournament, or to stay in this game, sorry. With Ruud Gullit, top left corner again, and Damien scores this
Score
now,
to win.
and he qualifies for the World Cup. It's Ollelito off the bench here. Down the middle again, and it's a fantastic penalty, a fantastic shootout. And what a performance it has been from Damien today. Deserves that win in my opinion there. Fantastic win, in my opinion, against the odds here.
2 years.
Yep, he's done it back-to-back now.
And no one's talking about him.
Absolutely. Deserves it. You can see the emotion as well from the pod. He deserves to win.
Incredible, incredible scenes. As Damien, Dame Sheet, whatever you want to call him, he's just beaten the world champion in a penalty shootout. How poignant. He qualifies, how Umut won it not too long ago, 12 months ago in Copenhagen. He lifted that trophy in a penalty shootout.
5 penalties down
the middle, constantly.
5. I don't think I've ever seen a penalty kick shootout like that. We've been watching these for years upon years upon years. 5 consecutive for a victory.
We spoke about Umut's mental game now. This is where we have to see that mental game. After losing a penalty shootout, it always seems like penalties is part of his story this year, Rich. He qualified for the Champions League final on a penalty shootout against Antonio Redea. He's got to go back to the drawing board now. Damshi is in the FIFAe World Cup. It's another Dutch name we have to talk about. There's 2 of them on the plane.
And there's some other players who have just solidified their place into the World Cup.
I think you have to give a major congratulations as well for Damshi getting that result, getting the job done. Like I said, back-to-back years, huge accomplishment. Last year, maybe he wasn't ready for it. We were there, didn't really strive, but he's getting a second chance. And you don't always get that second chance.
To be that consistent, 2 years in a row is unheard of.
Goal.
Big goal for Paolo Neto, I imagine.
Paolo Neto's still scoring, is he?
I'm going to intervene here. Richard teasing me. What's the score in Stingray's game? I have to know the
Stingray
score in Stingray's game.
Against Oberon.
Oh, he's going slow as well.
After extra time. 6-4.
Oh.
Stingray leading with seconds left on the clock. He will be full-time. Stingray has qualified.
There we go.
For the World Cup.
Msdossary?
He's in a lower game. He's still got matches ahead of him. He has won against Fuma. Msdossary versus Yuval for a spot in the World Cup.
Wow.
Yikes.
Wow. Get right it.
That's the top player in the leaderboards for Middle East up against the top player in Europe. That's a massive, massive game.
Crapaldi victorious against Antonio Redea, 10-6 in his game. Crapaldi will play, as it stands, Paolo Neto, unless there's a huge comeback for Brzezic. Incredible scenes as we join live action here, and maybe, Mike, the most calm of all the matches, because Tex established such a dominant lead early on.
And I was going to say, this should open up, because if you're Daniel, you got to go forward relatively early. You're seeing some of the offside traps. He's going to have to start taking a lot of risks defensively. Over the top, Davies takes it down. Step overs. Mbappe looking for options. Again,
penalty.
Really taking your time with Tex. All the build-up.
Ooh, save.
Controlled. Virgil. Drop down to Mbappe. Maybe a step over. Looking for the pullback. A little bit of a fortunate bounce. The layoff. Not quite the finish.
Oh, nearly a goal.
There was a penalty save. There's big chances. Which way they're falling, Sam?
Well, you might have guessed it. It's falling Paolo Neto's way. And you know what? Paolo Neto's nearly broken the net. He scored so much today. But it's 3-1 in this second leg. And Paolo Neto just keeps cruising. He did miss a penalty. That could have been complacency. I think he got a bit complacent there.
Yeah, this is live shots of that game between Paolo Neto and Brzezic. Trevella, green timed. Nearly beautiful. Paolo, I mean, in the last few games, talk about goals scored, talk about adding up the numbers. Maybe SR7 8-1, he's now 7-1 up. He'd lost 7-4. He has scored a boatload of goals in the lower bracket. Back on board with Tex and Daniel.
Oh my goodness. That is just pure filth. The midway cancellation, the extra step off the weak foot. Jude Bellingham takes the space.
It's the Berber
You just don't have that in your arsenal into a fake shot in order to take that space. I can watch that over and over again. I'd love to do the breakdown. I'm telling you, if you're watching that at home and you think you have that in your locker, you just don't. You simply just don't. That's why we get excited when Tex plays.
Vintage Tex?
Absolutely. I don't have that. I don't know if Ryan has that.
I can answer that question for you. He definitely doesn't.
That's what I was hoping you were going to do.
Yeah, I knew you were lining up for him for that. We were just calculating, me and Brandon there, the players that qualified so far for the FIFAe World Cup. All players from Europe.
Wow.
Every player from, you could argue Nicholas technically originally competed
played in Europe,
South America, but he's played in Europe for this season. So we're going to count him under that umbrella. But it's been a...
Yeah, I like what you've done there. Good observation.
Hold on a minute, I've just checked.
Oh, another goal.
Hold on a minute, this can't... up against Tuga.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tuga, you may not see this off camera, but Tuga was waving me from the sideline because the camera was on us on the desk and he was waving because he couldn't see the Umit game of what was going on. He was saying, just put it on the TV. I wondered why. That's why he's playing against him.
Wow.
You should see both games side by side here. This was that chance that came in, Sam. 10 minutes left to play. Let me guess. Paolo Neto goal?
You got it once again, and who else but Mbappe? It was a beautiful finish, absolutely stunning from Paolo Neto. And if I say any more today that Paolo Neto scored, I think it's going to be running through my mind for the rest of the today.
I think it's going to give me nightmares tonight.
Or sweet
I think
dreams.
I'm going to be saying it in my sleep right now. But Paolo Neto, 4-1 in this second leg. And he's just bringing all the skills out today.
Yeah, we talk about the confidence and the composure. There was 3 cancellations within that one segment within the box. This guy feels as if he's sitting at home playing another day in the life of Paolo Neto in the office space, just chilling. Very much so relaxing.
No coach with him, doesn't need anyone.
He's got the same headphones from 5 years back. He's good to go.
I think...
He brought a keyboard. I don't know why.
I don't think that's game sound in those headsets. I think he's listening to music.
He's probably listening to Sam. He's good to go.
I think I'm his new coach.
As you can see here, the final few moments of this game, Paolo Neto will continue in the FGS playoffs. Brešex, unfortunate just to run into a player who down in this one life scenario is on absolute fire. He's going to be taking on Crapaldi in the next game. That could be like 15, 14.
Yeah, genuinely. They've both been scoring a lot of goals, both been conceding a lot of goals as well in some of their games earlier on today. So it's going to be an interesting game.
Crapaldi just won 10-6.
Yep.
And Paolo Neto just won 8-1. That's 25 goals. 25 goals between them.
You can see his brain just working.
It wasn't moving very quickly.
Mike, what's happening in your game? You're the only match remaining in this round.
We've got Tex is going to see this game out. He's into the second half. He's got a 4-goal spread. Again, we're moving at Tex pace. We really haven't seen Daniel push it, and that's not me criticizing Daniel. He just hasn't gone for it. And Tex does such a good job of slowing down the game, taking chances, having the skills. Extra pass here. Jude, to Pele, Virgil, Mbappe. You can just see it. All the little details, the particulars.
Textbook performance.
I like that one.
Thank you.
We'll take it.
Do you feel a bit sorry for Daniel? He conceded a couple of goals early in the game, just ran away.
I don't know if I feel sorry because he hasn't really gone for it either. I'd like to have seen him at least push a bunch of bodies forward. He really hasn't pressured.
Is he trying not to get embarrassed?
Maybe. And
he's got games ahead of him as well.
He does indeed. I just haven't seen enough in this matchup to sit here and say that Daniel's going to be a favorite going into his next matchups.
Talk to me about a couple of these selections then. I know we mentioned it, Socrates at centre-back, you're looking at Van Dijk in midfield.
even Pele's a looping fullback in a lot of these squads, which is something you wouldn't necessarily see as a role. It comes down to comfort, it comes down to sizing, it comes down to a lot of the statistics have just been increased, and you see a lot of the possession play. If you want to be able to pass out of the back, it's an advantage to have guys that have that capability. You see a lot of space to work with onside. Ronaldinho looking for the check back, the pull back, razzle, dazzle, not quite a little magician inside the box. We're used to seeing the likes of a Jude Bellingham. We're used to seeing a Ruud Gullit, but we're seeing that transition of new players that give you a little more versatility, especially with the wing backs and the central midfielders in terms of what you're trying to accomplish on the virtual pitch.
We have just seen full time, Sam. We saw that game sort of peter out in the end. Paulo Neto, he's got a massive game ahead of him against Crapaldi, an all-Brazilian affair. I mean, surely you're on that game.
Well, Paulo Neto's going to hope so. And like I said, maybe I should become his coach. I'm definitely potentially his good luck charm. We'll see what happens. But you would expect a goal fest, or it could almost go the other way. They're just going to both cancel each other out because they're both so attacking. But I am expecting a fair amount of goals in that game.
When you look at this team, Ryan, we're all watching the same game now. Socrates at centre-back, is that a Zach Mooreism?
It could be, but you can, well, the way, from what we've seen so far, you can sort of understand it, the way he's building up continuously on the right side.
Yeah, the left-hand side of the pitch
is irrelevant. It could be anyone up there. Yeah. It could be West Hanser up there in left back. It doesn't matter who it is. You're not seeing the ball up there. It's the key is that he's building up with Socrates in right centre-back, I believe it is there, and he's just playing the balls over the top to Pele in an unorthodox right wing-back or right-back position. It looks as where he's playing, and again, he's just useful because of the way he's dribbling in and around the area.
You can see it with his tactical side of everything. You've got Virgil van Dijk almost leaning the other way, and the same with Alphonso Davies, who's more of a traditional fullback.
Yeah, I generally couldn't tell you who were playing on the other side.
He's overloading one end. That's the point. He's overloading one end.
And we've been on this game for 10 minutes in game.
Has he
I don't think Daniel's touched it.
This is literally what the Tuga game was. That what I was talking about. Exact same thing.
How frustrating? I'm sure you've been in these games, Mike, where you've been trailing in this.
Oh, appreciate that. I knew you were good. I appreciate that. Yeah.
How frustrating is it when you're just like, this guy's not even taking it seriously anymore? Like he's just taking the mick out of me. Like, I just wanted this game to finish.
Well, this just makes me think that I actually feel a little bit bad for the Brazilians with Crapaldi. Oh, big mistake here. Open goal. Still not converting that open goal. But Crapaldi and Paulo Neto have rebounded so well after their opening loss. It's a shame that one of them's going to have to go home. I'd love to see them in a different matchup just because they played so well from that point forward.
Yeah.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Exactly how it is.
And that's just me as a FIFA enthusiast. I've seen how they've rekindled their spirits and the offensive awareness and someone who just appreciates a lot of skill moves, a lot of goals, the lack of defense, and even the players that they've gone up against, the players they've eliminated.
Tex, he's moments away, Brandon.
The question I've got, I was going to say, like, it seems like the E-World Cup is the difficult hurdle, isn't it, for Tex? How do we think he gets on this year?
It's a great topic of conversation.
Surely he's got to go better than the previous years. He's been grouped a couple times now. That's been maybe the only critique of his career is that he hasn't looked good in a FIFAe World Cup. If he had the FIFA 19 FIFAe World Cup, you would say the greatest FIFA season of all time, and no one's ever going to have a chance to top it. Correct. He was so good that year, he took off a couple LQEs, if you recall.
Yeah. He was qualifying and just going, I'm not bothered.
I'm not going to the event because I need a little more time to myself. Just hanging out.
It's a remarkable season that he had, and I think everyone's always been looking, will we ever see that replicated from Tex? I don't think you'll ever see it by anybody. No one's that dominant now over such a long period of time. He mastered that game so quickly that no one could catch up to him. I mean, you were in that season, Ryan. You were trying to catch him. He was so far above everybody else.
He was so good.
That was a subtle jab.
No, it was. He was so good. Tex was the best that year by a long shot.
So what happened? Did people catch up to him?
No,
yes, they did. They did.
Re-eventing himself. Maybe by the end of the year, but even at the other
in the World Cup, they 100% caught up to him. You saw the likes of even in that tournament, we had Tass in there, Stoke. So many players were up on that level.
Do you think there was a burnout? A lot of FIFA that year.
Yeah, there was. I don't think he could get burnt out.
Stop it.
Or in Bucharest every other week.
Stop it. Oh, my goodness.
Should we just confirm it? Yeah, got it.
Couple extra elasticos. Now he's flapping his arms.
8 players.
8 players are in. And Tex is one of the 8 so far.
2 English players this round we found as well.
And to your point, tracking back to FIFA 19, the reason we'll never see a season like that is because I don't know if we're ever going to have that many tournaments.
Exactly.
We had so many tournaments, and the percentage of not only him qualifying, but he was winning everything.
Yeah.
Back to back to back. You name it, we traveled here, we traveled there. It didn't matter. And I felt like every tournament he was slightly reinventing the gameplay. Something was a little bit different. He was creating the meta.
Yeah, he was, 100%.
7 trophies that year, 250k at the age of, what, 17, 18? It's just unheard of.
And congratulations, Tex moves on. We knew this was the inevitable at this point. We're seeing him at another FIFAe World Cup. And I'd like to see him perform at the FIFAe World Cup. I think any fan of competitive FIFA, I'm sure he's gonna go find his mom, give her a hug.
Yeah, he ran straight over to West Town, so I'm sure that vlog will be getting uploaded within the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we can just see here the scenes, incredible performances. Let's have a look. Let's catch up today, and we'll bring the official results as it currently stands. Everyone outlined in gold have made it to the FIFAe World Cup. Montaxa, Johnny, Berkey Lion, Emre Yilmaz, Tex and Nicholas side by side. Stingray and Damesheet all in. On the other side of the coin, who is out? Levy Finn, big surprise. Kalen, DMS10, Fuma, Eze Correa, Kun, Breshex, SR87, Ollelito, Antonio Redea, OS, and Huge Body all eliminated from the tournament. We've got 4 more to find here at the FGS playoffs. It's going to be electric. Mike, just a very quick comment from yourself before we get over to this interview. Are you surprised with who's qualified?
Not necessarily who qualified, but maybe the future matchups. The fact that someone's going home from Tuga and the likes of Umit. We might not even have a world champion that makes the FIFAe World Cup. He might not even have a chance to go back-to-back. I didn't expect that coming into this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that you can never not expect, it's Brandon Smith on the floor, getting the latest details from all the players, and he's joined by a couple of boys who have just qualified right now.
Yes, Richard. I mean, I think the first word I'm going to say, lads, is relieved.
Yeah, man. You know what? Throughout the year, like, all the other tournaments I don't really mind about. Yeah, but this one, playoffs, obviously it gets to the World Cup, and all I want to do is win World Cup. So throughout the year, like, I put so much pressure on myself to do well at this tournament, and I had it as stress-free as possible today. So, nah, I'm a happy guy.
Massive congratulations. Relieved, Dan. 2 in a row.
Yeah, I don't know really what to say. Like, it was on pens. It was a crazy game against the world champ. So, yeah, I'm so proud of myself. Like, in the second year, 2 times world champion. So, yeah, like, I'm happy. I'm happy.
And was there a lot of learnings from last year to take into this year for Copenhagen to be that consistent 2 years in a row? What did you learn from last year in Copenhagen on the biggest of stages that you can take into this time round?
Like, that was my first time on a world championship, and like this year I'm gonna do better for sure. And like I'm gonna do it better, like 100% for sure. I'm playing better. I'm confident, so we'll see. We'll see.
We will see indeed. Tex, it's fair to say the FIFAe World Cup has just been that hurdle for you. Do you feel like there's something that's in the water that's changed for you this year? It's your 3rd time at a FIFAe World Cup. Is there a different feeling going into this one?
Yeah, totally. Like FIFA 19, there was so much pressure on that, and I didn't even play bad. I just choked a couple of leads when it came to it. Last year, I just drew too many games. I drew the same amount of games. No, I lost the same amount of games as Umut in the group. So like I didn't do too bad, but it's just not enough. But this year, man, it's different. I'm 2nd in EU, the hardest region. I played well. I was like 15 points away. I'm playing good, yeah. So it's different this year, man.
And how much would it mean to both of you to win the FIFAe World Cup? First of all, is to come to you.
Listen, it's the best day of my life. I'll retire on the spot. No, I'm joking. I'll come back again for back-to-back. But nah, it's my biggest dream in my life. Yeah, it might sound sad to win FIFA World Cup, but it is. So hopefully this year is the one where I can kick on and do well, make knockouts. And when you get to knockouts, anything's possible. So yeah.
And for you, Dami?
It will be a dream, but like I want just to do better like last year. So that's what I'm aiming on. And yeah, I'm gonna do better for sure, 100%.
Amazing stuff. Well, these two are going to be on the plane, wherever it is going, to the FIFAe World Cup this year. From 4 to 8, we're getting there slowly, Rich, but 8 players confirmed for this year's World Finals.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Really quite sort of strong words from Tex as well. Best day of his life. He's not had a great E-World Cup experience so far. He said it himself, but this will be the moment where it turns. Does he look different this time around, Ryan?
Tex is always confident, and there's a reason why, in my opinion. He deserves to be confident. He's, in my opinion, joint, you could say with Msdossary as the GOAT in FIFA history so far. And I feel as if maybe you can just kick into gear. Maybe, as you said, he didn't play that bad in the World Cup. Of course, it's very difficult in a group stage. All it takes is a couple draws, and you found yourself fighting amongst the players that advance into the knockout stages. So, as you said, turn those draws into a couple wins, and that's enough. And as you said, get to the knockouts, anything's possible.
You were really impressed by what you heard from Dame Sheet,
Yeah,
Mike.
I actually found that interview to be extremely wholesome on both ends, where you get an idea what you're building for, what you're aiming for. Damsheet, obviously last year, he underdelivered. It was his really first major land when you think about it. Remember, we had a lot of online influence. And then for Tex as well, this might be the year that he has the least amount of pressure, and he's got himself into that position again. So he's probably feeling a little more relieved heading into the big finals, and he's letting you know what it means to him. It's pretty much the only thing he hasn't won almost at this point.
And he did it so comfortably as well, Sam, Tex. I mean, just flowed through that round right there. I think he was relieved that he didn't have to go late in today.
He really did. He said he was comfortable. He didn't have any stress. He didn't have pressure. And what I love about watching Tex is he's so comfortable going forward attacking and as well in defending. So he's an all-round player, and I think he'll go far.
Yeah, I think he'll go far indeed. Well, we're seeing players' journeys come to a close and some continuing. Make sure you join us after the break. The action will not stop. We'll be here covering every single moment of the FGS playoffs with the E-World Cup on the line.
Yeah, I need a round of applause. I need a standing ovation. I need the plaques on the wall and a big screen down in the basement. Don't need your verification. I need a stack so big that I can't even spend it. I need a heart just so I can lend it. I need all of the jewels. I need to be a king like Kendrick. I need all the white Air Ones that I can get. I need a Rollie and a Patek. I need a pennant to swing off my neck. You need to be stepping correct. Otherwise I might just draw for the sword in the stone and sever your head. I am the daddy, I send him to bed. These men are all shabby, but nevertheless, I gotta stay on my toes. They underestimated me, now I'm the champ and I'm taking it home. So I got my eyes wide to see who's coming up through the pipeline. And if they wanna take my spot, we can swing it out like I'm playing golf. Golden, golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden, golden. Path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. I'm still here, still gravy. It's Tommy B, not Brady. But when I touch down, it's a madness. No long talk, just pay me. Right now I love Declan Rice way more than my unborn baby. My fortunes are always hiding, but I've been going on golden lately. I rise above hate like Suchek on your defender. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to win, there's no hidden agenda. I'm due to blow, but properly, not no 5th of November. Guy Fawkes ain't chatting to Tom, you can check what you want, I'm a don like Repka. Student of the game, but you can never give me a lecture. Ruthless when I aim, find out if you step in my sector. Step into this den here, you won't find an investor. You'll just feel the flame of the dragon. They can't handle the way that I'm at them. Got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden, golden. Got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Yeah, I need a round of applause. I need a standing ovation. I need the plaques on the wall and a big screen down in the basement. Don't need your verification. I need a stack so big that I can't even spend it. I need a heart just so I can lend it. I need all of the jewels. I need to be a king like Kendrick. I need all the white Air Ones that I can get. I need a Rollie and a Patek. I need a pennant to swing.
Well, the action just keeps on rolling here at the FGS playoffs. All Group A and Group B fixtures will be complete by the end of play today. It's going to be electric. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa, Samantha Miller, and Mike LaBelle.
Be happier.
I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy indeed.
We're positioned at each other.
If we are, I'm looking right into his soul at this moment.
How's it look?
Dirty.
It's empty.
Oh.
We've got 8 players who have qualified, who are on the plane, Brandon, to the World Cup, all European. I'm coming over to you because I know you've got them all down.
Yep.
For people who might have missed it, who's made it?
Yeah, Emre Yilmaz is there. Berkey Lyon is there. First time at a FIFAe World Cup. Johnny came through the play-ins. He made it. You can see it behind you as well. Montax, the Italian. Nicholas makes it a 6th FIFAe World Cup. Dami Sheik, 2 years in a row. Same goes for Stingray. And Tex, 3rd E World Cup. But he said in the interview there's just something different in the air this time round.
I mean, we can see all those players behind us. Is there anyone there that you're surprised, Mike? Sam, Ryan, I'll come to you first. Who's been eliminated? Who are you most surprised being eliminated? I've got a name.
I've got one, I'm ready. I think Ollelito going out,
Yeah.
0-2, especially the season that he's had, the preparation for this is a big surprise for yours truly.
Ryan?
I would say, I wouldn't really call it a surprise though, but I'd say being knocked down into the loser bracket, maybe you'd say it would have been a foregone conclusion for him to advance straight through the winners bracket. But again, I don't think it's a shock to lose to Damien. I don't know. It's a difficult one.
I mean, I've got one. Levy Finn.
Yeah.
Everyone fancied him. Everyone said he was one of the best players in the world, one of the best players in Germany. I believe 9th ranked coming into this, and he's out. He's not on the plane.
Fuma as well. Like 3 times E-League 1 champion, won the playoffs in FIFA 21, qualified for an E-World Cup there. He just hasn't found the form this time round. A big surprise for me.
I mean, when you look at those players as well, Sam, who have made it, I think one player just stands out above the rest, to be honest. And in my eyes, it is Nicholas. He's so consistent year on year on year on year on year.
He is, and they call him the Iceman for a reason, and he was very chilled, in fact, in the first game where he got a bye, and then since we've just seen the consistency from him. He steps up in the big moments. There's no surprise at all, and you have to give it to Tex. I know I alluded to it earlier. He's been outstanding. He feels this is something different, like Brandon said, and I feel it as well, and I think, yeah, Tex and Nicholas 99, 2 names to definitely stand out from the crowd.
We just saw a glimpse of what is to come right there. Oberon in a elimination match up against Blastic. That's where Brandon's attention will be turned. You've got to think Oberon has to be favourite in this game.
Yeah, I think you do, just off reps maybe in Europe, especially this time round. His form as well, as Mike was saying earlier, 2 fantastic years in Italy, a great E-World Cup last year, had a top 4 finish there. He comes into this one, I think, with more to lose.
Absolutely. When we go down, Ryan, 2 players, Umut and Tuga. One of these 2 won't be making it.
Yeah, that is an awful game to have to watch, I'll be honest. Because I like both players. I'm going to be completely honest. I think they should both be at the World Cup. They're that good.
One of those...
So one's going to be eliminated, for guaranteed, and they still have the next round to win to even get into the World Cup.
Yes.
So it's going to be really, really tough. We could see a situation where neither make it, but of course...
Could be looking at a new world champion right here.
Absolutely, exactly. But one is guaranteed to be eliminated in this round, both with 1 life left in the loser bracket. So it's going to be a massive, massive game.
I mean, Tuga's just had a brutal run of it as well. Oberon first game, you pick up a victory, and then you're playing
ridiculous
against Umut in your next 1 life match. Real hard run of it. Up next, Sam, got an unbelievable game. A qualifying match. It's amazing, to be honest, when you look at some of these games. That matchup right there also going to be taking place. Nisat against Ajit. I can't wait to see how these games do transpire.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's going to be a tasty matchup. But also, just as you were saying to Ryan, I have to say, Tuga, he's proved himself to be the 2v2 champ. Can he prove himself 1v1? So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on your game as well. But I'm looking forward to mine. I can't really call it. It's going to be an interesting matchup, and can't wait to get going on this one.
Yeah, apologies. That was from me right there. I thought we might have seen a taster of Yuval versus Msdossary. I'll be keeping you up to date with that game as it transpires. The importance of that match The winner of Ajit and Nisat plays Umut or Tuga. So 2 matches where we're going to find out who's taking place in an elimination game. Speaking of qualifying matches, I've left it to the end.
Set the stage for me.
Matt LaBelle.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me. All Brazilian affair.
I love it and I hate it at the same time. I just feel like both these guys, I'd like to see them where one of them doesn't have to, go home. But Crepaldi and Palinetto, I would be utterly shocked if this is not a goal fest. Neither of them are known for the defense. They both go forward. They're not game management type of players. They're going to give you a Brazilian flair. I hope sunglasses come out. I want to see shimmies, shakes, standing up, sitting down. You got the old school headphones. I don't know what's been brought for props. Give me something. Give me something to go off on. But I'm looking forward to it. I think everyone is. This was circled on the calendar. As soon as I knew it was possible, I told everyone, I sent the group text. There's a text in there, by the way. It's just a bunch of Brazilian flags, but it's there, and this is what it was for.
And the winner gets a spot. The winner gets a spot on the plane to the E-World Cup. There's 2 matches that we will be keeping up to date with. I'll try my very best to keep you in track because I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in it. Yuval versus Msdossary. Qualifying match. Winner goes to the E-World Cup. The loser, their season in the solo division is over. The other match, Daniel Zinn, we just saw him in action against Tex, against Karimi's back, the Italian. It's going to be a great game. That one's just a one-life matchup. You have to win to continue, and then you'll get a crack at a qualifying game. Guys, we're getting into the closing stages. We're getting into those matches where it just feels like the tenseness. I'm going to say tensity, but that's not a word.
The room does feel a little different. I went and shook some hands. They were very sweaty.
Clammy?
Yeah, there was some nervous hands over there. I gave out like hugs like it could be our last hug.
When we look at what we've got ahead of us, if you're in one of those matches where you know you're playing again, how hard is it not to peak now? Is that even something that you think about? I'm going to come to you, Ryan, because you've been in this scenario.
That's never thought of. Never. I'll be honest, some people might, but to me, like, you're not thinking ahead. Why would you think ahead? You need to focus on the game at hand right there. It doesn't matter about whether you're going to play your best now or you might play not at the same level in the next round. It still might even be enough to progress. You don't think about the skill level of what you're playing on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tight margin as well because you might be losing this game. You might lose in a penalty shootout and then your season's over. You might win a penalty shootout, then you've got to go again. You've got to play another match. This is the qualifying game right here. Crepaldi against Paolo Neto. We're leaving it in the capable hands of Mike LaBelle. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of shouts. There's going to be a lot of goals. Let's keep it under control.
I'm telling you, I'm still a little bit sad. These are 2 of the most likable guys in the community. A lot of reactions. A lot of offense capability. Space for Rude Hullet. Doesn't break through. Again, I'll reiterate, if you're brand new, these guys score for fun, and they do not know defense. You're going to see high back lines, a lot of risk and reward. R9, overlapping space. Can he find somebody? First shot, oof. I don't know if Van der Sar had it covered. 6 minutes in. You've got Crepaldi, of course, in the black kits, and you've got Palinetto in those white kits.
The 4 matches on the main stage that will be keeping you up to tabs with. This is the only qualifying match. The other 3, all elimination, 1 live FIFA. Ryan Pessoa's giving me a pen wag. What is happening, Ryan?
There's been a goal straight from kickoff.
No, never. In the Tuga game.
Straight from kickoff, and it's gone the way of that man that you mentioned there. Tuga has scored with Pele from kickoff.
That must be like 40 seconds in.
It's about 3 minutes or so. It's a slow build up for the kickoff there, but again, it's an early start for Tuga. And again, he's one of those players in the scene where it's well renowned that you don't want to be down against him. He tends to slow the pace of the game down when he takes the lead, but again, somebody that will trust their ability to get back into the game is Umut.
I was wondering if Umut might feel a little mentally drained.
Yep, here's that goal as well that I was mentioning. You see the build-up play towards the side of the pitch there. Alfonso's driven towards the byline there, played back inside, twisting and turning, a touch downwards and a shot at the near post from Pele on his 5-star weak foot.
We've not seen Tuga in a little while. He knocked off Kun in that first elimination match, 5-2. He's now taking on Umut. The winner of this plays Ajit or Nisa, which Sam will be keeping us up to date with. Don't think we've got a kickoff just quite yet in that game, but when it does.
Neymar with the Cruyff. Body opens it up. I don't know if Van der Sar got a kick to it. Nope, it's just ever so slightly wide. We've seen chances on both ends now, Capaldi and Palinetto, just not necessarily as clinical to the start.
What's the chance we've jinxed this game?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Just wait. There's no, even if it was a low-scoring affair, there'll be a lot of chances.
Over 8.5 goals?
I think there's goals in that game.
Yes.
Has to be.
You're just annoyed you've not got it, Brandon.
Oh!
Brandon's in front of a 0-0.
Are you rooting against me, Brandon?
Interesting this game, though, Obron against Plastic. Obron just came off the back of a qualification game where he lost 6-4 to Stingray. How does he pick himself up off the back of that and brush himself down?
It's always hard.
Especially when you play Tuga.
I mean, according to Ryan Pessoa, it means nothing. You just got to play the game in front of you.
Jude looking for the penetrating pass. There it is. Kimi cutting inside, not quite. Good takeaway from Davies. Early player lock. Can you find Neymar? Happy to see Neymar back on rotations. Has not been in competitive rotations at all this year. Big pass over the top, the knockdown. Won by Jude Bellingham. Ruud Gullit, direct play. Maybe missed the over top through ball. Mbappe was on. A little bit delayed. It'll still get there.
I do think the goals will dry up throughout the games as we get into more tense scenarios. When players only know they've got one life, you just will play a little bit more defensive.
Pele just had to shoot forward there. Overthought it a little bit. A lot of space to work with. I think he's slightly offsides. He's getting pulled back from Pele. 26 minutes in, still no goals.
Speaking of goals, Yuval 1-0 up against Msdossary. Oh, game just kicked off. We've had 2 goals. I'm not even going to ask the question, I'm just going to tell you, in this round so far.
Got another one as well.
Make it 3.
It should have been 2 from before that chance. It led to the corner. We're going to hopefully get a highlight of that. And it's come
in
favour of the Portuguese man again. It's been a blistering start from Tuga.
Oh, there's been a goal.
Tuga, 2-0 to the good against the reigning, defending E-World Cup champion. Could be on his way out.
That would be crazy. Crazy storyline if there's no defended E-World Cup champion this time round.
Big step from De Ligt. Mbappe looking for options. Pulling it back here. Kimi to Ruud Gullit. Ruud Gullit to Mbappe. Pele, extra pass, first goal. Not quite. Virgil in the right place at the right time.
Well, we heard a couple of goals from the desk. Tuga, 2-0 to the good. How did that goal come about, Ryan?
Came about from a corner there where it was well worked from Tuga initially to create the chance. There was a sort of fluffed his lines a little bit. And it was straight in, whipped direct from the corner. We see there, there's only one man who he's changed onto there. Aerially dominant in Van Dijk and is arrowed into the corner. No keeper's stopping that with that power behind it. It's 2 goals to the good for Tuga, and it's been deserved.
As we jump back on board, live action here from Capaldi and Paolo Neto. 0-0 coming up on the first 45 minutes played. I heard a goal from Sam Miller. Which way is it gone?
It's gone Ajit's way. It's 1-0. Mbappe on the rebound. At first it was a shot on distance. Managed to capitalise. And the second attempt, Ajit with an early start, leading here against Naysat.
Ajit, after just being defeated, now 1-0 to the good. Perfectly described. And now we can see it in action here. On the finesse, rebound comes in, and Mbappe with a very simple finish to go 1-0 up. Approaching half-time, we have had a few more goals. I'll give you them at the break as Paolo Neto looks to see out this first half in a attacking fashion, Mike.
Step over.
Oh, 2.
Space to work with. Mbappe with the opener. Has to be the opener indeed. The double step overs, the resurface. Gorgeous from Mbappe. 45th minute. Carries a little bit of momentum into the second half.
It's 3.
Goals galore.
Look at this again.
I've even got a goal.
Clean footwork. Clean footwork.
Every single person on this desk has just seen a goal. That was the one to give Paolo Neto the lead. 1-0 he leads.
He heard Sam talking.
Let's come down to Brandon, because you did get a goal.
We did. Obron at half-time. This game has just ticked over. Obron leading by a goal to 0 against Plastic. And it came just after the 40th minute there. Top forward at E-World Cup last year, looking to keep his chances alive after coming so close to a qualification match just a second ago.
Ryan Pessoa just looks like he's seen a ghost.
Uh-oh, what is
Ryan,
action?
what is happening?
Walk us through it, Ryan.
3-0 Tuga. 37 minutes have been played. And I'll be honest, this is Tuga's had some fantastic performances in the past. We've seen how good he has been in recent years. This is the best I've ever seen him play offensively. Every single time he's broke past the halfway line, he looks as if he's going to score. Whereas you can sort of see he's sort of playing with fear, backs against the wall. He's a bit timid in terms of his build-up play. Again, he's just giving away the ball needlessly there. You wouldn't associate that with him.
Another goal in my
He's been
game.
dominant.
So now the question that I have to ask, was just so close. He nearly got over the line, and now you are back down there. You're losing a penalty shootout, and now you're 3-0 down. Maybe a little bit of a rebound going in the negative direction. Sam, another goal in your game. You're picking all the best games. It's got to be said. What's been happening?
Yeah, I have been very blessed to see so many goals today. And this time, Naysat has got a goal back. It's currently 2-1 to Ajit. And Naysat, the comeback could be on. He's got one. Is he going to get another? I have to say, Ajit has been on top. And it's been an outstanding game so far.
And this was that finish. Rude Hullet. Alfonso Davies picking up the pieces. R9, simple finish into the bottom left corner. Paulo Neto just had a quick chance there, Mike. Didn't really create anything in the end, but he's starting to build up.
Here we go. Open goal. Oh!
Penalty.
Might be a penalty. It's coming back.
Red?
I think that's a red.
Yeah, that's a game changer.
Wow. So penalty kick, red card. Virgil van Dijk, you're losing him. You see Neymar again. 5-star weak foot hits the post. Pele from the spot, and he converts. Top left-hand corner.
And we know how Paulo Neto, it's often a phrase that it stuck with me. I heard Tass say it once. Stand on the throat.
Yep.
In FIFA. He's got the opportunity now to kill this game before Crepaldi even has a sniff.
And Paulo doesn't know a different way. I've watched him play probably an uncomfortable amount of FIFA. Online, offline, it's a lot. It's a lot of FIFA. I have tried to play offense like him for the last 3 years, and it hasn't been replicated on my end.
Just led you right here, Mike.
Yeah, it's led me
right with me, Mike. that's cheeky. I'm going to back you on that one.
Unnecessary.
Yeah,
unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm far enough away that I feel like I can get away with it.
I can throw a pen. It'll go that way, all right?
We saw a
I'll
second
apply
goal.
some pressure your way.
We saw a second goal between the Italian and the Mexican. Which way did it go?
Yeah, Obron has just doubled his lead. Not far off coming to a third. 60 minutes in here, seeming like he's just finding his feet again. It's a dangerous time now for Blastic if he isn't careful in this first leg. You can see the goal again on the replay that he scored. Just keep an eye on the movement here of R9. You'll see the ball come into him in a second. He just about ducks in and out. The timing of this pass is everything. The one more there just finds the smallest gap. The smallest gap in that near post. Obron leading 2-0. 30 minutes left in the first leg.
Yeah, great play from Oberon, it has to be said. Couple of games that you can't currently see on your screen. I can give you the latest in them. Yuval still leading 1-0 against Msdossary in an elimination matchup. Daniel Zin 1, Karim is back 1. Let's head back to Crepaldi versus Paulo Neto, that all-Brazilian affair. 2-0, Paulo Neto with a red card for Crepaldi.
You got Crepaldi here, firing down with Hakimi. And it's going to be interesting. This is where you talk to your coach a little bit, take a moment. Do you want to go forward, or do you want to try to set up shop and really prepare for a second leg? Not that Paulo Neto is going to allow you to do so. A lot of space to work with. Hakimi, can he pull it back? He does. Pele, Rude Hullet. I don't love that. A little too defensive. Space to work with. A lot of runners here. Neymar trying to attack that space. You got the overlapping. Pele, big touch. Can he pull it back to Neymar? He looks for it. Doesn't quite happen to Lit. Able to reassess and regain possession. You see Paulo Neto is already cued for a pause. I think he's going to apply even more pressure. He knows it's an opportunity to cut the game or shut down the game before the second leg.
Couple of goals to keep you up to date with. Yuval doubling his lead against Msdossary. As it stands, Msdossary will not be at the FIFAe World Cup. A third goal between Oberon and Blastic. Which way did it go, Brandon?
Yeah, the Italian job is in full swing over here. Obron, 3-0
what a pass. It's got to be a goal. There's the finish. 2-1. Paulo Neto was not able to cue that pause. It's beautiful work from Crepaldi. You see the step overs. I said goals were inevitable, and here they are. They've arrived. They're dancing. I'm dancing. We're moving. No
10
one else
men as well.
is grooving. With the man down. With the man down.
Let's head back, Brandon.
I think I hurt my knee on the celebration there.
Not surprised.
3-0. 3-0. Obron still leading in this first leg. As we said, this is an elimination game. Someone has to win to get themselves into that qualification matchup. But so far, so good. Obron just in the driving seat here. It's 3 goals to the good in the first leg. It's a dangerous area now. If he finds a fourth, it might be too big of a mountain to climb for Blastic.
Is this where the experience and quality, I'm not saying that some of these FIFA players don't have that elite level quality, but that quality of making it to E-World Cups before, making it to top 4s, top 2s, is this where it shines through, Ryan?
For me, Obryn, of course, we've seen him recently in the E-Champions League in Istanbul, so he's already had that in-person experience of a LAN tournament in a knockout format. For his opponent, again, he hasn't in Europe anyway, or in the major competition, so maybe that's working against him. So I thought there was going to be a goal there from Tuga to make it a number 4, but again, for Obryn, it doesn't surprise me that he's pulling away from that game. I think he's one of the best players in Europe.
We're heading back on over to the main game, just off the back of that pause from Paulo Neto. Anything immediate that you see in the changes? CR7 on the pitch, Mike?
Substitutions, going for a more offensive approach. Can you get the knockdown there? CR7, first touch on the ball. Trivella outside of the foot. That is gorgeous. And you see the awareness, the early cross into Hullet, the knockdown, the conversion, the celebration. That's gorgeous.
He's not always a starter, Ronaldo, but off the bench, that team of the season moments item just is a bit special.
Again, if you're going with an approach that's a little more direct, players like Ronaldo, even Ruud Hullet, you'd be surprised, powering through the midfield. We see this happen a lot. The likes of Jude Bellingham. It gives you a different option up front where you can go for a little bit more of that route one play. There's nothing special about that. You had a better matchup, you went for the matchup.
Especially where you've got that extra man as well, who's going to be able to make the numbers in this final 19 minutes. How important is it that Paulo Neto capitalises on this extra man now, gets a 4th, maybe even a 5th?
If he can get one more, he's sitting in a great position, regardless of what type of package Crepaldi tries to put together. Again, I've watched, Pele, across the body, green time finish, off the post and in, on cue. I don't know if it's a blessing from the commentator or a curse, depends who you're rooting for here. But Pele with that 5-star weak foot secures it and adds to it. And you could see, even if Crepaldi, who's across from us, facial reaction, a little bit of worry, a little more room for concern.
We've got a couple of games that are 3-0 scorelines. We'll get to those very shortly. Sam, your game, pretty even as it currently stands. Only a 1-goal split. Ajit's still leading 2-1.
Oh, hold that thought. There's a goal. An equaliser from Naysat. Mbappe, brilliant finish, and I have to say, you were just saying how close it is, and this epitomises that. It's been end-to-end. This game could go either way, and I have to say, Naysat has stepped up because we're seeing it right here. Is the through ball. He's trying to wait for that gap to open up. He's skilled. He's gone past. He's just found a bit of space in front of him. Crossed it, and first-time finish. Excellent, and there it is, the equaliser for Naysat.
Yeah, that game's going to go long. I can already feel it. Extra time and penalties on the cards. Like, that game is not going to be separated in the second leg.
Oh, big switch. Mbappe with a good matchup, favorable matchup. Can he find someone? Needs a little help. Trying to set up the Trivella there. That's where you see that ball roll before the shot. Very overpowered in this year's iteration. Crepaldi still has a chance here. If he can get nab one before going to the second leg, you really give yourself a little more hope. Especially considering you'd have the 11v11, you're not short a man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh,
it's not a goal, but that was beautiful.
Well, thanks, that right. What was it? What was beautiful about it?
The way Tuga keeps possession is honestly admirable, but the last 30 minutes, struggling to sleep. Clip this up. There you go. He's genuinely just kept the ball, and I don't blame him, but it must be
frustration as well.
and you can tell when it retrieves possession, he tends to give it away. He's rushing it, so it's needlessly, because he knows if he loses the ball again, he ain't seeing it for 15 or so in-game minutes, and that is the end of the first leg. 3 goals to the good for Tuga.
A goal in this last little bit of play is really important for either player. If Paulo Neto gets it 5-1, you're probably thinking game over. If Crepaldi can, a positive result is a 4-2 loss.
That's a mistake from Paulo Neto. He should have been holding for the last chance. I talked about he doesn't do the game management, keeps going forward. Hernandez needs help, finds help with Bellingham. What a pass. Oh, that is just gorgeous.
That's an unbelievable
Beautiful,
goal.
Fantastic. Everything you could ask for. The whipped in pass, the first touch, the extra skill. As you're canceling out of the skill, you tap it home.
That's a beautiful goal.
My goodness.
It's a big goal in terms of the 2 legs.
That's a decent result after being 10 men for what, 40 minutes?
And that's so difficult to do. And remember, this is the last kick of the ball. He's got to push it forward. He's running out of time. Shout out to Crepaldi.
I got a full time in my game. First leg concluded, Obram 3-0 up. Second leg about to kick off in that one very soon.
Yeah, full times from the desk. It's got to be said that pretty much was the last kick of the game. Crapaldi trailing 4-2 against Palo Neto. The only game that's currently back underway, 2-2 as it currently stands. How many minutes do we have left on this, Sam?
Yeah, there's not long left to go, and Nasat nearly got the edge, and he just missed that chance, and there's about 70 minutes been played, so still a bit of time if one of them is going to edge it, but as it stands, it's currently a draw. You cannot call this game. Both players are having chances galore, and this game, I've not been able to take my eyes off it.
Well, we're all going to see it very shortly indeed, because that's going to be our featured match for the remainder of this first round. While we wait, I think they're interested in a quick pause. We'll get to it very shortly indeed. Ryan, is Umer's E-World Cup journey over?
It's not over yet. There's still a way to go in of course, this matchup. There's still the second leg to be played. It's a 3-goal deficit. We've seen comebacks of a larger margin be retrieved. And if anyone can do it, Umer is one of those players that can do it. So I'm sure he'll be backing himself to get back into the game.
Well, we are back in this game. 18 minutes played. It's currently 2-2 between Ajit and Nasat. As it stands, Ajit has got the ball. He's just passing it about, maintaining that possession, waiting for a gap to open up. Is he going to find it? We'll have to wait and see, but he's just playing it around nicely. He's trying to not lose possession because Nasat can break on the counter-attack, and it's played out wide on this left-hand side. A lovely ball through the middle. Oh, brilliant stuff. Is he going to cross it at the byline? He's cut back, and what a save there from Van der Sar. Ajit with a corner now. Ronaldinho to take into the box. He's gone back post. Comfortable save for Van der Sar. Not long left to go. Are we going to see a late winner? Or is it going to be a draw still? 2-2. And it is Hullet. Picks it up in the centre midfield. He's gone out wide. Looking for a through ball. Can't find it. Just going backwards, Nasat playing it around at the back. Switcher play, lovely there. And it is down this left-hand side. Oh, what a ball. Nearly, it's the outside of the boot, but it's been intercepted, and Ajit can break forward now on the counter-attack. Not many options. He's forced to go back. You don't want to take your eyes off this game. It's getting more and more exciting by the moment. Lovely bit of skill there. He's just lost out to Nasat with Ronaldo into Hullet. Is he going to find the ball over the top? He will. It's a comfortable save. And there it is. 90 minutes. And it is a draw, 2-2. Tasty stuff there.
Yeah, really, really interesting how that game's starting to take shape. Don't want to say I predicted it, but I think we're going long in this game.
Got it long. Wrong, right?
Right. I don't know what's happening. Let's have a talk about the games that we featured. We're going to be saving Kyle Walker a little bit. I can tell you what's been happening so far. Yuval 2-0 up against Msdossary. Daniel's in and Karimi's back 1-1 as it currently stands. I'll start with you, Brandon. We said Obrun's the favourite, and he's proven his class.
He is. I mean, look, I'll be honest, it's pretty plain sailing in the nicest way. Blastic needs to turn up and bring a plan B, plan C, whatever the plan. He's 3-0 down, and he's 19 game minutes away from being knocked out here. Keep in mind, whoever wins that doesn't qualify for the E-World Cup as of yet. They have to play another match-up to do so. But as it stands right now, it will be the end of Blastic's season. He might be the #1 ranked player in Latin America, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to brew it to this matchup against Obram.
Well, I mean, let's open up the chat, because the big talking point that we have to talk about right now, Umer's on the edge of being eliminated. His individual season is about to come to a close, trailing 3-0 against Tuga. Ryan, you've been watching that game.
Yep.
Just the opponent that he's facing, is it even doable?
Makes it 10 times harder, of course, especially when it's hanging in the balance. I saw a bit of a shake of the head there from you straight away, Brandon.
He needs a miracle.
He needs a miracle. Especially,
miracle.
honestly, with the way Tuga's actually performed in this. If you saw that first half, it was unbelievable.
You've had 2 Tuga matches, don't you know?
That's 2, yeah, back to back. And let me not speak it to existence. Let's just hope he goes forward, innit? Let's just hope he goes forward. But I feel as if with the way that the game's going, it's going to be a massive uphill battle for him to come back into it. I'll be stunned if he comes back into it, even though he's obviously the reigning world champ.
He seemed the banker to qualify. It seemed like he was there. Like, when you look at the matchups that he had, people said he had quite a favourable bracket.
Yeah,
but
did.
as soon as you go down, as soon as you suffer a loss, things get shaken up, Mike.
And I think the way that he lost, he was leading that game in multiple occasions. It went to penalties. It was 5 penalties down the middle. And he hasn't really been able to battle back. And Tuga is one of the most gifted and most frustrating opponents you could ever go up against.
Worst player to be down by 3 against.
I don't know if there's a more gifted, and maybe we're building up the ultimate curse here, player in terms of game management, controlling a game, knowing all sorts of different tactical shifts that offset your players, where he gets a little more space, a little more timing on the ball.
He frustrates you. He's disciplined. He sort of forces you to make mistakes because you know that, as I said earlier, you give the ball away, you're not seeing it again for ages until potentially the ball goes out of play from his own chance. I don't know how Umit's going to get back into it.
Well, we're going to be watching it, and that's for certain, because the games are ready for the second legs of action. Without any further ado, let's head over back to our featured matchup. It's an all-Brazilian affair, and Mike LaBelle is the man with the action.
And I got to say, this has lived up to it. You had question marks, especially Brandon. He didn't think the guys were going to keep scoring goals. 4-2 in the first leg, and we did see that red card. Oh, beautiful work from Mbappe. Big tackle. Had to have it from Crepaldi. Of course, Crepaldi's coming with these orange kits. We've got the white and green kits from Palinetto. Palinetto leading 4-2 in this matchup. 2 guys that love to score goals. And if you're a Crepaldi fan, he needs to score first. He can't go down by 3. R9 on the edge of the box. Great resurface. Mbappe opens up. Bottom corner. There you have it. Crepaldi 5 minutes into the matchup.
He spoke into existence.
I'm not mad at it. I love goals. And these 2 go forward with ambition. Got to get into the free flow.
A game that's kicking off stage.
He's in.
2-2 between Daniel Zin and Karimi's back.
The winner,
Paolo Neto 5-2.
The winner of that game plays the winner of my game here. We could be looking at an all-Italian East Serie A rematch potentially between Obrun and Karimi's back.
Someone was in. Who is in? Ryan Pessoa. Umit versus Tuga.
Is it a comeback?
Which way did the goal go?
Come back.
I think it's the other way.
It's Tuga, number 4.
Oh.
It's number 4. It's played in. We're going to be able to see the replay later on. But speaking
you
of...
want a replay? Here it is.
Oh,
played over the top there. In it with Hakimi. Just about gets that through ball in. And the shot across goal into the onrushing keeper there. Makes it goal number 4 for Umit. Sorry, for Tuga up against Umit. And now the spaces you can see are going to be opening up here.
I can feel Crepaldi's confidence in this matchup, by the way. Just the way that he's pinging the ball around. Getting that goal late. Remember, he scored in the 90th minute with a red card. Cuts the deficit in half. And he's already starting to cook a little bit.
Ajit and Nisat 2-2 after the first leg. There's been an early goal. Which way has it gone? We'll get to that in a second. What a chance. Ooh. Paolo Neto forcing a corner.
We're having a Brazilian barbecue. Pele looking for options. Sorting. Delit 1-2. Great left analog work there. Good defending as well. Pele with the step overs. A little bit of a boost of pace.
There was a goal in Sam's game. Which way did it go, Sam?
Yeah, you can't call this game, but it has gone in Ajit's favour. He takes the lead in this second leg, 1-0. Let's take a look at it. It was a lovely reverse pass from Mbappe to start off with, which you'll see shortly. It fell through and then fired into the back of the net. Absolutely superb from Ajit, 1-0.
Mbappe. Hakimi to Pele. Pele looking for options here. Zidane, you don't always see being used at this point in the game. Neymar trying to burst through. We see a lot of that reverse Elastico. Can Palinetto make something happen? Can he extend that lead?
Oh, another goal.
Well. Me and Ryan Pessoa have something in common. Both games are 4-0.
Oh, God. It's open again with another.
Uh-oh. Here we go. There it is.
Speaking of fours.
Side-to-side touches.
5.
Neymar with the quick feet. They always eat. Again, at the barbecue, he's going for seconds.
Shall we go and have some barbecue off?
It's getting close to dinner time. It's getting close.
4-0 here, 4-0.
I'm dressed for the occasion.
If you want, go and speak to Crepaldi, get his glasses.
He's not going to be needing them. Sorry.
That is harsh.
Sorry. We've got another goal, Sam. Which way did it go?
Give Richard a break.
This time it has gone Naysat's way. He's answered back yet again. Every time he's been one goal down, he has made a comeback, and there it is. A power shot. And Nasa, he's calm, cool, collected. And when he needs a goal, he's been stepping up.
Palinetto pushing bodies, a lot of options, a lot of offensive players, right place, right area. Goes for the ball roll. Virgil chases it down. I thought it was going to be a corner kick. It's actually going to be a reset for a goal kick. This game has so many more goals left in it. You do not want to miss this.
Yeah, we're going to be sticking with you. This end of the table, Ryan and Brandon, their games are done. Like,
yeah, leave it here. Leave it here. We got more to offer.
Don't count him out yet. It's not done yet.
It's just the opponent.
He's in here. Oh, he's not. He's not. He's not.
I'll tell you who is in. Crapaldi. Forcing a corner.
Do you think there's any advantage for Tuga that he's had a bit of a break? Because off the back of a penalty shootout, I think you can just tell that it's just...
Yeah. Of course, it's rattled him a little bit because you're in touch and distance from progressing, and then before you know it, you're playing against one of the best players in the world in an elimination game, knowing that...
Defensive players as well. When he scored against you, you're like, oh my God.
Especially conceding early on. Conceding straight from kickoff against Tuga is... Good luck.
People want an update on Msdossary, the former E-World Cup champion. He got a goal back to go 2-1. He has conceded again, 3-1, and he has just scored to go 3-2. I am searing right now. Msdossary trailing 3 goals to 2 against Yuval, the number 1 player from Europe. Chance here for Paulo Neto.
What a save from Van der Sar. Short corner. Mbappe. Neymar from the Neymar angle. Back post cross, puts it across. What a save again!
It's got to be past across.
I thought he was going to hit it across.
Well, over here, Richard, it's 5 of the best. He's made them pay. Obron is on his way to a FIFAe World Cup. I mean, there are 7 Italians here at the playoffs. Someone had to get there from Italy. Obron, I should say, he's not there yet. Calm down, Brad. He's not there yet. He's in the game to qualify. He's not there just yet. Sorry, 5-0. He does lead, but he will be playing. Sorry, Mantaxa is there. He will be playing the winner, as we said, of that other matchup across on the other stage. Msdossary, though, it's going to be 2 years in a row. He's
Neymar
going to make it.
Last to go. What a goal! Top corner again, off the weak foot, on the near post, challenges Van der Sar. This time he converts. I don't believe it was time green, and we're almost having a dance-off here between the Brazilians. This is why you see Neymar in the teams. A bit of good fortune there, slips through Ruud Gullit, reverse elastico again, lines it up. You see the pause cued from Crapaldi. He's going to have to go for it.
Yeah, great performance, it's got to be said, from Paulo Neto and Crapaldi in this game. 6-3. There was a goal back, Brandon, in your game. It's 5-1 now.
We're in half-time, I believe.
Yeah,
near enough.
He's got one back, but it's not looking great for him. Karim is back against Daniel Zinn, for people who are interested. 2-3. Karim is back, he's leading. However, he's still got a long way back to go. Does Daniel Zinn, if he wants to turn this game around. Fascinating stuff on the main stage, it's got to be said. Plenty of goals, plenty of big moments.
Just on that, the match that Mike's covering, it's going to be our first player outside of Europe to qualify for the E-World Cup finals, which is an interesting part there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that it's Paulo Neto either.
Yeah.
Like, he is, I would probably say on his day, top 10 in the world.
I think that's fair, 100%.
He's
showing it over the years.
That's where I've had him.
Yeah.
And last year would also coincide with that statement. Crapaldi looking for 1-2s. Mbappe, edge of the box, not quite. Could have been a foul. Maybe a little bit of a debate there. Coming into halftime. Last opportunity before half. Neymar, a lot of space to work with. Can he find a runner? He does. Mbappe across the body. Great save from Van der Sar.
Approaching halftime here. And that will do us for half-time. Paulo Neto leading still in a very comfortable position. 6-3. Another goal back for Blastic.
The stroke of half-time. Blastic has got a goal back. He was 5-0 down. If he pulls this back, I might be time to leave the job. There's 45 minutes left to be played there, but Obron, show us that 5 back and show us how you can see out the game.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one player who's capable of doing it, top 4 last year. He was at all 3 of the majors as well. Oberon, probably the one of the best players across the entire season last year. I think he's a little bit like Ummet as well, a little bit underappreciated in the scene for how good he is.
Well, we saw what Danny Pitbull came out last year onto the scene, and so did Obron. But again, he's one of those players that is so consistent, maybe doesn't get the talk that he deserves.
Well, there's quite a few Italians as well that kind of joined that whole squad. We think of Caccia coming out as well, Hezers, who just got second in the ECL. I always looked at Obron as the leader between that group, and he's a top 10 player as well in the world for me.
Montaxa to me as well, one of the best players. This has to be. There's a goal back. Here we go. We've got 30 minutes left to play. Ummet has actually managed to get back into this game.
What a time to join. Crepaldi, 6 goals to 4. Slowly but surely getting back into the game. Can't wait to see how Crepaldi sees this game for the remainder of it. It's a big goal and a big moment in this all-Brazilian derby.
And if there was any chance for a comeback over here, unfortunately, Obron said no chance. He's just scored again. It's a 4-goal cushion reinstated from the Italian. 6-2, he leads her in the second half of the second leg there. Remember, this game is to keep your chances of an E-World Cup alive. No one will qualify from this individual matchup.
Pele again, edge of the box. Great defending there from Virgil van Dijk. You see the triangle up front here when you're looking at Crepaldi's build-up. He's still got a lot of time to work with. And again, in most cases, when you see 2-3 goals, it matters. It makes such a huge difference. But with both these Brazilians, they just don't play defense or do game management like a lot of the competition. Hakimi, can he find R9 on the post? He does. This is great. Ping-pong and passing. Very direct. Back to R9. Works it. Neymar with the finish. Game on. 6-5. 57 minutes in.
Absolutely incredible. As the celebration comes out, it's the only game as it currently stands for a qualifying place. It's a relatively tight scenario. I mean, Crepaldi with an heroic comeback.
If he gets an equaliser, Crepaldi, you're going to see some reactions. Comeback in your game, Brian?
There should have been another goal there from Tuga, but it's just been calm and composed possession. It's sort of torture for Ummet, I'll be honest. He's just chasing shadows here.
No.
Bellingham. Oof. Great penetrating pass. This is end-to-end stuff. There's no possession play whatsoever between these two. They're going forward as quick as possible. Ruud Gullit here. 1-2s with Mbappe. Interchange. He's sending runners.
Stacking up probably a little bit too much on that one. Quick update, Sam, from your game. Still 3-3, I'm seeing.
It is not too much to update here. Naysat went ultra defensive, 5 at the back. He's making it really hard to break through his defense. End-to-end game still. Neither of them have broken the deadlock. 3-3 still.
Back on with a live featured matchup. Mike LaBelle, 25 minutes left to play. The next goal is crucial.
Neymar's working. Big Virgil steps up, and again, you see this triangle of counterattack here. What a play there from Mbappe. A lot of space. Neymar's got to find him. Here we go. R9. Can he win the 50 feet? Beats up her pace. Got to be a finish. There's a finish on the near post. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 3 goals down, 15 minutes. He's got all 3.
We're dancing. We're dancing.
I apologise, Crepaldi. Bring the glasses out, mate.
Yeah, there you deserve that. Go on, Crepaldi.
What a turnaround. Paulo Neto. Oh, he'll be devastated.
There's been another goal as well.
5.
It's fallen on the side of Ummet.
Okay.
How long left in that game?
There's 10 minutes left to play.
There's
4-2.
this one as well.
But the issue now,
Stamina.
the stamina on Ummet. He's been chasing the game genuinely from the first whistle. So you can see Gullit in midfield, Jude Bellingham, they're genuinely running on empty. So it's going to be tough to win the ball back.
We're at a level playing field between Ajit and Naysat. Goal. Which way's it gone?
Yeah, not level anymore. It's gone Ajit's way. 2-1. Bellingham, unbelievable stuff. Ajit once again has taken the lead. We're going to have a look at it here. Some nice passing about, and I have to say, absolutely brilliant from Ajit. Through ball down the middle.
Oh, keeper.
And clinical into the back of the net. Keeper should have done better, but Ajit once again takes that lead, which we've seen so often.
I know where my attention is turning, and it's the Ryan Pessoa, not just because of that mustard shirt. Talk to me about this game.
Left me alone.
We need to learn some Portuguese.
There's been a pause, and it's just come back now after the break. There, still 4-2, Tuga leading there. I'll be honest, Tuga could have put this game to bed multiple times. He's been in on goal maybe 4 versus 1, and he just turned back. straight back down to the fullback switch.
I think the only game that's pretty comfortable, Oberon is through. He's continuing his run.
Yeah, I'll be quick because Mike's got a killer of a game. 6-2, 10 minutes left in this one. Oberon is going through, and then it's going to be Daniels in or Karim is back in that qualification matchup.
Well, let's head back to the main game. Mike LaBelle's ushering me over. Mike, take it away. What's happening?
Everything's happening. They're both going for it. It's 6-all. Palinetto has blown a 3-goal lead in 15 minutes of game time. It's unbelievable. Cribaldi is feeling it. I know the sunglasses are in the back pocket. They are definitely coming out if he gets a 7th. Look at the build-up. Overlapping runs, pinging it around. Rude Hullet, Neymar, Mbappe pulls it back. Not quite. Virgil.
Oh, that would have been a disgraceful goal to concede. Sorry. Oh my God.
7-2, Oberon.
Oh, we got runners. Ronaldinho, R9 off the bench. Apparently R17 at this point. Give us a skill. Why not? Why not? Oh, what a save from Van der Sar.
What a ridiculous game. This is live shots here. This could be the reigning, defending world champion out. He's offside.
I don't think it matters.
Seconds remaining.
There is no way that this game, there's any sort of comeback. You see Ruud Gullit being triggered at the back post. He needs a goal, and 2 minutes left to play. I think we've seen the reigning world
playoffs
champion
are unforgivable.
Eliminated against Tuga. It's been a phenomenal performance from Tuga. Well played defensively in the second leg, but the first leg is where the game went away from him. 4-0 in the first leg, or 3-0, I should say.
He's neither reigning or defending anymore. He is simply a former world champion. Someone new will be lifting that trophy in a couple of weeks' time. I cannot wait to see who it is. Newsflash, Umit is out. Tuga continues his run in the FIFAe World Cup playoff hunt. Let's head back to our featured game. It's a cracker. It's 6-6. It's an all-Brazilian affair. Mike LaBelle's keeping us up to date with it.
I think I'm getting stressed out watching it. This has been unbelievable. We got Cripaldi, we got Palinetto. They're sending everyone forward on all the offensive possessions. It's incredible. Over the top through ball here. Oh, Hernandez with the takedown. Can he find help? Needs help. Tries to pull it back to Neymar. Bit of a 50-50. Musiala's got it. And just watch the players. Everyone's going forward.
What?
Everyone's going forward.
What is going on here, Mike?
Multiple step overs. I'm losing my mind watching it.
You know why? Because I'm not commentating. Palinetto's not scoring anymore.
Space for Musiala. Teases a Trivella. Mbappe with the step over. Speed boost. Needs help. Finds help. Ronaldinho. Needs the extra pass. Should have the extra pass. 83rd minute. Short corner. Again with the step overs. Mbappe recovers it. Pulls it back again. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, that's a poor mistake. Militao. Maybe Cripaldi will try to go for the last chance here. I'd love to say that. It's just not how this game has went. They're not following any of the FIFA rule books, the textbook. I got all these notes. I feel like Brandon, but I'm not using any of them.
Couple of full times coming in very quickly to keep you up to date with. Ajit and Nisat, 4-3. Ajit victorious.
Oh, Militao breaking ankles. Ruud Hullet, top of the box. Dino, what a pass. Rashford! Oh, what a save for Van der Sar. It's not done. It's not done.
Oh my God, no!
Oh my God.
Where was that ball bouncing?
Oh my goodness.
If that's how you lose. Oh, I'd never live it down. Final chance, Mike.
Here we go. Musiala looking for help. Maybe one too many ball rolls. Still enough time. Enough time to work with. Needs to have it. Virgil does have it. Push it forward. Mbappe's got runners, got space. There it is. He's outside. Ball roll for sure. No!
Head?
Nothing. Nothing. We're going extra time.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe it.
Van der Sar just took everything with no hesitation whatsoever.
I can't believe you didn't see a skill move there.
Now we've got a little bit of time. Full time. Ryan.
Yes, full time in the game. Tuga advances, eliminating Umit in the process. Of course, he still has to win one more game, and that game is going to be up against Agate Power or Nisat, as Sam was covering.
And how did that game finish up?
It was Agate that had, well, he ended up winning in the end. He just about had the advantage. It was very close between the two players. Agate stepped up in the moments when it was needed. And Nisat, the last minutes, he was just going all-out attack, but he couldn't get that equaliser.
And just a quick one before we get into extra time, Brandon, Oberon. Pretty comfortable in the end compared to the rest of these games.
Yeah, Oberon is there. He's through. He's 7-3 winner. But the more the more interesting game is who they're playing against, Rich. Daniel's in against Karim is back, the Italian. That's in extra time right now. Karim is 4-3 up in that game.
Yep.
We're waiting for a full-time confirmation, but it could be an all-Italian matchup for another FIFAe World Cup spot.
We're back underway. Live action.
Production asked me what goals do I want. I said I'll take all 12. Look at this, Dino, a lot of options again. Great interception there from Virgil. It's just so high risk, high reward, everything that both these guys are doing. It doesn't follow any of the playing tense, playing cagey. It's just the opposite. Oh, look at the space.
What is going on here?
Here we go, Musiala. Oh, pass it, there it is, wide open, and Bobby's got to finish. Surely he finishes, of course he taps it home. It doesn't matter, it's not done. 7-6, we move. This won't finish 7-6. I'm losing my mind.
Oh, what character shown for Paolo Neto as well. You just concede 3 goals, your opponent takes it into extra time, and then you come out all guns blazing, basically, and get a 7th.
A lot of space to work with again. Rudholit looking for help, finds help. Rashford dropping in as a center mid. Jude Bellingham, big interception. Again, you got 3 runners, too much space to work with. Mbappe surely has to close this out. A couple player lock, make the pass. Oh,
what's he doing?
He didn't make the pass.
It looked so simple.
Oh, it's unbelievable. He overthought it. Jude Bellingham again, out wide. Surely he's got to go out wide. Doesn't go out wide.
That desk getting a good baiting from you, isn't it, Michael?
My hand hurts. Here we go.
Is it over the
Hernandez.
top?
He's still got enough time. The throw in. Dangerous position. Go ahead and grab it. Go forward with it. Beautiful. Step over. Pull it back. Rashford, cross the body, big blip block from Delit. Clear it out. We're going to the second portion in extra time.
Paolo Neto.
I'm hurting over here.
7
my
goals
goodness.
to 6. Take a breath, because we need you for the second half. Karim's back. 5-3 up.
Job
He has
done.
now got
Yeah, it's got to be.
a 2-goal cushion in extra time. Up against Daniel Zinn. That's going to be a Brazilian leaving the competition. Karim's back, setting up a tie with Oberon as it currently stands. What a round of fixtures that we are seeing right here. We've still got a couple more games left to play after this has finalised. 2 games, 2 spots left to find today for the FIFAe World Cup. We've got an all-South American affair that's kicked off for the second half of extra time. Mike LaBelle, take it away.
Cripaldi with kickoff here. Needs a goal. He's chasing a goal. I'm sure have an opportunity at a goal. He might even have a few opportunities to score a goal. See some of the slower build-up. Into Bellingham. Rashford. Ben the super sub of choice. Hernandez, space to work with. Powering through. Draws a throw-in. Everything's open. There's the pass. Mbappe. The reversal last go. Maybe a little bit forced there. CR7 could have gone with a through ball, tries to go to feet. Offside trap made. Rashford. Jude Bellingham looking for options. Assessing. Sending Rudholit on a run. Out wide. Militao. Space to work with. Beautiful 1-2. Can he find the through ball? Ronaldo, step over, not quite with the finish. Delit slides, sacrifices his body. Musiala trying to slow it down, release someone. Remember, both these competitors just don't have it in them to really hold the ball. They don't slow it down. You don't see those formation. Yeah, you don't see the formation adjustments. It's not real.
Tuga's coach would have a heart attack.
Oh, here we go. A lot of space to work with. Pass it across. Surely.
He's in. Oh, my goodness.
I guess not. I guess not. And we go, and we move. I think this is deserving of penalty kicks. I'm throwing it out there now.
Sure, Paolo Neto's not thrilled by that.
It is what it's.
How is that not?
Oh, what a mistake. Socrates, take it out wide. Please take it out wide.
That poor desk is going through the emotions.
CR7's working. Ronaldo. Options. I think he's drawn a corner kick.
This should be a Paolo Neto win.
He passes it backwards. Surely it goes backwards. Okay. Bruno Fernandes on the ball.
This is so risky.
Clock's his best friend. It should be enough. I think Paolo's done it. Socrates, a lot of space to work with. Gonna send it to the goalkeeper. Maybe a clearance away here. Congratulations. Congratulations, Paolo Neto.
Done it again. 3 FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals in his career.
Well done to both of those competitors. Put on an absolute show for us. If you are a fan of FIFA, watch that game back. It has so much repeat value.
You teased goals, Mike LaBelle. There was plenty.
13 goals.
Extra time as well.
What an incredible, incredible game. You see both players there. Oh, both players look like they've just lost. They're absolutely exhausted. They've just been through a marathon of a FIFA game. Their smile comes out on Paolo Neto's face as Crepaldi. What a run he had. He must have scored about 40 goals.
Nah, shout out Crepaldi, honestly. To me, I thought it was game over once he got that red card in the first leg. He was down,
brought it back, brought it back.
Unbelievable resilience, to be honest. Unbelievable. Of course, credit to Paolo Neto getting the job done again and getting into another World Cup.
I'm so impressed. I wish all our games looked like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
come
feel
on.
like all of mine did.
I think
George Paolo.
Throwing cards, pen, desk, you're right. Never stood a chance. I've really tested this desk of ours. It's unbelievable. The emotion and just a little bit of everything in that gameplay. Outside of defense. No defense. But that's okay with me.
Truly remarkable scenes here. And just a devastating, devastating moment.
That bracket that Crepaldi's gone through today.
Yeah, he's gone through the ringer. He's genuinely, oh my goodness. Ridiculous.
Just, I mean, you talk about it. Ollelito, Antonio Redea, Paolo Neto. Those three players to claim your spot. Unfortunately, he falls at the final hurdle in extra time. Paolo Neto just coming to terms with what has just happened. A truly remarkable, remarkable set of fixtures. I cannot put into words. I need a little bit of a break, I'll be completely honest. I need a breather. So we're going to head on over to Kyle Walker backstage for his analysis and report of what has been happening.
Well, there might not be as many games happening backstage, but let me tell you, the intensity is turned all the way up. We've got to talk about one of those games. It went all the way to extra time. Daniel Zinn, coming off the back of that frustrating defeat, let's say, to Tex, especially towards the end of that game, taking on Kareem is back. The game was back and forth all the way. It went to extra time, but it was Kareem is back who managed to win that one 5-3, so he continues through. Let's talk about all those players though that have qualified so far. We've still got a round to go. We're still looking for two I should say, names that are going through, but we do have 10, and I've written them all down just for you guys, all right? Obviously, Johnny, Berkey Lion, Emre Yilmaz, Montexa, Nicholas, Damian, Stingray, Tex, Paolo Neto, as we saw, plus Yuval has made it through so far to the FIFAe World Cup. Guys, when I'm back here, obviously, I get so much insight. I get to speak to the players as well. You guys were talking about Tex. There's some strong words during his interviews before. I get to see the real Tex, and I get to speak to him, and he said that after he sighed out, and he looked at me and he said, you know what? It didn't happen in the way that I thought it could possibly happen. There wasn't that much drama. And I said, Tex, that's all right. You don't need drama at times. But he said he was absolutely buzzing. He's making his way through. He said how much it would mean to him that he'd be able to get his hands possibly on that World Cup trophy. But he did confirm to me, even though he said it live before, that he would retire on the spot. If he was to win it, he's not retiring, all right? He's not going anywhere. He wants to be the first player that could get his hands on that World Cup and then come back the following season and be able to retain it, all right? So let's see if he can do that. Plenty of, let's say, intensity, pressure, smiles, lots of tears happening back here. But my job is done backstage. I'm going to come and join you guys, all right? So give me a few minutes, all right? I'm going to hop, skip, jump all the way to the studio. Keep talking, and I'll see you in a minute.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I look forward to it. I can't wait to see what Kyle has around the corner. I can tell you what he's coming up after the corner. 2 more games of FIFA esports with 2 spots at the FIFAe World Cup on the line. It's crunch time here at the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
PlayStation.
I told you all I was going to hop, skip and jump and run to the studio, and I've done just that, just so I could speak to Paolo Neto and Tuga. Tuga, I'll come to you in a moment, all right, because I know you need to compose yourself before your next game. Paolo Neto, I'm not giving you any chance to compose yourself because, wow, what an ending, what a game. Feels like you're still sweating a little bit and you're still sighing big sighs of relief right there.
Yeah, I got very emotional, and sorry for my English. I'm really nervous right now, so I can talk to myself, but yeah, it was a crazy game. I had the game in my hands, and yeah, in the end was that craziness. He had a chance in 90s. He could eliminated me, but yeah, thanks God I'm here and I got the game. I got the win through the extra time, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the World Cup.
And Tuga, for yourself, you won't care if you do it like Paolo Neto, if you win it in incredible fashion. You just want to win that next game, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Job's not done. One game left. If I lose this game, everything I put in the season, in the whole season, will not count. So let's win this game to be in the World Cup.
It's such a difficult position to be in, and I appreciate as well you talking to us before that game because it's huge. Your whole season pretty much comes down to this moment, but you've got the experience, you've been here, you've done it before, you've competed on the biggest of stages, and you've done extremely well. Do you feel confident you can do that again?
Yeah, absolutely. My whole season was pretty good here. I'm playing really good. I'm confident, but I will face a huge opponent. But let's see if I play my best, I think I can be in the World Cup.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one. Paolo Neto, congratulations. Your foot item has turned gold. You are going to the FIFAe World Cup. Tuga, I wish you well. I wish you the best. Hopefully later on, I'll be talking to you with that foot item gold as well. Good luck to yourself for the next round. Good luck for the FIFAe World Cup. What a day it's been. And guys, we've still got one more round to go.
Thank you very much, Kyle. We certainly do. One game left to find two more players here at the FGS playoffs. My name is Richard Buckley, and what a team that we have got right here. Mike LaBelle, Sam Miller, Ryan Pessoa, Brandon Smith, keeping you up to date with everything that you might have missed. And if you are just joining us and you're wondering, what on earth am I seeing on my screen here? 10 foot items bathed in gold. Yuval, Montaxa, Johnny, Berkey Lyon, Paolo Neto, Emre Yilmaz, Nicholas Tex, Stingray, and Dame Sheet with 4 players remaining. 1 life, 1 game of FIFA for greatness. Ajit, Oberon, Tuga, Karim is back. That's all we've got left for today, guys. That's all we've got left. But we're going to go out. We're going to be going out with a bang. Come to you two first. Brandon and Ryan, you've got a game, and what a game it's going to be. Before we get there, I want to talk about how we've got here, because Ajit had a chance earlier on today against Nicholas. You watched that game, Brandon. He didn't even have he barely even competed.
Sniffed, did he?
He didn't compete in the game. Nicholas won it comfortably. What needs to be different here as he's playing a relatively similar player in Tuga?
Well, I think the situation is, I'm sure Ryan will agree with me, you have to unsettle your opponent slightly. You have to score first. It's easy said than done, but when you're going 1-0 down to Nicholas, a player that can control the game so well, Tuga's going to do exactly the same.
That's what I was going to say there. It's sort of playing against somebody that's very methodical, very calm in possession, and defensively rarely makes any mistakes. So you're going to have to sort of push the initiative to try and get a foothold in that game, and against Tuga, that's very difficult.
And Tuga's obviously just done the interview as well. I think we're probably 5-7 minutes away from getting into this game, so we can really deep dive into it. For Tuga not to be at the World Cup would be a shock, but we've had shocks already. Umit, not there. Ollelito, not there. Tuga feels like a different animal when it comes to these games, Mike.
When you go into this last matchup, and maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I would be shocked to not see the favorites kind of come through. When you're looking at Tuga, of course, going up against Ajit Power, and then also on our end as well, Oberon, and what he's shown and what he's kind of showcased, not only today, but throughout the entirety of the year.
Absolutely. You brought us nicely onto that. Oberon versus Karim is back, Sam. That's the game. It's an all-Italian affair. 2 players who are known to each other, probably played in the Serie A at times throughout this season as well. When you play against someone that you know and someone that you're familiar with, it's a different game.
It really is. You almost could see players cancelling each other out. They know how to rattle each other. They know each other's strengths. They know each other's weaknesses. Oberon, top 6 in the UCL. So, you know, he's doing really well, and I'm expecting it to be another tight affair.
And when we look at Oberon as well, what he's achieved today, beat Tuga in his opening game, lost to Stingray in the qualifying match. He's already had one chance at getting an E-World Cup spot. He had to go down into the one life scenario. What a performance it was against Blastic. Made him look ordinary, it's got to be said. And here he is. All the pressure is on Oberon in this game.
For sure. And I'll actually say this as well, with them both being Italian, and we know the Italian community is super close-knit. They practicing each other, they go over tactics, they share everything. This could end up being one of those affairs that's either completely wide open or super defensive, where they are doing a lot of that canceling out. They're second guessing, they're overthinking, and it's just gonna be a different type of matchup because it's like playing one of your friends.
Well, we're still waiting for the games to get ready, so I want to have a little talk where we can. One player not from Europe has made it, Paolo Neto. I mean, if you take Nicholas out of the equation, we know he's Argentinian, but he plays in Europe. Who's actively competing outside of Europe is Paolo Neto. What a player, Mike. You watch him more than most.
More than almost everyone, I
think. Through the EMLS. We also had the opportunity to go down to Buenos Aires at the Carnival Libertadores.
Look at the way he's swinging his R's out like. Some shame. Look at
we spent a lot of time together in Argentina.
We said we fell in love with that South American style of play. You just saw it on action right there.
It's a little more pinpoint. It has a lot of those details and those intricacies, and depends what you prefer in your gameplay. But for me, a little tiki-taka, a little shimmy, a little shake, I love all of that. And that was a crazy, crazy game. I'm telling you, not only has that been the best match today, that is one of the best matches of the FIFA 23 season. It has everything you could ask for.
Ryan. Paolo Neto, the best player currently competing out of South America?
It's so hard to say. As I said, you've got players like Peter Zinn as well, who's incredible. You've got Resende.
We're going to see tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to see him tomorrow as well. You have Resende. We saw Crepaldi. I know he defeated Crepaldi, so you can technically say he's on a higher pedestal right now. But over the years, I think you have to say Paolo Neto's definitely up there. I think he might
be Brazilian. I'd say he's the number, for me, he's the #1 Brazilian.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that's a fair shout.
That's where I would go.
That's a fair shout.
Last 2 or 3 years, for me, he's the guy.
The fact that he competes in North America in an EMLS, competes in South America back home, and then comes to Europe and also competes and puts up performances here.
He's top 10.
So that's the big thing for me, which makes the biggest difference. When you look at South American players, Mateus Bonanno, Nicholas, they're the two that really stand out. Dominated in South America, moved to Europe. Paolo Neto might not get the best practice, no offense. He's not competing in Europe week in, week out, but he still comes in and
He's one of the players.
Cleans up.
Yeah, he's one of the players. I think if he actually came to Europe, similarly to what we've seen with Nicholas and Matthias, I think
he's making top 8s, top 16s.
100%. You can see with his gameplay, albeit the way he plays is a little bit different, unorthodox in Europe, just because it's gung-ho, but I still think the way his brain works, he's good enough.
Why would he when he's cleaning up North America, cleaning up South America?
Where's the incentive?
No, I'm not
he's already. I'm speaking in Palinetto-isms. Like, why? If I'm Palinetto, why would I move? I'm crushing in South America. I'm crushing in North America, and then when I travel international, I still do the business. This has been a triple. He's a trifecta problem.
Yeah.
And you were probably a little bit disappointed last year in Copenhagen at the E-World Cup not to have gone further in that tournament as well. Huge congratulations to Paolo Neto. He's one of the 10 who is on the plane to the E-World Cup. We've got 2 spots left for today. You know what happens tomorrow? We do it all again, don't we? We go again. Some of the biggest names in the scene.
Tom Stokes. Looking forward to that.
You look forward to watching Stokes. One name springs to the front of my mind.
Ethan. Foot was Ethan. That's another one.
It weren't Foot was Ethan.
Is it Argentinian?
Oh, here we go. How can I forget?
You know what? I wasn't actually thinking. I was thinking of Anders Vergang.
Oh, of course.
Oh, that surprised me.
I thought you were going to say Matthias. I thought that was a guaranteed.
I'm going to stick Matthias on Brandon's games.
You're not looking forward to Matthias? Switched up on us?
No, I'm looking forward to it, but I can't always favoritism it. I've already put that out there. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's potentially a piece coming from Anders Vergang.
First ever E-World Cup it would be if he qualified.
Absolutely. We are underway. Aji and Tuga. It's going to be an incredible affair here. Brandon, and Ryan Pessoa keeping you up to date with this game. The other match that's taking place, Oberon and Karim is back. That's going to be Sam and Mike.
Well, it is Oberon going forward now. Socrates. So far.
Well, the nail game here, which is our featured matchup. We'll come back to Sam and Mike in a second. Ajit Powell, what we need to see from him, Ryan Pessoa, is need him to score first. It's easier said than done, but against a player like Tuga, you have to unsell him. Are we going to see that now? Still, the attack could be alive. Alphonso Davies, patient in the build-up back to Hullet. Is this the chance that he's been waiting for? Ajit Powell, he had a chance to qualify earlier today. Lost to the hands of Nicholas and was humbled in the nicest possible way.
Yep, he really was. And as you said, starting off on the front foot is going to be very important for Agate in this game. He needs to start well, and you can see trying to be offensive from the get-go is going to be a key component to defeating Tuga, who's incredible defensively and in possession.
Well, we are underway in both matches as it currently stands. Anything to report as of yet between Karimizbak and Oberon?
1/2 chance. Nothing major over here. We'll let you know. You've heard our celebration noises.
Here we go. I know what to listen for.
Shots. Massive save, rebound available, just about defended well by Ajit, who's living life on the edge there, playing around the box. Keep in mind, these are our final 2 FIFAe World Cup spots for day 1, to be concluded by the end of play. 12 out of the 24 will qualify.
All these players got something in common when you look at the results as well. Ajit, 4-2 win in his first game against Karimizbak. He then lost to Nicholas in the qualifying game. And here he is, down in the lower bracket, beat Nisa, and now taking on Tuga.
Ajit.
Everyone's interlinked.
They've all played, basically. Well, there's been like a cross-link between the matchups anyway, with Tuga playing against Oberon as well. But I think Agate, coming from North America as well, winning the play-ins would have given him a huge boost of confidence coming into the playoffs to showcase his ability. I think he's been one of the best players in North America across the last couple of years. And now he's at in person at the playoffs in London. He'll be hoping to show it.
Not too much so far between Ajit and Tuga. Over in the all-Italian game, either player taken the initiative?
We've had a chance apiece. Nothing major yet, maybe a missed chip, but it was time green, and we love the green.
Chance maybe for Tuga. Put the curse on him because he gives the ball right back.
Commentator's curse there, I think, Rich. It's been a better start, though, from Ajit. Compared to what we saw against Nicholas. There's had a couple of chances around these areas. Here comes another one now, Alphonso Davies. Trying his best just to spread and open up this defensive line. Keen, the offside trap played there is a player lock tease. A couple of ball rolls, has to be careful not to run it out of play. Nikimi on a plate to Bellingham. Will he look to take a final shot? Patient, so patient. Oh, Ajit!
Oh, that's unbelievable.
If there's a time to turn on with your best FIFA, it's in this match now. Speak about patience, Ryan Pessoa.
It was incredible. The shot cancelled there as well with Jude Bellingham after the lateral heel-to-heel. Finding the space there to play into the box there as we see the highlight. Into Pele, a touch to the other side, onto the 5-star weak foot, into an open goal as well. It's a beautiful goal from Agate Powell. What a start.
How hard is that to defend? You're constantly guessing, aren't you?
You have to be aware, and I think Tuga sort of preemptively moved the goalkeeper, anticipating there to be a shot from Pele or the turn down into the shot with the right foot. And of course, the weak foot had his mind made up there with the open goal. What a start, as we said. First 30 minutes, I feel like he's been on top. He's
had to take the game to Tuga.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we said, and he's doing just that.
1-0, Ajit Powell leads here against Tuga. Any sniff of a goal?
No, not yet. Just a couple of extra passes, not many shots on target. Nothing really happening in this game, 0-0, and it really is a 0-0 game right now.
Half chance there for Tuga, looking to ping it around on the edge of the box, but couldn't really force anything clear-cut. What you are watching right now and listening to, the FGS playoffs. 2 matches to decide our 2 final players here in day 1 on the road to the FIFAe World Cup. 24 of the best players from across the planet coming to one location to battle it out for FIFA's top prize.
Just saw Dlit there. Getting manually switched on it, gave him just the extra couple of yards in Mbappe.
Yeah, you always have to watch out for those full power through balls played in behind. They seem to always get away from the defender when side by side with the attacker. But again, just moving the defender back in line to sort of sweep up any sort of danger. You can turn this defense straight into attack here, building up with Davey, some contextual dribbling there, but
it's just trying to find a way through this back five, isn't it? But no surprise, it's been so hard to break down. Wins it back nicely, does Ajit now. Little player look teased, didn't need it this time. Was able to go 1 goal to the good via that shapeshifter Pele. Davies again, no surprise. Ball keeps finding its way on this left-hand side. Is there a way now to find a way through these 5 defenders at the back? So tight, no room to really manoeuvre in. Pele still just moving it nicely is Ajit. Where's that killer pass? Going to full, he's in no rush. Mbappe, Hullet, Pele, back inside. It's the 2 Brazilians leaking up, but a red time finish, and that'll do us for half-time. Ajit leads Tuga by a goal to nil in this first leg.
Yeah, that McGeady cancel there, just to find the extra pass in behind for that, the little bit of space in the box there. It was great play from Ajit.
And we've got a classic 0-0 affair, very cagey opener. Not a lot of opportunities, definitely nothing really clear-cut. That's what we kind of expect. Last game of the day, everybody gets a little bit tighter.
Did I miss the night for dinner?
Look, when you two are commentating, it's time for me to have a little snack. So I just thought I'd kick back, let you 4 crack on. But we came back to us at half-time, a very impromptu moment.
You are wondering why Ryan Pessoa is right next to him. I know he's a fan.
Gonna get enough.
We're just this is where the action is.
Yep.
We're jumping back into it as we speak right now. Half-time 1-0.
Quick one from the All-Italian game. Still nothing to report.
I'd love to tell you something. Wait for it. Nope. We tried our best.
Let's head back to our featured matchup, Brandon and Ryan. Let me come round here and have a little look at it, actually. What's happening in this game? We kicked back off. Ajit 1-0 up still against Tuga.
So far, so good. The Canadian.
It's very quiet in here all of a sudden. I think because we've only got 2 matches in the main area as well. It's very tense. Everyone knows what's on the line.
We did say in this game that both might cancel each other out, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Here's Ajit. What a through ball that could be into Mbappe.
It is Obrun who's really trying his luck. No clear-cut chances yet.
It doesn't surprise me, again, when you have your practice partners, people that you share all your tactics and different things that you're going through, you have a lot of experience playing against each other, you know what to read, what to stay away from. If anything, I have a feeling Obrun would have preferred to play someone else. It might be benefiting Kareem a little bit. Doesn't have as much experience as Obrun, and going up against somebody that you know what they do, how they try to utilize their attack and their defense, you can counter.
Well, Kareem has played the ball back into Neymar. Neymar trying to get a shot off. It's been intercepted. Obrun has read that situation really well. Now it will be Obrun's turn to attack, opts to go back, waiting for that gap to open up, plays the pass through to Davies on this left-hand side. Some quick succession passing going on. Oh, and he's given the ball away. Will Karim be able to capitalise? No, he won't.
Our first maybe major mistake. It's crazy saying that it's the 62nd minute, but we just hadn't had throwaways. You see Socrates in the midfield as a selection, still using Lucio. Back-to-back error now from Obrun.
And it is back with Karim. Both these players cancelling each other out on multiple occasions. Neither can quite get to grips on this game. Lovely outside of the boot pass, out wide. Are we going to see a cross into the box? Again, the ball's given away. Too many mistakes so far, Mike.
There's just no inventiveness. There's not that ingenuity in the final third. The over-the-top through ball was on. But again, it's kind of been a trade-off of battling it through the midfield.
Well, talking of midfield, Bellingham has it.
That's unreal.
Through the middle. It's back to Socrates.
We have had a goal in the second
back in the game.
Qualifying game. Ajit Power against Tuga. Which way has it gone? We'll get to it just after this attack comes in. Karim's still building. Doesn't fall to his player in the end. Brandon, Ryan, which way has it gone?
Well, it's a different start to the second half, in all honesty, wasn't it, Ryan? It's been all Tuga so far. He's had a couple of set pieces where he's challenged the goalkeeper a few times. It was just a direct run into the box. We may see it on the replay for you home, but Tuga back into the game. What a start to the second half he's had.
Yeah, definitely. I feel as if, hopefully the replay shows it, but that chance was stemmed from the creative run he used with Mbappe, just triggering him down towards the right side, but then changing the direction of the run off the ball, which led to that progression up the field there. And it was played into the box, as I said. We're going to be able to see the replay shortly. And it was a well-taken goal from Tuga.
2 goals here, 0 goals over there. I mean, we saw a little glimpse of it. I think that's...
We're going for our first double 0-0. Both legs.
I think one thing that we've... Just from that little small sample of gameplay that we see, 2 players just relatively even in approach as well.
It also looks kind of clunky. It looks like 2 guys that are nervous. They're feeling the moment. There's not that cleanness, that crispness, the quick moving, the decisive play.
This was the goal.
Yeah, building up here, the ball roll played back, just recycling possession into R9. First time touchdown, reverse, elastical, and an easy finish there for Tuga to bring him back level the terms now against Agate. As we said, Brandon, it's been a great, I say, start of the second half from Tuga compared to his first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in the game now, and that's what Tuga's got to do. He's got to respond as soon as he can. As we said, 2 legs of this one. Qualification game. Only 2 spots left here in day 1, but Tuga certainly feels like he's back in this.
I think something that was so important, Agic just getting a goal. When he's already had an opportunity in this tournament to qualify for the E-World Cup, and he lost 3 goals to 0 against Nicholas. 15 minutes left to play between Obrun and Karim. Let's head on back on over to Mike LaBelle, but first, Sam Miller.
Well, Karim has just tried to play the ball over the top. He's tried that on a few occasions so far, and it's just not working for him. He's going to have to find another solution. Let's see if he does it here. He's gone for the through ball once again, intercepted, and you can really see that these 2 know each other extremely well, reading the situation, but it is Rudiger. Is he going to score? Oh, he's gone for the cutback. Again, easily intercepted there, Mike.
He goes for the player lock, and I was just going to comment, it's so many uncharacteristic mistakes from both these players, and a lot in the midfield. It's slow on cue.
Well, it is Obrun. Is he going to find that first goal of the game with Pele? And there it is. Pele fires it into the back of the net. Finally, we see that opening goal. It was cut back to Pele. Mike just took us through that.
A huge error, actually, in the midfield. A bad giveaway from Bellingham. Starts a counterattack. Route 1 footy there. You move it forward. Pele, right place, right time. Also the right player, really, for that type of conversion, and he's able to convert. I'm hoping this opener changes the dynamic. It's been a really slow-moving first opening leg.
Well, there was another goal over in this game, but it was Tuga. He's back in front, and this is dangerous for Ajit.
Yep, it is. It's 2 for Tuga, and he gets the redemption arc started now. It takes the lead for the first time in this game.
Well, with only 6 minutes left to play, it'd be rude to turn off of this game. Obrun versus Karim. Obrun has the opening in this match with 5 to play.
Well, Obrun has the opening goal, but it's Karim in possession right now. Will he be able to answer back? He tries to play it across goal, gets it to the byline. It's resulted in a corner. Is he going to make something of this corner? Karim plays it back into Mbappe. Oh, no, he gives it away cheaply, and it is back with Obrun.
I think you'd like to have that back. Maybe a reverse elastico, kind of in that bread and butter zone, right on the edge of the box, goes for a step over, doesn't quite come out in time, and this should be the last opportunity of the game. Obrun should hold this and look to capitalize, maybe something late and be great and double his lead.
Well, Obrun will try and hold on to this 1-0 lead. He'll have to slow the play down, keep hold of the ball. Not long left to go. Could be a big result for Obrun. Can he get a second? Pele!
Oh, no connection. Should have had something from that. Great takedown off the chest from Pele. Ends the game. 1-0, but he could have doubled his lead. He could have doubled his lead.
And that'll do us for that first leg of action. Obrun 1 goal to the good against Karim Msdossary. Our second match that we are in focus isn't quite at that stage as of yet, guys. What we got, 10, 12 minutes left to play. Tuga is leading 2 goals to 1 the last time we heard.
Yeah, I think we're in a technical pause at the moment in this game. 72 minutes on the clock. There's a couple of replays going over, a couple of admins in the booth. We'll give you the lowdown as we can, but the storyline is Tuga's turned the game on its head.
Yep, he has, and again, he started off this second leg, similarly to how we done against Umut, whereas in the first leg, just dominant offensive display because he kind of knew that he needed to get a foothold of the game. The game, in my opinion, was being controlled by Agit way too much for Tuga's liking. And again, we're able to see some of the excellence from Tuga to get back into the game.
It's a tough game. It really is. So anyone who plays Tuga at any stage in a tournament, you know exactly what you're in for. Have you been in that situation before?
I've actually not played Tuga. The only person I've actually seen demolish Tuga in a game, and it was years ago. It was an online cup, though, and it was Anders. He's the only person I've ever seen sort of demolish Tuga. The rest of the games that I've seen Tuga in... 2
or 3 goal swing.
Genuinely. Every single time, whereas Anders was the only person that I've seen defeat him by a large margin.
And how good is it, Mike, the fact that he does it... The game changes every year. The meta switches.
I mean, you were switching there, weren't you?
The meta changes.
Tell me more. Tell me more, Rich.
Mike, tell me about how he changes his gameplay and it keeps it the same.
Let's credit Tuga. At halftime, the ability to, again, pivot and to make those adjustments. He came out as a different player in that second half, and it was noticeable. He was now controlling the game, the tempo, all the above, and then he was able to... You see that meme? Like, I'm now the captain. You're making me talk weird. The captain of the ship. That's how I felt watching the second half of that.
Mike, you got to have a rest. The second leg starting soon. We've got live gameplay back underway between Toga.
Well, the captain of the ship's back underway, so we'll join this as we can.
Let's go swimming.
Now. There's 10 minutes left in it. Let's get to it as soon as we can, because Tuga is looking for a third. And it looks like he's just going to be offside. Chance to regain possession for Ajit.
That centre-back's just got a runner. Do you see that flying forward?
Triggering the runs from deep.
Is it?
Alfonso Davies. Onside. Just has he got the legs? He did, but a little bit of goalkeeper movement from Courtois was enough, regardless, to stop that half-hearted effort of goal.
I think you always have to be aware of those runs triggered from deep. They always seem to be the most effective ways to sort of turn defence to attack. The runs aren't tracked, if they're not tracked manually anyway, so it's an easy way to get a lot of goals in this game. Or a lot of chances, I should say.
Into the final 5 minutes. Our last 2 matches here. This is Group A and Group B. We are concluding from today's FGS 23 playoffs. We already know there's 10 players on their way to the FIFAe World Cup. We've still got 2 more to find. Final few minutes. As Ajit looks to build into these last couple of chances of the game, unless Tuga be able to see this one out. Very Tuga-like. It's in his hands now to build the final chance. What will we get added time of? Just 2 minutes. Enough time to get the ball forward. If he'll look to move it forward, the last chance of the game. Cristiano Ronaldo comes on. Can the Portuguese man be the Portuguese hero late into it? Does Tuga want to get the ball forward? I think he will try and push it now. Added time has been played. Lose possession, game over for the first leg. Hakimi finds Mbappe.
Has to go forward, he can't go back again.
Can he find a teeny gap to play? Yes, he can. Bellingham, one more pass. Virgil van Dijk defended well. And that should do us for the first leg here. Tuga was 1-0 down early on, but somehow comes out it with a 2-1 victory. Still 90 minutes to be played in that one.
I'm not really surprised that both games are in a 1-goal swing as it currently stands. So much on the line. The FIFA season for these 4 players, the solo season, is hanging in the balance. And it's a 1-goal leg shootout to see who goes to the biggest tournament of the year. Are you surprised that Tuga sort of let Ajit back in at 1-0 up?
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised with the scoreline. I felt as if Tuga's done really well to come back into this game. I just feel as if Agit maybe took his foot off the gas a little bit compared to the first half. We saw him, I wouldn't say dominate, but you can even see some of the possession stats we're able to see.
It's confident though, isn't it?
Yeah, he was comfortable.
What are those possession stats?
57% possession against Tuga.
Against?
So Tuga's had 43%. That is...
And what did he have earlier when you were watching him against him?
I didn't get to see the statistics, but genuinely I predict it was at least 80. No, seriously. I honestly, I must have taken a picture.
At least 80.
He didn't touch the ball. Just swinging it.
So
switch.
There's got to be a game plan that Ajit's come in with.
Yeah. Just sort of take initiative and take control of the game. It was working for a large portion of that, but again, it sort of went away from it. Tuga sort of put the foot down on the pedal a little bit harder and started to create a lot more chances.
let's head on down to the duo at the end, the all-Italian derby. But how do you think this game is gonna be changed? Extra time penalties? Is it that sort of fair?
I hope that it's a lot more open. It looked like two players that were playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win. That would kind of be my takeaway from that opening leg. They looked nervous. The passes weren't that decisive. There were a lot of mistakes in the midfield with the build-up play and uncharacteristic, not pressure-based mistakes. Even the one goal came off of an error that was easily avoidable in the midfield with Bellingham losing the ball.
4 players remain. Only 2 will go through to the FIFAe World Cup, or the riches that potentially lie in your wake. One of the biggest tournaments that we're ever going to see in the FIFA calendar is right around the corner. 10 players have already booked their place in the E-World Cup. 2 will do it in 20 minutes' time. Who will it be? Ajic, Tuga, Karimi's back, or Oberon? Only 2 can go through. Make sure you keep tuned and don't go anywhere, because your second leg of action will be coming up very, very shortly indeed. Welcome back to the FGS playoffs. The second leg of action is right around the corner. It's been a long day full of FIFA esports action at the very highest of level. So many nations, so many continents on display here. And we've got 4 players remaining. And what a 4 players it is. A Canadian, a Portuguese, and 2 Italians. And that's where we're going to start with those 2 Italians. Incredible performance. I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to happen in this matchup, because that is where we are for the second leg.
Well, it is with Oberon as it stands, keeping possession, currently leading 1-0 from the first leg. See if he can maintain that in the second. Virgil van Dijk. Musiala can't keep it in play. It's a poor to give it away, an unforced error.
I'm so confused. I've never seen so many errors between these two competitors individually when they go into different matchups and so forth and so on. But you might watch it and say they've got to be feeling some of the pressure. They have to be feeling some of the nerves. Maybe that'll shift a little bit, but it just hasn't been open and fluid.
Well, Socrates with Karim. Sprays it out wide. Can he get a cross in? Bit of skill moves there. Socrates finds Bellingham twisting and turning just outside the box, back into Socrates. Nice link-up play between Socrates and Bellingham. Davies, can he make something happen? No, he can't. Once again intercepted.
That was a little bit better, though. We saw the switching of the pitch. We saw some of the intricacies, some of the details. He's going for something with some of the step-overs, a little more explosive gameplay. Like I said, that first leg, I'm still stuck on it. It was very stagnant between both competitors.
Well, it's back with Obrun, just playing it around at the back, looking for midfield options. Bellingham sprays it out wide to Musiala, back into Bellingham. Mbappe, can he get a shot off? No, he can't. And it's end-to-end stuff here. Neymar with Karim, Mbappe into Bellingham. Is the through ball on? He's gone backwards to Neymar. The through ball is on to Davies. Will he get a cross into the box? Turning, looking for the gap to open up. It's back to Socrates, and once again, Obrun.
That's still 2 for 2 on attacks, in my opinion. He's getting into the right places, the right locations. Maybe didn't have that last skill that he needed or picked the wrong skill, but he's getting into the danger area.
Well, Obrun sprays the ball out to Musiala. Again, gone backwards. No gaps really opening up in front of him. Lucio, Socrates and Bellingham. Just playing the 1-2. Again, it's being forced backwards a lot here. It will be Neymar. Neymar has lost out, and it's with Bellingham. Karim will try and break forward on the counter. Bit too slow there, needs to be quicker, but he's still got possession. Socrates, ball over the top. Can something come off this? Lost out.
The spacing is there, though. He's got to be a little braver and go for the over-the-top through ball. Take advantage of that space. You can see it on some of the counter-attacking plays that there's room to be worked with.
Karim, Socrates into Bellingham, outside of the boot, pass into Davies. Looking for the flanks to open up, space out wide. And the space out wide right now. Once again, we'll look for the cross. It's not on. Goes backwards. R9 into Socrates. Bellingham, can Bellingham get a shot off? Passes it to Neymar. Just an extra pass there, Mike.
A little more of that. You need to have something to break down the play. Very methodical build-up, getting into the right locations. I'm saying the same thing time and time again, but you're there. Now give us something extra expressive. Go for it. Be brave. Be bold. This is the biggest of stages that decides your FIFA career.
There's been a yellow card there. Is that a bit of frustration kicking in?
I don't know if I'm going to give him that much. Breaking up the play. And what you can see with Obrun as well, it looks like he's trying to use Musiala really as the overlapping run here on the top of your screen. You got Davies on the other side, but I feel like Musiala has been more of the focus point.
Well, it is with Davies now. Can Obrun find that extra goal? And it's Van der Sar with a crucial save there. We will try and start again from the back.
And lovely work with the player lock, top of the box. We always talk about it being one of those Neymar angles. In this case, it wasn't able to drop, but it's from that finesse shot. Maybe if you green timed it, had a little bit of additional whippage.
Well, Karim will try get a goal. Plays it Bellingham into R9. Neymar just waiting for the through ball to be on. Socrates plays it to Nkuku. Can he get across? He's taken it to the byline and once again intercepted. Obrun trying to maintain this lead from the first leg. Karim, will he get his chance to get back in the game? R9 really looking for a gap to open up. It's not opened up yet. There's no player out wide for him, so he's opted to go inwards. And now the gap's there out wide. He hasn't got many crosses in yet. Will this be the chance? He's got 2 defenders on him, just slowing down the play, and again, missed opportunity there.
He's given Obrun too much respect. Again, I look at Obrun, I think a lot of the Italian community does as well, as being the leader of that nation.
Well, it is R9 to get the shot. It's blocked. And Karim's not having too many chances to break forward. He's not had many clear-cut chances. And let's see what happens here. Obrun down the other end of the pitch into Bellingham.
He was lining up a power shot. He never had enough space to really let that go. It's got to be said, it's been all Karim in terms of making the chances, getting to the right places on the pitch, but he hasn't had the finishing touch. He hasn't had that little extra bit of creativity, some sort of final piece of build-up. But you see, again, he's going to work this around, probably find some space down the wings, and then he's going to have that trajectory to get back into the inside in the middle of the pitch, and that's where he's losing it.
Well, Karim has had a lot of possession in this game, but he's not managed to convert it or really turn it into anything. And I think you're spot on there in terms of the creativity. Not enough in front of goal, but he will carry on trying. He's still got possession. Socrates and Bellingham just playing it out wide now to Davies. Davies with a couple of step-overs there. Bellingham finds Neymar, and again, just that extra pass, giving it away. And that will be the half-time whistle.
Well, we've got a goal. Believe it or not, we are here.
Are you
Me and
sure?
Ryan
We got
are here.
something.
We haven't fallen asleep. There was a bit of a delay to start the game, but 26 minutes in, the game has come to life, Ryan. And it's Tuga that has added another one onto his account. 3-1 he leads on the aggregate score, and he is edging closer and closer to another FIFAe World Cup final.
He is, and it's a monstrous attacking sequence again, just triggering the run with Hullet, just playing the ball in behind, heading it back. So we're going to hopefully see a replay of that goal, and it's been a fantastic display from Tuga so far in this second leg. We also saw a chance before that we were gasping at. If that had gone in...
It was a time green finish, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It hit the woodwork.
It deserved to go in. It would have been an unbelievable goal.
And then there was two ridiculous saves following that from Edwin van der Sar. We'll stay with this one just for the minute. Here's the goal, Ryan.
Yeah, triggering the run with Hullet, playing it in. He could have gone direct. He headed it back towards the edge of the box there. A bit of fortune. Defenders falling over each other, but playing it with a reverse elastico and the shot across goal. And it's a 2-goal cushion now for the Portuguese man Tuga up against Agate Power.
Well, we were sitting there, weren't we, thinking he was going to head the ball with Hullet?
Yeah, I genuinely thought 100%.
He shut us up.
Yeah.
Seconds later with a reverse elastico. Thank you very much. 3-1 he leads Agate Power. All to do if he wants to try and find a way through to an E-World Cup. It must be a heartbreak for him, being in 2 qualification games if he was to go and lose us. Losing to Nicholas in one and having to play Tuga in the other.
Well, we are back in this game, a big second half, and Karim still searching for that goal to make it 1-0 in this second leg. We know that Obrun currently leads 1-0 from the first leg. We're just waiting to see that bit of spark, that bit of magic from Karim. He's had all the opportunities, had a lot of the ball, he's seen a lot of it, but it is Obrun that seems to be on top overall. And can you see Obrun getting a second?
Maybe off a leak out. He's playing super defensive. All the bodies in the box. You can see this, but if Karim doesn't become a little more prolific, it leaves something hanging. A good piece of fortune.
Nearly a chance there for Karim. An excellent save from Van der Sar to deny him. Will Karim be able to make something from this corner? Crucial save by Van der Sar there. Karim desperately searching for that goal, and he's just slowing down the play a bit now. He really needs to get a goal soon if he is going to be in with a chance of qualifying. And right now it's Davies, loses out to Musiala, but he does have a throw-in now.
I just hate that sequence. From a corner kick to go all the way back to your defenders, have to rework it. It's too passive.
Well, Karim will try again, bringing out the skill moves, but so far not enough. What he does need is a goal. Bellingham into Socrates. Socrates plays it into Mbappe. Mbappe waiting for the shot to open up.
There we go.
And he plays it back. And a crucial block there. And it will be Obrun now that can counter-attack. Karim didn't make use of that chance going forward. And that's been the story of this second leg. Karim, plenty of possession, loads of chances, not made anything from it. And right now, Obrun will try and get a second. Scored the other goal in the first leg. He's yet to score in the second leg, 0-0. No goals to report on in this game. There could be shortly, we'll have to see. So stick with us. You don't want to miss it. This has been a close matchup. No surprises, we thought it might be. And it's in with Bellingham in the midfield. A nice spray out to the left-hand side with Davies. Davies, bundles of pace. Goes back to Socrates. Would you have gone forward there?
It's a different situation with Oberon because you already have the goal. It's been cagey is almost an understatement between these two competitors. I don't think either of them have been that efficient. Definitely not the productive if you're looking at Karim. Go forward. Please go forward. Take a chance here.
Well, talking of going forward, it is Davies. Well, he was going forward and then went backwards once again, but it's Socrates and goes for the through ball, but it's overplayed and it was comfortable for Oberon to regain the ball back. And he'll just play the ball around at the back now. Socrates in the midfield, playing deep there. Once again, Bellingham and Socrates have linked up so well in this game. And Oberon will just try and keep the ball.
When are you going to make changes here as well if you're Karim? Yes, you're losing by 1 goal. There's time to work with. There's an offsides, but yeah, there we go. 74th minute, make some adjustments, shift some things around. It's time to change formations and be a little more aggressive.
You might not have got any goals, but we've got goals over here. Brandon and Ryan, how's it breaking down?
We're moving slowly, aren't we? Tuga is edging closer and closer towards a FIFAe World Cup. We'll join it as it stands right now. 53 minutes on the clock. When you're up against Tuga, this is the worst possible scenario now. This is when he's thinking, how much time can I take out the game of a throw-in?
Exactly.
How much time can I take out the game of a corner?
And he pauses as well in game, just to sort of take the momentum out of it. You might feel like you're on the front foot, but again, just queuing the pauses and just waiting it out, the 90 seconds, just keep continually doing that, sort of drains your energy a little bit and your belief that you're going to be able to come back into the game. And for Agitpal, whenever he's got the balls from we've seen now, since the 2-goal deficit, he's just rushing his attacks.
Does Tuga even need another goal at this point, or is it just going to be back round the other way we go again, just look after possession? Finds a fourth, he certainly will be on his way.
We are back with this game. Not long left to go. Will Karim get that goal he's desperately been searching for? But right now it is back with Oberon, and I can imagine he will want to keep the ball, but he keeps losing out to Karim.
You got a higher back line. And of course, Oberon's got bodies, they're tracking back, but it's time to go. Come on, Karim. Give us something. We haven't had that breakthrough. We haven't had the 1v1. The goalkeeper's not being challenged.
Well, it's been a bit of a slow game. Neither has managed to score, but right now it is Karim who will continue to keep going on the attack, keep searching for that goal. Mbappe plays it out wide to Hakimi, back to Mbappe, and he could have got a shot off there, and it was in front of him.
He's doing too much. He's overthinking him. It's a simple game. You have the build-up. You're in the right location. You've got prime-time players. Let them be themselves. Let them go chase that down for you. And Oberon has not had much going forward.
Well, Oberon has given the ball away from a goal kick. He's won it back now. He's got it with Rudiger. Rudiger just biding his time, looking for that pass, and again gives it away, but manages to win it back really quickly after. Bellingham just trying to keep the ball in the midfield, dribble past some players. Musiala loses it to Ronaldinho. Will Ronaldinho make something from this attack? Trying to go forward as quickly as possible, but Oberon very defensive in his setup.
I just don't understand from watching this with Karim. He's had so many chances to push the tempo, to speed up the game, to go forward quicker, to apply some pressure, and he just hasn't done it. He's made it where, even though I would say Oberon's had an off game, we're not seeing a lot of chance creation. There's not a bunch of creative play. The outlets haven't been that good, haven't been that reliable or consistent.
Back over here for a split second. 23 minutes away from Tuga making it back-to-back FIFAe World Cup finals.
I think he's going to do it as well. I think it's obviously easier to say now that he's in the lead by 2 goals as he pushes towards the byline again. Theo Hernandez.
One more goal. Is it there?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Is it there? Yes, it is. Tuga back on the big stage again in another FIFAe World Cup grand final.
What a player.
Incredible play, incredible goal, incredible celebration as well. Him letting out a roar across the arena here.
head into the final couple of minutes here. Krum is back and Oberon. Something has to give, Mike and Sam.
Well, Oberon has the ball now. You can see he really doesn't want to lose it, so he's just playing about with it, but he's ended up losing it anyway.
We're gonna have 1 minute at a time. Wrap it up. It was slow, it was methodical, it was defensive, it didn't have a lot of opportunities. Oberon's gonna get the job done here. He's gonna see himself at back-to-back FIFAe World Cups.
Well, it's not over yet, but there's not long to go.
Maybe we were a little spoiled with the Brazilian affair before this.
We saw goals galore today, but not in this game. As it stands, it's 0-0. Now Oberon has given the ball away, and there it is, the final whistle. And it will be Oberon.
No real reaction either, you just see here.
He's playing against a friend, but I'm just so surprised that that game didn't have higher levels of intensity.
Oberon doing what he needs to do on the grandest of stages to book his place at the FIFAe World Cup. Will Tuga be joining him?
For me, 100% yes. I think it's done and dusted. It's been done and
goals,
dusted since, yeah, a 3-goal deficit against anyone in the last 15 minutes to try and get back into the game is difficult, but against Tuga, he's just going to drain the clock down, drain your energy, and make sure that he cements himself.
Credit to Tuga as well, the bracket run he's had, Ryan. Ups and downs along the way, but still finding a way through, and we're edging closer, Richard, towards that 12 names for today.
Yeah, we absolutely are. We'll give you a replay of all those matches and all those games who made it when we get a full-time whistle on this match. Tuga and Oberon, two experienced players, experience proving to be the decisive
11 out of 12 from Europe. They look to be on their way there also.
Doing a professional display here from Tuga in this performance against Agate. This is a tough one to take for Agate, of course, losing out in the qualification game against another player in Nicholas. And then having to play the next game up against Tuga is, or not, sorry, the next game, having to win a game against another European in Nisa and then up against Tuga here. So he's had an incredible run, but a run just falls short of that World Cup spot as Tuga now keeps possession, and he knows that the game is done. He solidified his spot again, Brandon, in another World Cup.
Yeah, expect some reaction out of Tuga as well when the full-time whistle is blown. Commiserations to Ajit, still an incredible achievement. Came through those North America playoffs. I should say play-ins, finishing third, representing Canada. And in time of 1 minute, Tuga will be number 12, spot number 12. It will be the halfway point here concluded at the Global Series playoffs. Tomorrow, we'll do it all again, but Tuga will be there, and so will Portugal.
12 players confirming their place at the FIFAe World Cup. That's what it means to him. Proud Portuguese FIFA player. Arguably top 5, top 10 most consistent players we've ever seen play. He gets the job done on every single occasion with the Portugal flag draped over his shoulders. He will be one of the favourites for certain going in to the FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals. What a performance from Tuga, Mike.
And some of those goals, these were quality build-up plays. It took a while. It was difficult to break down Agate Power, but he got it done. And then even that last one, the fourth goal is one of the better ones of the day. The drop off, the quick passing, the movement, speeding up the tempo of play. It's a professional performance. It's what we kind of have gotten used to expecting with Tuga.
Few surprises on the way through as well, it has to be said, but Tuga and Oberon both booked their place. Sam, it was a 1-0 win in the end, but Oberon just got over the line.
He did. Oberon just edged it, and funnily enough, obviously my first game was Oberon against Tuga, and they both impressed me then. Oberon didn't create too many chances in the second leg, but he got the job done.
He certainly did. I can't wait to see how these two players will face up in the World Cup. Let's have a look how they did it, both Oberon and Tuga. We can kickstart here with leg 1 of the Tuga versus Ajit game. Brandon, talk me through what we see.
Yeah, well, it was a great start, wasn't it, from Agi? It went 1-0 early on into the game. Just kept Tuga guessing with this goal. Incredible.
Yeah, it was a
range of
great goal.
skills, cancellations, and then just Pele putting it 1 goal to the good.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of forcing him with the goalkeeper movement there, but it was a quick response and a goal straight after there with Tuga to make it 2-1 there in the first leg.
Absolutely. As you head on over, there was only 1 goal in this matchup. It came from a mistake, but Oberon did not care.
I'm telling you, it wasn't a game full of a lot of build-up play or a lot of opportunities. It looked like 2 guys that knew each other really well, and it came down to who made the least amount of mistakes. In that case, it cost them.
Going into leg 2, we're not got too much to look at Oberon and Karim because there were no goals in it. It all came from Tuga getting the 3rd. Lovely knockdown.
I love
off
this
the
goal.
header.
Oh, it's so good.
And then the green time finish into the back of the net as well. An unbelievable performance. Tuga added a cherry on top of what was already a 3-tier cake. In the only way he knows how, qualifying for another major tournament.
Yeah, done it again, hasn't he? Back-to-back FIFAe World Cup, and as you can see, the ending to that game there. Sam Oberon, he's back again in the World Cup.
He is. Brilliant performance from Oberon. Got it over the line in the end. It was a tight contest. Not too much going on in the game. He did give the ball away a couple of times, but what does that matter now? He's got it over the line. He's done the job, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that.
Final thoughts from yourself, guys, on the desk. Ryan, I'll come to you. 12 players. Would you have predicted 10 out of 12, probably?
I'm not going to blow my... I genuinely think a lot of the players here, you would say, were not favourites, but I said you wouldn't be shocked if they made it. There have been a few surprises that didn't make the qualification. I know you're touching on Ollelito and obviously Msdossary, but again, the players that have qualified deserve it.
Biggest shock of the day, Sam. No experience from him, proving sort of to be decisive in the end. A reigning champion, no longer.
Yeah, it's quite surprising, actually. And I think I have to agree. For me, Ollelito was the biggest surprise after winning the Premier League. He was in fine form going into this, really backed him. But yeah, Ollelito and Umit, 2 massive surprises there. You probably would have expected both of them to go through.
When we go again tomorrow, Brandon, exactly the same. 5 rounds, 12 players out of the 32 will be going through to the E-World Cup.
The story tomorrow, Anders Vergang. Is he going to qualify for his first ever FIFAe World Cup? He is going to be the man that everyone's going to have their eyes on. But as we said, half the job is done. 12 names are on their way to the FIFAe World Cup, and there's some shocks in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store. Just to give you a little taste of what you can expect. Ethan from Footways, PH Zin from Brazil, Tom Stokes, Mark 11 from Australia, making the long journey up. Neat from Ducks Gaming. I'm sure Gravis will be watching with a big smile on his face. All Neat's games tomorrow. Great bracket as well for Neat, it's got to be said. Same time, same place tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. It really is. Guys, it's been a great journey, it's got to be said today. You enjoyed it, Ryan?
Yeah, of course. It's always great to see players qualifying for the World Cup. Deservedly so as well. It's been a long season for some of these players as well. So being able to finally get potentially some of their first World Cup appearances as well, it's a massive accomplishment.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store. Well, let's head on over to Mike LaBelle for some PlayStation analysis. He's got a friend, Kyle Walker.
I was going to say, I'm joined by Kyle Walker. I didn't know that we were going to get to share this little mini stage. And we're going to look at the winning goal here for Oberon. And it really came off a mistake. And we talk about how you need to be mistake adverse here, and it's just a great takeaway in the middle of the pitch, Bellingham versus Bellingham, and he's overtaking possession, and you have to go quickly. Being direct always rewards you in FIFA. You can't second guess yourself.
Do you know, being backstage and being able to actually see all of the pressure these players are actually on, coming out here and seeing them on the main stage, you can definitely see the difference. And little mistakes like that, Mike, creeping in at such important and pivotal times. But I guess it's those players that have got that experience. When I spoke to Tuga before, when I've spoken to Tex behind the scenes, when I've just spoken to all of these different players, what I'm noticing, those players that have got LAN experience, those players that have done it on the big stage before, those players who can come up with those clutch moments in the last few minutes, or they can hold out and don't let their opponent come up with the clutch moments. They're genuinely or generally the players that have gone through today. There's not been too many shocks, I don't think, for me personally.
Well, it comes down to, we talked about limiting mistakes here, but also handling moments, handling sequences. And the guys that have additional experience, generally speaking, because of that experience, they're able to do better when the pressure is there or when things don't go their way. They're facing a little additional adversity.
Now, one person I will mention, though, Msdossary, that was a huge shock. I was
in
back
penalty
there
kicks.
in penalties as well. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Again, though, sometimes it just shows you can be one of the best, one of the GOATs, as we've talked about for years and years. But unfortunately, you come here, you come to London, you come to playoffs, just doesn't go your way.
Well, margins are slim in FIFA. That's always been part of the storytelling and the narrative, especially at this level. The competitive players, the pro players, they're doing their best to get any little bit of margin or a little advantage over each and every other competitor. And that's how it's going to go. You're never guaranteed the next year.
And we get to do it again tomorrow, Mike. I mean, the analysis has been great. I've loved you guys being on there. How about I take a little bit of a stint on there with you?
If you want to
Fancy
walk
that?
over, I'll have you. I'll definitely have you. And I can see that Rich is posted up. I think he's joined by our 12 finalists here. I see a bunch of foot items, a bunch of foot cards on display. Rich, what's happening?
You know what, Kyle? I call the shot. So if you want to come on the desk tomorrow, you can come on the desk. That's absolutely fine. I'm joined by the 12 finalists who are going to be going to the FIFAe World Cup. These are your finalists. These are the 12 who are going to be going. We go again tomorrow. 32 players coming to London. 12 will go through and join these. I mean, I've got to say, Nico, you going to win it?
Yeah, I think so.
There you go. Nicholas is confident. Join us again tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the biggest tournament of the season.
Here's a chance for him now. Bellingham back to Mbappe. Msdossary's back.
What do you want, Mike?
Yeah, I want the Msdossary Yilmaz match. Are you kidding me? Circle the calendar. From the spot, R9 steps to it. Oh, we have a save from Yilmaz. Oh, this could be it. Pele, great time finish. There you have it. It was late. It was great.
I'm going to say that is my favourite goal of the whole of today. I'm putting it out there.
Deal down the byline. Looks for the cutback. Nicholas 3-0 up. Book that plane ticket now.
Down the middle again, and it's a fantastic penalty, a fantastic shootout. And what a performance it has been from Damien today.
Gotta be a finish. There's a finish on the near post. Are you kidding me?
Patient, so patient. Oh, magic.
Is he going to find that first goal of the game with Pele?